of what's been going on since last we saw you. Can you believe it's 16 hours since we got this race underway? Can you remember? We had the two Lamborghinis locking out the front row. The Lamborghinis never been on the front row before, and they did it in style. The two apt Red Bull racing car. It was an awful start for the pole sitter. It's a brilliant start for the outside pole sitting number 130. Unfortunately, he crossed the start line, which has been moved closer to the first corner, ahead of the pole sitter, and had to take a penalty. Dan Harper got spun around on the Grand Prix circuit, 5 corners in. So the 130 green and white Lamborghini tried to scuttle off into the distance. Its teammate, by the way, had got a puncture and was straight in the pits at the end of the Grand Prix circuit. And there began the fight back. Perhaps the most surprising Lamborghini was the number 7 Conrad car, which was right up in the top 10 for most of the first half of the race before it had a problem and dropped away. And that car falling out of contention. Max Verstappen almost had a huge incident when the front end of the car got airborne, and it was by pure luck, because the front wheels weren't on the ground, so there was no input from the Dutchman. I bet he had his heart in his mouth there. It's about 6 inches away from a very big one. 75 Audi had a big one. The Condor realised Ferrari, 2 wheels on the dirt, trying to pass a cup car, and paid a heavy price. The Yokohamas not giving him any grip on a very wet circuit. Alexander Sims ran in the back of another SP9 car in a really bizarre accident. He got the car back, but there was too much damage to the blue Audi. The people's favourite. Not what you think. Well, it's a battle of two, isn't it, between the BMW M3 Touring 24H and Max Verstappen. Great early double stint in the daytime for Max Verstappen, turned the car over in the lead. Then 2 bizarre incidents down at Brunchen 2 with the Grello car, Kevin Estre, who had been closing in on the leaders, getting caught on an oil slick, not his fault, and it was underlined by the fact. Just such a lazy spin, by the way. As we said straight away, we thought it was contamination on the circuit, and just disbelief from Kevin Estre. Underlined, we knew we'd made the right call when Arjun Maini, who was also cracking on in the 64 Mustang, when he followed the Grello car in, there was no doubt that there was no doubt that the BMW was going very nicely. Conor De Filippi, in his first time at the Nürburgring 24, having a cracking battle in the damp. It was drizzling. He was on slicks. He was loving it. Maro Engel was watching his car in that battle as well. Valkenhorst, Aston Martin, giving it their all. Raffaele and Marciello making an uncharacteristic error and hitting very hard the back of one of the Z4s, the 40. The other car, Maurice Schuring, couldn't decide which way to go, and the 44 Falcon Porsche was also in the barriers. Alessio Picariello for Dunlop, again, while passing cars in the dark, just got 2 wheels onto the grass, and that was the demise of the 44 Porsche, which again had been running right up the field. Beautiful sunrise this morning, just as Peter and I came on. One of our action areas has been Arenberg. Another oil slick or fluid contamination started taking cars out. One of the BMWs was the one that got stuck there for the longest time, and it almost claimed the second place, number 80 as well. Big slide for Jens Klingmann. Inside the top 5, he kept the BMW M3 Touring running and lives to fight on. He's passed that car over to Hugo de Wilde, who's been very quick indeed. But as it stands, with 103 laps in the books, it's Winward Racing leading out. I mean, those highlights that we talk about and the catch-ups, the guys try to keep them at a reasonable length. Otherwise, we'd still be talking at the top of the hour, the next hour, because even through the night, actually less carnage through the night than we often have seen here, probably down to the fact that we've never had any solid rain. We've had a few bits of drizzles, but we've not had the stair roads and, you know, water puddles on the track that we had, say, on Thursday night.
We had more than enough of quota of our incidents in the first 2 hours, though, didn't we? Yeah, that just got really quite silly, almost unbelievable amount of stuff going on. Some of the cars we lost was quite shattering.
Yeah, and we lost more than a couple. Oh, hello. The Schnitzellaum car's gone around. Philip Ellis, hang on.
That was smoking coming into there.
Right, so is that a catching tyre? Was that a catching tyre? Is this the car that's been spreading the contaminant on the track? Because I don't think I've ever said Philip Ellis has made a mistake. And that car, that was just at that kind of area. Nicholas Otto. Oh, this is the long-time leader of its class, Max Kreuzer Racing, the number 50 Golf, has come to a halt, steaming as well. So two cars that are potential culprits for laying down that oil streak at Arenberg. Great pickup again by our replay crews. Looking through the onboards to see if they can find the possible causes.
Yeah, the Schnitzellaum Mercedes is actually a little bit further back, John. That's at between Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz. Hasn't got anywhere near Arenberg yet.
Okay. So they didn't struggle round. Here's the next set of pit stops. The 15th round of pit stops is started up by Luca Engstler in the number 84 Red Bull Team Abt, pitting from 6th position, and Lauren Heinrich followed him in. Well, about 2 minutes later. In the number 24 Lionsberg car, a chirrup of tyres.
I was just wondering why, if the number 11 Schnitzellaum car is stationary at Schwedenkreuz, why there's no code 120 or code 60. But of course, it got itself behind the barrier, didn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
One of the orange overlaps that tell you, as a driver, that there's an opportunity to get the car to a place of safety. Luca Engstler has stayed in the Red Bull Abt Lamborghini Huracan. A potential last hurrah for the V10 as Peter and Arjuna were talking about early on. He got mega understeer going through that first cut through. He was really pushing hard to get some front tyre temperature. They've just come out the tyre blankets, so they're at or around 90 Celsius. And they've been in there for an hour or more, and he's desperate to get some heat into the tyres before he goes on to the Nordschleife, really riding the curb into the entry curb on the right-hand side before he goes left-right through the Schumacher SS. Now at the top of the hill, the old Vidal chicane, and dropping down the hill, that right-hander dropping down the hill is absolutely glorious. Wow, Luca is on it straight away. He's not even onto the Nordschleife. Big flash of the lights. He's coming up on one of the Porsche Cup cars.
I'm glad it wasn't just my eyes deceiving me, because I just looked up and just saw that bit, and obviously we've got to describe that which we can see if we get a bit of replay or camera there, and I thought, that looks really quick, which is a really silly thing to say about racing cars on a track, I know. So I didn't, and then you just went, he's absolutely on it. I thought, yes, it wasn't. I'm not losing it completely then, but yeah, Lamborghini absolutely flying.
And again, just underlining that you don't get... No, when most people go to work, you sort of wander in, you put your jacket over the back of the chair.
That's a very good point.
I'll make myself a cup of coffee, Oh, and then you see Dave. Hello, Dave. How did you do at the weekend? Oh, yeah, I was went
Quick
to
chat
a
by
bit
the
of
water
fishing.
cooler.
Yeah, have a cup of coffee. Mate, a cup of coffee, Dave, while I've got the kettle on. Ah, yeah, absolutely, mate. See the football scores? Yeah, absolutely. You wander back to your desk and you fire up your computer and you get your bits and pieces out. And there's 15, 20 minutes probably disappeared at the start of the day. These guys are on it from literally the B of bang if they were a sprinter. And they know they're going to be in the car for 70-odd minutes. But Luke has gone out there as if shot out of a steam catapult on the top of an aircraft carrier. But also tells me, Peter, how important it is to get that front tyre temperature up on the Grand Prix circuit where there is a little bit of room for error.
Yeah, and it's something drivers are trained and coached to do is to get onto it and get up to, no pun intended, but get up to speed, as in operating speed, as soon as possible. Otherwise, time is lost, and it does make a difference over certainly these longer distance races. You know, a full 24 hours here, a tenth here, a tenth there, a second there, or even worse. It just adds up, and all of a sudden you're out of the reckoning, and you can't afford to do that. It is relentless, and it may not seem important at 3-4 hours in, but it sets the foundation for later in the race. So if you do have a problem or cars are tired, you can take a little bit more of a liberty later in the race, provided you've built that solid foundation in the first bit.
Correct. We've been saying that this might be a missed opportunity for Lamborghini and for Abt Team Red Bull. The number 130, the car that got the penalty early on, has got Nicky Katzberg, a winner with Ferrari here in the Frickadelli car. Of course, what a weekend that was. And he is 4 laps halfway through his stint, and he's just done an 8:09.503, fastest lap of the race, with 7 hours and 50 minutes to go, and we are knocking on the door of the 8:08.8. A clear lap. That might be on this year. Nicky Katzberg then 20 seconds away from Kyle Tilley in the number 18 Lion Speed Porsche. That is now 18 seconds back as he's catching up. That is an incredible time.
There's also a battle developing for third place with Dan Harper in the Rover Racing BMW in fourth at the moment, currently hunting down Christian Krognes in the Valkenhorst Aston Martin right in front. That has closed down beauty after their pit stops. Now it's 1.4 seconds between them, and Dan Harper is currently fractions quicker throughout the sector times, looking like he's going to catch up with the Aston Martin. So that's a battle royal about to approach.
There's a lap difference in the favour of Christian Krognes. In terms of the fact that he's been out for 4 laps and Dan Harper's been out of 5. So they're not a million miles off. The red, white and black Rover Racing car using every bit of the curbing on the way down to the bottom of the hill before he turns left-handed onto the Nordschleife. Harper gets an easier run into the cutout, bump on the inside of the cutout, the left-hander, to go onto the Nordschleife. That's looking a little more robust than normal, and a couple of people saying as well that does Flansgarden look a little more jumpy this year. Hello to Glenn. I had my 56th birthday on the 19th of June and his 35th wedding anniversary in August. So that must entitle him to a Le Mans pass.
Of course it does.
Do you get the pass out? Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, we've authorised that, John, haven't we?
Yeah. Rafi is back tuning in. First thing look for after waking up is the remote. Paul says, went down for a coffee, came back with a coffee and a bagel. Ooh, bagel. Very nice. Also an SP2T. The Bitter Opel Corsa number 380. Now, has that car... Oh, we're getting the...
Snitch allowed Mercedes, the number 11 car back out. That was where it was parked behind the barrier. It's now been brought back out of the way.
That was the Philip Ellis-driven car.
Quite simply, there's space to park one car there, so
correct.
It's once it's in there, you can't put another one in there, so they actually remove it. It's just logistics.
And that car will come round on the flatbed covered by white flags and one of the Cupra Formentor VZs. Just trying to find this SP2T battle because once again the leading car was in the pit lane and the Opel Corsa has gone ahead. So that's the GS line Opel Corsa, the 380, because the Gazoo Racing Yaris number 109, Oshima-san has brought that into the pit lane. So it's not been the Toyota Gazoo rookies weekend really in those two. That is the Dodiger Heuer.
That's Dumoulin.
And it's the number 39 Guido Dumoulin Aston Martin Vantage, which is the Pro Sport racing car.
And that's an odd accident to have there.
Must have been another car involved. I'm going to bet that he put two wheels on the grass and it's looped across. This is the number 27 car that's gone off. My money is on him lapping another car. Oh
no, tyre
Something
failure.
broke. Oh, there was a tyre failure.
Suspension failure. Yeah.
Do we? Right rear suspension or tyre failure?
I would say so. Yeah.
It's clobbered the barrier so substantially we won't be able to tell whether that is cause or effect. He was going past another car,
yeah,
but they weren't involved.
Though. And that's one very sad looking Aston Martin now. Front and back.
Out of the car. It is the 37, 25th in SP9, 39th overall. The rather lovely shades of green in that satin colour. Bodywork off the front of the car. You can't see the engine because it sits so far down and so far back, but it is a front engine car. It's almost sort of a mid-front engine car.
I would call them front mid-engines, yeah.
Well back behind the front wheel lines.
And almost below, when the top of the wheels, the tyres are above the engine.
Above the top of the engine.
Ridiculous. It's unbelievable.
How do they do that?
I know.
So that is a V8, of course. We can pick the bones out of this again. He was passing another car, but never got anywhere near it. Coming up to that little rise, and it starts to wiggle, and then it's gone.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. Something in the rear is broken or a tyre's gone down. But I think it looks almost like a suspension failure. But so absolutely destroyed that car and giving us a code 60 onto almost the end of the Dotting Her, hasn't it? And
Fabi Schiller goes through and has lost a bit of time there because the leader was ahead of that accident. So that'll put more time. Not that much, but a good 5 seconds there, lost by Fabi Schiller. Nothing to do with him. We saw it earlier on, didn't we, with the number 3 car that's leading now. It was... Who was it? It was Gilles Gounon. Gilles Gounon got stuck in behind the Dacia Logan, which didn't speed up to the 120k when it could do, and he lost better part of 20 seconds in a very short time indeed. So now 20 seconds between the two leaders. Toyo tyres in. Tim Sandler brought the car in. And another puncture. Left front for the VW Golf GTI Club Sport. That's another SP3T car, the number 10. And they've been going pretty well as well. Now this must have happened right at the start of the Grand Prix circuit, and he's doubled back into the pits. Smart move for the driver of the number 10. Those golf club sports are very quick indeed around here. Did not go out onto the Nordschleife, rather sensibly doubled back in, so he's lost the first part of his lap. It was the Max Kreuzer racing car that we're talking about. That car is 4th in class, and next time around, the Asbest Racing Golf 7 GTI TCR, the number 800, that will, I think, take that position. Certainly they'll be back on the same lap. It's Tim's, that drops down. Didn't need a lot of fuel. 50th anniversary of GTI. Marshall's back out on the circuits. Cars slowed down well in advance of the incident for the Pro Sport Aston Martin. Opportunity for us to say thank you to our marshals again. Long night for them as well. Cold night for them. Plenty of layers of clothing, that's the key. That Aston is going to need, I don't even think that will tow, Peter. I think that's going to need a lift.
Not in the slightest, no.
Yeah.
No, there isn't a wheel pointing in the right direction on it. I'm not sure if the right rear, if the...
It looks like the tyre's still in one piece, actually.
It does, but the angle of that wheel is completely wrong. I'm not sure if it actually collected the barrier, so it's a result of the accident damage. It caused an effect there, John, as to what that did, but it's taken the front end completely out of it, and that's a massive rebuild of any racing car, that is, when you get impact that high, when it just pops left into the barrier. Just watching that little bit of footage back we saw of it, it just sort of, you say, it was almost like an instant deflation of tyre or suspension failure, because it just went left, right, and then just gathered momentum and it was in the wall. Totally innocent and nothing the driver could do, unfortunately.
No. I mean, you're flat out there. You've been flat out for probably 15 seconds already. It's not a gear change spot there. No. So he would already be up into top gear, I think. I was just wondering if something...
No, something at the rear's failed on that.
Yeah. I just wondered if it was predicated by a gear change. Right, battle for a position, and it's a significant position on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment. The third stop on the box is being held by Christian Cronjes and the rest of the Valkenhorst Aston Martin racing team with the Vantage Evo.
Doing a great job, because they didn't get the best balanced performance for this event.
No, well,
they
were changed in between qualifying and the race. One of just a couple of cars to do so. Very unusually, actually.
I think it's not a matter of if, though, for Dan Harbour. It's a matter of when,
there.
Isn't it?
He's there. He's right there, Dan Harbour, in the red, white and black, number 99. The AMGs didn't get anything. I know there were some reports about that. They were quite clearly incorrect. So either somebody read the wrong sheet or an old sheet or whatever, or were deliberately trying to stir things up, which there's been rather too much of that this weekend. If there's one thing I don't like about having Max Verstappen here, it's the polarisation of one or two people. If you don't want to come and watch and enjoy motor racing and endurance racing here and just celebrate the fact that we've got 3 Grand Prix drivers in the race, one of whom is a world champion. If you don't want to see anything good, if you want to pick fault on either side of that debate, then either shut up or don't bother watching, quite honestly. There's plenty of Formula One fans who are here, who are learning, who've asked nice questions, who've been greeted by the motorsport community, which are a great set of people, and we are inclusive in endurance racing. And I really hope that Max wants to come back and do some more races, either here or in other major events. He's a Ford-powered driver in F1. Ford Racing have got some very exciting plans to come. I suspect he was almost in a Ford Mustang rather than the AMG. I feel the hand of Toto Wolff in that somewhere, and that might have been for completely different reasons, but that's just my speculation,
doesn't it?
Yeah, that's just my speculation. But if you don't want to just enjoy this whole experience, pleased to say, please just don't try and rile people up. There's no point in it. We are all here. Motor racing, and particularly endurance racing, is a broad church, and I'm delighted to welcome in new people. And we've had some good conversations, some good exchanges on the socials. And also, by the way, thank you very much indeed to the guys at Sky Sports F1 in the UK who've aired a big chunk of this race. We filled in, I hope we filled in manfully for what should have been a qualifying day at Indianapolis yesterday. That will still be available to you on Sky Sports in the UK, Sky Sports F1 in the UK. It's going to be a one-shot showdown for the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. And thank you very much indeed to all the Formula One fans who have come, who are enjoying, who've asked the questions, and I hope you feel you've made some new friends in motorsport. Chris Mace coming into the pit lane, and one of the Hyundais, that's the 830 car, the full TCR car, was coming back in from the Grand Prix circuit. Chris Mace had to breathe in a little bit there. There was just about a Mustang GT3's width between that Hyundai TCR car and the 830 and the barriers on the left-hand side.
Yeah, never really thought about the jeopardy of that. I've always said the pit lane entrance here is that you've got that line, and it just looks so dangerous if you get a slight bit out. But of course, you're absolutely right. We've said you can complete the Grand Prix circuit and come back into the pits if you need to with a problem, and every right to do that. And the Hyundai's not doing anything wrong,
and that's not.
And he's unsighted.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's coming in, minding his own business, and all of a sudden he's got a GT3 Mustang right next to him.
And that's not part of the pit lane speed limit.
No.
So the Mustang's coming in at pace down that long. It's a lovely, nice, long run in, great light line of sight for where the 60 clicks starts.
I haven't got to the line yet, so it's every right to go by, but it's only right if there's enough of a gap. So I think the feeler gauges will be out for that one.
So Peter and I coming to the end of this little stint. Please don't quote me out of context and say I didn't like Max being here from what I've just said. Listen to exactly what I said about that. And again, welcome to all motorsport fans of whatever flavour.
John, just look at this. Look at how close before we go off air and hand over to our next pit crew, as it were, or booth crew. Look at this between Dan Harper and Christian Griner, and he's using that traffic. Dan Harper, a little look down there, trying to squeeze through the gap of the Aston Martin. He's trying to correct it. He hasn't quite yet done it, John. Coming
out of Bridgeton that was, and now through Ice Curve, right into this tricky serpentine middle part of the track, getting off the ground there. Both of the cars with air underneath their tyres. This is fast, this is very quick indeed. You're building speed and starting to drop downhill through Flansgaard and the Stefan Beloff S's, and it's come alive again. Just one lap between these two in terms of their pit stop strategy. So really, they are battling, and this is for third place. The final step on the podium. As they're, oh my goodness me, and they've got all kinds of traffic around them through the Kleiner Carousel. Everybody trying to get out of the way. This is a battle for position. Behind is this Dan Harper's chance. Relatively quick SP9 Porsche right in front of, that's the Dunlop car, I think, the number 17, as it goes through. And now on to the long Donninger Hall. They got reasonably, I think they were reasonably sensibly placed as they came out, but Harper, I think, has been caught behind the other car, and now they're into the slow zone. Double waved yellows is 120, is 60. The single yellow was 120, and then the Cut 60.
Yeah, golden opportunity to capitalise there on the dotting, however, denied Dan Harper at this moment because of the other damaged Aston on the straight there that he's trying to race against one. But I'm laughing in my head here, John, because we're getting excited about this battle for a podium position with 7 hours 30 minutes to go.
I can't help it. I can't help myself.
Brilliant.
And here's an opportunity for Harper as we say good morning again to Arjuna Kankapati and Peter Mackay. Peter, this is all going to be about not fastest finger first, but fastest right foot first in this battle for third place as they come out of the neutralised zone.
It's been a valiant effort from the Aston Martin guys. You know, they clearly don't have the absolute one-lap pace of some of the other cars, but that driver lineup, they've been immaculate, and the Vulcan Horse team have been immaculate. But now, tell you what, Dan Harper, he's putting the heat on them. Christian Cronjes is going to have to rely on every bit of experience he has around here, but Harper's on, he's on the charge, and that Rover BMW is a quick race car too. So this is what we come for. 7.5 hours to go, as Snowy says, but we can enjoy this.
Hello to Laura from Gateshead, new endurance recruit. Max fan. Hello to the Lando Norris fans. He said, we love that Hindy's mentioning the hate that some F1 fans have received from the endurance fan. And the other way, mate, because it's just not on. There's no need for it. Let's just celebrate something that is so unusual now, which is cross code and drivers jumping into other series around the world is very difficult because they're so specialised. I just don't need it. The sport doesn't need it. This event doesn't need it. So if all you want to do is come here and poke fun, please don't, is the answer to that. Good morning, Arjuna Kankapati. Moving into another half an hour of racing. The sun's fully up, and at the front of the field, you've got 13 seconds between Lucas Saar and Fabi Schiller, and Dan Harper is the man on the mission at the moment, trying to get back up to Christian Cronjes. Plenty to keep you going for the next couple of hours, Arjuna. Good morning.
Good morning, John. Especially intriguing coming after the moment down at Orenburg that Dan Harper was able to navigate quite well. That little bit of oil down at the track that saw one of the production car BMWs parked down at the gravel there. So great to see this fight for the podium still well and truly up for grabs. But Peter, a couple of hours for you and I to go and recharge our batteries. That gap between the windward ran Mercedes at the front of the field, it's almost as like they continue to go back and forth like boxers swinging at each other, holding steady around 11 seconds right now.
The gap is coming down. Fabian Schiller and the number 80 Ravenol car, the Windward AMG, he's on it, really trying to make the most of it. He's just taken a couple of seconds actually out of Lucas Saar through Sector 7. This race is far from over. This is often where the pin has been pulled from the grenade, and when it starts to fizz, ready to explode at some point, and this is the first part of it, the battle for the podium. You can't give the guys in this Aston Martin enough of credit. They have clearly not got the one-lap pace, but showing you that execution goes a long way. And Christian Cronjes is doing a superb job right now, keeping Dan Harper at bay. And you could actually say the same about that 99 Rover crew that Dan Harper drives with, that they've not had the ultimate pace, certainly of the Lamborghinis or the AMG, but they've kept the mistakes away. Speaking of AMGs, both the leading cars in for Windward, for Verstappen and for Ravenol. Lucas Saar hits his mark in the pit lane. No rush, of course, because you've got that 3 minute 17 second minimum pit time. Lucas Saar is going to stay on board by the looks of things, but we're going to see a change in the Ravenol car. This has been the order of things for several hours now. Fabian Schiller will get out, and you've got an embarrassment of riches in both of those cars in terms of drivers providing relief and a rest for the outgoing driver. In the number 80, you've got the choice of Maro Engel, Maxime Martin, Lucas Stoltz, all to get in there. I'm going to guess it was Lucas Stoltz, Arjuna, because he's a fairly lanky chap like you.
I'm just waiting to see the helmet and maybe a couple of the details there that can help us out. We were talking about this in the night hours. You want to try and have drivers all of similar statures, but in the nature of endurance racing, you're not always going to find 4 drivers of identical proportions. A couple of minor things that the Windward crew were attending to on the front of the Mercedes-AMG, lifted the bonnet and you saw the screwdrivers at play. I wonder if that was them just cleaning out the radiator. I did see through the night there was extra bits of tape being added, and that's what the Windward crew are doing to the number 3 Verstappen racing car. Don't need to have all the airflow in given the cool conditions that we have, so blocking off some of that radiator to help run the engine maybe at a slightly higher capacity. But one thing that I'm just thinking about, 7 hours to go, you know, these teams are now starting to strategize for their driver changes to the checkered flag. I look across at both Windward cards and I would say, Peter, and I don't think I'm going to get much argument from you here, I think Verstappen's the quickest this weekend amongst them all. And if I'm planning out for that number 3, I'm putting Max into the checkered flag in those last 2 hours.
I agree, because particularly the last few stints during the night, the lap times don't lie. When Verstappen went in, when he was in his second stint, Maxime Martin got in the car and he pulled 20 seconds out of him in 8 laps. That's the difference. He has been a revelation. It's the ultimate experiment, isn't it? Because this is a question that you can discuss and you could argue about, but most of the time you never really get the answer. You'd say, you know, if an F1 world champion came into the Nürburgring 24-hour as a rookie, how would they get on? And you'd get a variety of different opinions. But what is unfolding, this incredible debut from Max Verstappen, is proving actually that they are incredibly special, the drivers in the Formula One World Championship, but he, I think, is an even more special case. Problem for an Aston Martin, it's one of the SP10 cars, is ground to the halt at Ice Curve, just coming out of Brunchen. The car is pulled over at the left-hand side of the road. That will require intervention. No such problem for the SP9 Aston Martin, holding on to third place right now. Christian Cronjes in the 34 Vulcan horse car doing a superb job to keep Dan Harper at bay in that beautiful white and red ROWE BMW.
It's the 169 door Aston Martin that was pulled to a halt. Behind the wheel right now is Roland Waschkau. So hoping they'll be able to fire that car back up and continue rolling, not far away from the end of the lap, back towards the long 1.5 odd kilometer run. Still going to be interrupted though with the number 37 SP9 Aston Martin. Recovery work almost finished as this battle 1 lap later rages back for the third and final spot on the podium in SP9. I wonder now, if you are in the Dan Harper camp, how aggressive are you going to be, knowing that we've got a few of these slow zones, 2 around the track, 1 on the Dottinger, 1 at Brunchen, and plenty of traffic still that's interrupting these battles, Peter?
Yeah, that's true. Actually, the Aston Martin has got going at 169. Pirelli machine for Dur Motorsport is, no, it's not. It's just completely ground to a halt at Flansgarn. Also a puncture for the 961 Porsche Cayman. That is on the Grand Prix track, which does mean that they'll be able to loop back to the pits. That's the WNS Motorsport car. So lots of things happening, and the thing is, these things like punctures, Arjuna, there is no reason at all that they can happen to any car. Now, you know, the puncture gods do not care if you are an SP9 car or if you're a lower class car.
And we've had lots of cases with, you know, fluids on the track as well, and goes before the night, during the night, and after the night as well. It's been a difficult race for some in terms of the slick conditions that they have been encountering. There was a portion of the night where we went a solid, I think, 2 and a bit hours where slow zones were just rotating around the track as down to pit lane for the BMW, as we see, I think that is another 8-lap stint for the number 99, so I think that's right on cue.
Yep, it is indeed. Into the pits then, ROWE BMW, who won so emphatically last year after that battle with the Manti Grello car. Dan Harper looking like he's going to jump out. The white, blue and red helmet. He'll get out the way and swap over for Max Hesse, his long-standing teammate and flatmate, of course, just down the road. Of course, part of the BMW Junior setup, along with Neil Verhagen, and that program with that they put those 3 young men through an overall professional factory driver school, if you like, focused around racing right here at the Nürburgring. And it's given results here at the Nürburgring, but also all around the world. I think one of the most successful junior programs we've seen.
Helps if I unmute myself. Thought I would have learned that lesson at this point. But brake change for, or at least brake inspection there for the BMW. And I wonder if this is a second change of the brakes, Peter, because about 2/3 just after, I guess, the 66-70% portion of this race being complete, maybe this is just something to give them a bit more of a push to the end of the race. You were speculating that the number 3 Verstappen Mercedes did its brake change 2 hours later than the Ravenol Mercedes. They may have an advantage the later we go into the race as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very, very true indeed. Of course, the minimum pit regulations here at the Nürburgring 24-hour mean that on the very last pit stop, the further into the race that you pit, or the closer to the checkered flag that you pit, the shorter your minimum pit time will be, and we'll keep a close watch on that. I know that Johnny Palmer's got the sliding scale table at the ready to take you to the finish. Thumbs up from Max Hesse on board the number 99 ROWE BMW, ready to go.
And now just waiting. We've seen different teams with different methods, but for the most part, it's an iPhone and some sort of countdown timer that they're using to send the cars off, because such is the pit stop time. You can get your actual service done before you really need to release yourself. And what you will see as well, the pit time includes your transit through pit lane. You're not going to see the team necessarily have to wait all the way to 0. They will far off and away, and as long as they cross the pit exit line beyond that mandatory pit time, it can be 1/10, it can be a couple of seconds. You decide how much threshold you want to give yourself. That seemed pretty close, but the BMW crew probably had it sorted out, and the ROWE Racing BMW fires itself back onto track.
Looking like it's going to be a long shot for ROWE to defend their title this year. The number 1 car certainly will not, but with the sister car in the mix for a podium position, but it's going to take, you would imagine, a problem for both of the front-running Mercedes-AMGs, and right now they're looking so impervious to the pressure. It was Lucas Stoltz who got on board the number 80 Ravenol Windward AMG GT3. The gap at the last timing point, 13.2 seconds between those two leading Mercedes. And look at Engstler for the pole-sitting number 84 Red Bull team at Lamborghini is up into 4th place. Now, the pit cycle is still sort of filtering around, but they are looking very, very good. I mean, on track, there is no one to touch them really in terms of pace. On outright pace, it's Nicky Katzberg, the number 130 car, 809.5, getting closer to that lap record. 808 flat, the overall race lap record set by Daniel Kelvin in the Wochenspiegel Ferrari. I did notice a picture shared by RSL's very own Carla Velti with a picture of the Wochenspiegel special newspaper being delivered, the race day newspaper being delivered on this beautiful Sunday morning. I love picking up a copy of the Wochenspiegel at the Nürburgring 24-hour, although I need to practice my German for next year, Arjuna, so I can actually follow what they write in it.
Ah, okay, that would be a nice thing as well to have. But I love those. I love all the programs that get put together. And I did see a picture of, it might have been this year's program. It included some of the DNLS results and some of the storylines that were happening there. So great to see the virtual side of the Nürburgring competition represented there as well. I just wanted to highlight the DNLS for a second because we've talked about Max plenty and the attention that he's brought to this 24 hours of the Nürburgring, but he also brought plenty of attention to the DNLS when he ran a couple of races there a handful of years ago. And part of the attention that he brought, Peter, was actually for those that run in the DNLS, do a couple of races successfully, stay out of trouble, most importantly, with the race control team that they have there. That actually means you only have to do one RCN race to get your B permit, which may not seem like a big thing in the grand scheme of things, but that's basically cutting the process in half, recognizing the importance of esports and sim racing for drivers coming into the either NLS or the 24-hour race as well. So it's really cool to see the things that Max has done across of Nürburgring, both virtually and in the real world as well.
And I think that's a legacy that has far-reaching consequences, because there are tens of thousands of sim racers that race on the Nürburgring every single day. And isn't that a cool thing? And compete against others. And when you get to the top level of virtual motorsport in the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken series, which has, at the top category at least, a mandatory real-world driver that has to be in the team, that is a cool experience also. But, you know, if you're a sim racer and you're able to put together the package to go and do your Nürburgring permit for real and get involved and race in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, if you can do so with less races, if you like, that then makes it easier financially for you to make that step. So that gap is that link is so important. We talk about it regularly. Already the Dottinger Hole is completely cleared after that massive shunt for the Dumouriez Aston Martin, which appeared to have either a tyre failure or a suspension failure right in the middle of the Dottinger Hole at around 250 kilometers an hour. Already the recovery team have cleared everything up and the Dottinger Hole is clear. Into the pits comes the third place Aston Martin. So the Aston Martin with a lap better strategy effectively. Why is that? Well, because if everything remains the same between now and the last pit stop of the race, if the Aston Martin pits a lap later, they will have a shorter minimum pit time for that last pit stop. So they have actually got a little bit of time in hand here to that ROWE BMW. And
the way that the times work out, it's basically roughly I'm trying to be very vague here because it will really depend on how aggressively they are working through traffic. Code 60s will play its part as well. But roughly, for every minute you can extend at the end of the race, you reduce your maximum pit stop time, I should say, for the final trip down the lane by 3 minutes. So if you're able to extend a lap here, that's close to 24 seconds that you will gain on pit lane alone. And so then, as much as these two were neck and neck before the BMW came down to pit lane, it's now got to find about 25 seconds is what we're learning here, Peter, with 7 hours and 9 minutes left on the clock.
However, you could make an argument that the ROWE car is looking very, very pacey indeed, although they haven't been able to put that one lap together. On the fastest lap times, it's the 18th quickest car. 8:15 is its best. In fact, not even as quick as the BMW M3 Touring. In fact, the M3 Touring is the quickest BMW overall in terms of the best lap set. So it's they haven't quite had the same pace that they had last year, where they were really the dominant car, but that's just the way it goes sometimes. Speaking of fastest laps of the race, the leader in Cup 2, the number 900 Black Falcon car, they've just set the fastest lap of their race, an 8:30. That is a seriously quick lap in a Porsche Cup car. Nowhere near the aerodynamic performance of the SP9 cars. Although that said, I tell you what, Arjuna, when the new evolution of the Porsche 911 Cup comes, I would think that the lap records in that class will tumble very quickly indeed, because that new evolution that's been racing in a few different championships this year in America and in the Porsche Super Cup, that new generation of Porsche 911 Cup will extend that pace even further.
It's got all sorts of improvements, mainly at the front end, which really make the performance a lot closer to a regular GT3 car. And, you know, we've seen that in the 4 championships that it's running right now: Carrera Cup North America, Deutschland, and Asia, as well as, of course, the Porsche Mobile 1 Super Cup. It's going to be really exciting, but also very interesting to see how it compares to a GT3 car now, and how that maybe impacts the BOP. Out of pit lane, 1 lap undercut for the BMW, and Max Hesse straight on the attack. It's close to 2 seconds, maybe even 3 seconds, as the Aston Martin leaves pit lane and now begins the process of getting itself up to operating temperature once again and dialed back into the rhythm. Let's see how far Max Hesse can check out in this next phase of the race.
Well, it might prove academic, because the number 34 Volkenhorst Aston Martin is under investigation for overtaking under a yellow. It was when Dan Harper was right behind Christian Cronjes in the Aston Martin. They came up behind one of the dynamic Porsches, the 54 dynamic Porsche, and then yellow flag was being waved as they came around a right-hander, and hard just actually around Galgenkopf, which of course that whole area was under yellow flag. And yeah, that's pretty slam dunk to me, Arjuna, that our Aston Martin of Christian Cronjes has overtaken the dynamic Porsche under yellow flag. And as we've talked about many, many times, suction fractions are seriously punished here.
And I had actually caught a couple of occasions where I thought that car was pushing quite hard, but it's just, maybe his eyes were looking on the right side of the track, not to the left where that marshal post was. And it goes back to what will always be repeated at this track, which is that those safety processes are paramount, and therefore it's fairly cut and dry. It's all based on GPS positioning relative to where the yellow flags have been placed. And well, that's maybe the 24 seconds that the Rover BMW crew were going to be looking for, although our team down on race control, fortunately, not having to take away a Nordschleife permit like they've already done this weekend. If you are too fast through those zones, if you're a bit too egregious in your infraction, it's no issue for the organizers to say, come back and start from scratch and go through the permitting processes once again.
At the front of the field, the gap is piece by piece just starting to erode, with Lucas Stoltz being purposeful behind the wheel. That 8:14.6 last time by, 8:16.8 last time by for Lucas Auer in the lead of the race. So the gap is down to 11.8 seconds. We're on for a battle here. I think over the course of the next couple of hours, Arjuna, we are going to see those two windward cars back again together. And when they do, or if they do, come back together on track again, how is that handled? Can you, if that is the case, can you imagine the discussions behind the scenes between Verstappen Racing, between Windward and between Mercedes-AMG themselves at the corporate level? Wouldn't we love to have a fly on the wall in that room?
And the truth serum would come in handy, that's for sure. Well, Fabian Schiller about 15 minutes ago did say that everything's going to plan. In most cases, you know, you're only looking out for yourself, but it's cool to have two Mercedes at the front. They've decided quite early on not to get into the battles for position, and so it is frozen, much like you and I have seen over the night, much as the gap continues to go back and forth. The goal for Mercedes is to win here again after 10 years, and I think you talk about all of those potential conversations. That's going to be the key point, the key thing that the entire crew will be thinking about. And I think that includes the drivers as well, because the last thing that they would want to do, be pushing a bit too hard in that final hour, make, it's not even a mistake, slip on some oil that some other car has dropped in front of them at a place like Bravery at the Mut Curve with such high speed and high commitment, and things change so quickly, right? This is a race in which we're not going to be comfortable about who wins this race until they come out of the final corner and are running to the checkered flag.
A few thoughts from the pit lane. Kyle Tilley has just got out of the number 18 Lion Speed Porsche. He says, I love it. This place is so special, especially when you drive into the sunrise. This gives you a second air. It's my first 24 hours here, and everyone told me you can smell what the fans are sizzling. I've always said that this cannot be, but yes, you really can smell it when they fry the ham. I've never driven a 24-hour race before like this. It's an experience. Of course, Kyle Tilley, winner at the Rolex 24 in the LMP2 category, and it also competes regularly in the Michelin 24-hour series too, but clearly the experience of the Nürburgring really moving the owner of Era Motorsport. Also from Chris Lullum, Silly Lully as his teammates at Verstappen Racing like to call him, the sim racing team that is. He said it was nice to drive into the sunrise when it gets brighter and you can finally see something again. I can't say how it went for us because I haven't looked at the times yet. We're struggling with understeer. Outside it is now much quieter than at the beginning of the race. I think that many cars stopped or had an accident. And finally, Fabian Schiller, after jumping out of the Ravenol windward Mercedes-AMG, everything is going to plan. We have two Mercedes cars at the front. In most cases, you only look at yourself, but of course, that's cool. We decided early on not to fall into battles for position. Now, I think there is something. We decided early on not to fall into battles for position. We have now frozen it a bit so that we don't fight each other. The goal for Mercedes is to win here again after 10 years. I have to say, Arjuna, there is a lot of very telling comments in there. The last couple of sentences of that quote from Fabian Schiller, I think you can read quite a lot into that, I'm afraid.
Absolutely. As I just mentioned, that was a key thing that I think we'll be keeping our eyes on through to the end of this race. especially with no potential from forecasts that I've been keeping an eye out on for any chance of inclement weather. We've gotten through the night. There was a bit of chance of rain that we had been seeing for about 1 a.m., but we got through that safely. And now probably a nice 7-hour blast in, yes, cool German air, but cool German air will help these cars be pushed just that little bit more. The engines will like it, the tires will have maybe a bit more grip as well, and that includes in a wonderful BMW M3 Touring, which currently sits up there in the top 5 and is having a great run.
Fog is rolling around the area, as John Hindhoff mentioned, at the accommodation just about 20 minutes away. There was heavy fog there, but not on the track. We've managed to dodge it this year. It's always a threat here in the Eifel region, but this year we're getting on just fine, which is great. At the moment, Windward Racing 1-2, it's been quite a long time here since there's been a Team 1-2. In fact, you have to wind the clock all the way back to Manthey Porsche to 2008 when they finished 1-2. 2016, the last time Mercedes-AMG won this race, they were 1-2 there as well, but 2 different teams running those cars. At the moment, everything is pointing towards a Mercedes-AMG 1-2, but the question is, which of those 2 cars will it be? And we've, pondered the pace difference between the drivers in those cars, but I think overall, on balance, Arjuna, there is hardly anything to separate the 2 of them. And when you digest Fabian Schiller's comments in the pit lane a few moments ago, potentially there's a reason for that closeness.
Exactly. No, we'll wait to see at the end how aggressive they want to go. But I think it's not just the fact that this is 10 years on from that last victory here, but I think the other part of it, Peter, is this is now part of the Intercontinental GT Challenges working through traffic. The Rover Racing BMW through the Vidal chicane gets slightly pushed out wide. That's just the nature of racing sometimes. I don't think anyone put a foot wrong necessarily. It's cost Max Hesse some crucial track positioning right now. Drop back behind the dynamic GT Porsche, although very quickly the car that's a lap down drops himself back in. The Porsche Cayman a bit slow on the apex of the corner, and Max Hesse does a great job through the wet grass to hold on, Peter, and avoid spinning and getting that car bogged down.
It's so dirty offline at the Vidal chicane. Max Hesse had to just adjust his line late, and that put him onto the marbles, and there was no chance of holding it, and then bounds over the grass. The rear is coming around. He holds it well before he's even on the grass, then jumps over. Well, BMW have turned the M4 GT3 into a estate car. Well, maybe next up it's the BMW M4 WRC. We'll just turn it into a rally car. I don't think there's anything that they can't do, but Max Hesse was giving it its first test there. Luckily, without any further incident, but that's the last thing you need. This is with the weather that there's been at the early point in the race, the wet times through the qualifying sessions, and the high amount of attrition we've had, the track is incredibly dirty after just over 17 hours of racing. So, if you're Windward Mercedes with 2 cars leading the race, every single corner, every single 50-50 moment in traffic is a potential banana skin to take away a victory. So that the pressure on the drivers is massive to negotiate these situations and to get to the end of the race without any further incident, because if they can do that, they will be rewarded with that 1-2.
And Peter, I'll go back to what I was just saying about Intercontinental GT Challenge quickly before that BMW was pushed off the track. I think this race has taken on increased significance for the manufacturers, and that's also why the Mercedes 1-2 may not be tested too much, and that battle may not be too intense until the end of the race. Mercedes won at Bathurst, and so they take the championship lead into this round. Porsche second, BMW third, and Ferrari, by the way, all the way down in 8th position. It was not the easiest of runs at Bathurst. We've got the 24 hours of Spa coming up, trips to Suzuka and Indianapolis later on in the year as well. But for the manufacturers, that's a championship that they very much want to win. Mercedes, the last time that they came out on top was back in 2023 as well. So these are all different factors that are going through those conversations that you referenced slightly earlier, and I think what Fabian Schiller was alluding to on pit lane as well.
And don't underestimate the value corporately to each of the German brands when they walk into the boardroom on Monday morning. You can be sure that if there's a win, the sporting director or the motorsport director, if they're asked to report to the board, if you can walk in and say, we won the Nürburgring 24 at the weekend, the board will probably already known that because they'll see it on the television, but bringing that to the attention, it really means something. Corporately, the corporate pride of being able to say that you went to the Nürburgring and beat your domestic rivals. It is a very competitive car industry in Germany. Some great marks, you know, Mercedes-AMG, BMW, Porsche, etc., Audi, and so on. And if you can go there and grab a win, it really, really matters. Lucas Stolz now coming across a little bit of traffic, but traffic with a bit of a difference. The number 24 Lion Speed Porsche, which Lauren Heinrich put in a very quick lap behind the wheel a little while ago to be the quickest of the Porsches in the race, 8:12.5. That's still 3 seconds off the fastest Lamborghini. In fact, the two Lamborghinis really pace-wise have been in a different world. The fastest Lamborghini, 8:09.5 with Nicky Katzberg. The closest are the Ferrari, which is out the race, 8:12.5, and Lauren Heinrich in the Lion Speed Porsche, 8:12.5. The quickest of the Fords, 8:12.9. The quickest AMG, only an 8:13.4. So actually, on outright pace, the Lamborghini is 4 seconds a lap faster than the AMG, the two AMGs, which are out front right now.
I think there is also an element of how consistent these drivers are able to be. Now, Mirko Bortolotti, when he was in that number 84, I mean, rapid fire lap times that also coincided, it should be noted, Peter, with the lifting of quite a few slow zones and yellow flags that included a couple interspersed on the run out of Bergerac up towards the Muttkurve. So there were some lap times as slow as 8:50s on occasions just before Mirko jumped into the car, but he was flying. Nicky Katzberg has been flying as well. Not sure that the entirety of the lineup has had the same luck through traffic to put themselves in that position. I think obviously the fastest laps of the Mercedes reflecting the lack of effort that they've had to make through the morning, not needing through happy hour to really fight against the rest of their competition, because third on back is still very, very close at this point. Everyone else at the front of the field still watching kind of as the metronome ticks back and forth.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Arjuna. The consistency, metronomic, I would say, for the two AMG Mercedes. On outright pace, maybe they don't have the absolute rapid speed that the Lamborghinis clearly have. And, you know, you talk about those Monday morning board meetings, Lamborghini Squadra Corsa, they'll be scratching their heads going, oh, that was our chance. That was our chance to get a win, to replicate what Ferrari did a few years ago and beat the German brands. A few moments ago, Lucas Stolz working his way up Kesselchen, going past one of the American pickup truck recovery vehicles as Lauren Heinrich puts 2 wheels on the grass going up Kesselchen. That's full throttle all the way through there, and the grass will probably still be quite wet and it's cold. So Heinrich, a little moment there in traffic, but manages to hang on. She's coming now through Eschbach and Brunchen, and I think when we look back on Lauren Heinrich's career in, years and years from now, because he's got a long career ahead of him, I think that win that he had at Long Beach a couple of weeks ago in the JDC independent Porsche, not at Long Beach, excuse me, at Laguna Seca, beating all of the factory cars, that was his finest hour, and one of many to come, I'm sure.
It's only a 6-hour drive up the highway, so we'll forgive you for mixing up your Californian tracks, but it was one of, I think, the best. It was first one of the best races I can remember in IMSA history for quite a while. Just 2 hours and 40 minutes of back and forth and unpredictability across of 3 classes of competition. But then that fight at the end, Heinrich versus Bamber, the nickname that Lauren was given at the start of the year by Porsche Penske Motorsports was Bambi, and in our post-race coverage at Laguna Seca, we ended up dubbing Lauren, maybe quite fittingly, the Bamber Killer or something along those lines, and there was quite a lot of synchronicity there. I think Lauren is, at this point, whether you put him in a GT3 car or a prototype, one of the fastest that Porsche can offer to a factory team or to a customer team, as he has been kind of traveling the world for the last 12 to 24 months. It's quite surprising in some ways, Peter, to sit here and say that Line Speed GP and Lauren Heinrich are, if my timing is correct, 2 laps down from our Mercedes leading cars. It's just, again, goes back to that metronomic consistency when there's been other teams struggling. That includes Line Speed not having everything go their own way. The 2 race leaders have been able to pick themselves out of any spots of trouble.
I agree with you. I think Lauren, he is one of those guys that if you're a customer team, that's who you want to request, you could say. It's quite amazing, and I would think that he's going to be given the keys to the city in Savage, Minnesota, I think, where JDC Miller are based, because it will go down in legend after that performance at Laguna Seca. Unfortunately for the 169 Dur Aston Martin, the Pirelli branded machine, it's fairly undignified, parked up beside one of the many portaloos behind the barriers, which means that its day is over, unfortunately. What a pity. It must be agonizing. You get through the night, you beat all of that, you're nearly there, and then the car just grinds to a halt, nothing in your control, and that's it. It's endurance racing can be so cruel sometimes. Meanwhile, the number 99 BMW for ROWE Racing has a bit of company in the form of the Lion Speed Porsche. Jake Hill getting a little bit of a teach behind Dan Harper in the BMW, excuse me, Max Hesse in the ROWE BMW. In fact, almost going to make a move. Now, that's not for position, they are laps apart, but Jake Hill on his first Nürburgring 24 behind one of the top guys in Max Hesse.
That ROWE Racing lineup is stacked, by the way. It is really a top quality lineup of BMW talent, both slightly up and coming and established as well. Great opportunity for anyone to watch how one of those drivers works through traffic, works through the code 60 zones. And why do I say works through code 60 zones? Well, it's not just staying out of trouble, which one more driver has just had their permit revoked, by the way. That is the driver in the Gorian RT by Car Collection Porsche 911 SP9 Pro Am. Nathaniel Berthion becomes the 3rd driver, if memory serves, to find themselves out of this race. But Peter, you can gain time both into and out of code 60s. It's how aggressive can you be in slowing down and be right at that threshold, and then also leaving. How aggressive can you pick up the throttle and get back up to speed? And so those are all things that do very much differentiate the good from the great.
So true. Yeah, maximizing those in and out of code 60s is a key part. I would say one of the most distinct examples of that in the past was when the year that actually that Scherer Audi won it 2 years ago, 2024, where we had quite a lot of interruption, unfortunately, with weather. But Frank Stippler in the Scherer Audi was behind a slower class car, but in a code 120, I think it was, and the car in front was not doing 120, it was doing more like 100. But of course, because they're under that code 120, you cannot overtake. And Frank Stippler, even over the sound of the 5.2 litre V10 behind him, he is screaming at the car in front. Of course, they can't hear him, but it's I'm sure it's on YouTube. Just type that general thought into YouTube, and that is the perfect example of it not being maximized. So and how on the limit the top SP9 guards are. They cannot afford to be off the pace at any moment. We're a little bit overdue for a class update, so why don't we look at how things are looking right now in SP9 and overall. It's Lucas Auer for Windward Racing in that Mercedes-AMG GT3, the Verstappen number 3 car that leads by 13.9 seconds. In SPX and 4th overall, it's the BMW M4 GT3 Touring. Quite remarkable, based on the underpinnings of the BMW M4 GT3 and running at exactly the same weight and exactly the same turbo power. So before you say, it must be running way more power, it isn't. Mechanically underneath, it's the same. It's the body that makes the difference. Quite a job by not only the BMW M engineers, but the drivers and Yokohama, who provide the tyres for the car. Everyone in that operation has maximised every last detail, and you never ever know, they might just pinch a podium. That's on the cards with 6 hours and 43 minutes to go. Your leader in SP9 Pro-Am is the Black Falcon number 48 Porsche, which is driven by Dylan Pereira at the moment. Then in the Cup 2 category for Porsche Cup cars, it's the number 900 Black Falcon machine as the 84 Lamborghini, the rocket ship Lamborghini, has come into the pits for its next service. Driver staying on board at the moment. The leader in SP9 AM is Elliot Earhart for the Jutta Audi team car number 8 in 25th overall. Leader in Cup 3, the number 962. That is the W&S Motorsport Porsche Cayman. SP10 led by the Riller and Schnauk BMW M4 GT4 Evo, just ahead of the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport. Only half a minute between them at the moment, so it is close. 31 seconds at the moment, the gap in SP10. So that is game on, to say the very least. SP7 is led by Reiter Engineering and their number 91 Porsche 991 machine as the M3 Touring comes in for pit stop. Driver change going on. Ugo de Wilde getting out of that car. In SP4T, which was during the night a battle of the mechanics with the 2 leading cars in the garage, but it was the Subaru mechanics, the hard-working Japanese mechanics for STI, who have got that car back in the lead a few hours ago, and it is leading that class at the moment. In the BMW category, the car number 878 for SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, and a powerhouse of racing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. They lead that category at the moment. In the AT2 alternative fuels class, that's led by Ford Motors GmbH and their Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. In VT2 Heka for rear-wheel drive cars, that's Adrenaline Motorsport number 500. In V6, the Porsche Cayman S with a flat 6 engine in it, don't ask. Adrenaline Motorsport number 396 that lead that. Then, in the BMW 240i category, 3 cars all together on the overall timing. Kelvin Motorsports with 3 E's in the middle, number 669, they lead that class at the moment. In the TCR class, it's Hyundai Motorsport N, as they've done so many times at this race. They really have made it their own in TCR. Miguel Azcona leads the way there. In VT2 front-wheel drive, it's the Cupra Leon KL number 471, and in VT2 rear-wheel drive, it's the Toyota Supra of Ravenol, Japan. In V5, it's the Porsche Cayman of Adrenaline Motorsport that leads in that class, and SP3T, it's the Audi TTS, car 317. In SP Pro, it's the Manthey Racing Porsche 992 machine, 911 GT3 Cup in the pits at the moment, but leading in that category. Still, BMW 325i number 100 leads the way in that aforementioned class. 81 at the moment, Patrick Heusmann, Max Kreuzer Racing is at the front of that one. SP4 is led by the 152 BMW 325ci. SP8T at the moment is led by Dürr Motorsport with their McLaren Artura Trophy, car number 59. SP2T is led by the Opel Corsa GS line. Now, important thing here is that car has Volker Streichek in the driver lineup, and if that car makes it to the finish in the lead of the class, Volker Streichek will equal the record for the most class wins in history at this prestigious event. 16 class wins if that little Opel Corsa can make it to the end. Any more classes to go? One more, SP3T, BMW 318 Ti of E36 generation leads in the SP3 category. That is your class rundown. It's not just a book of stories, it's an entire library, this race, and that is why we love it. 159 cars started the race, many more still forging on, but it's Lucas Auer and Winward Racing who lead by 11.2 seconds.
And one of the many stories diving down, you mentioned Volker Streichek. Well, he's not just in with a chance of tying that record, but he's also got the great chance, Peter, of racing one of the 2 BMW Z4s that's in the field. He's part of the WIS racing team powered by Koopman Racing number 40 as well. So pulling double duty, which there are a handful of drivers that have that opportunity, including someone else very lucky, Adam Adelson, who's lining up not just in one of our HWA Evos in the SPX class. No, he gets the drive in 2 of those great cars.
Adam Adelson, a proper racer's racer. He's he joined the Wright Motorsport team a few years ago and loved racing with them so much that he bought the team and continues to race in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship with the team, and yeah, looking to take on the Nürburgring 24. And I mean, could you do it in a much cooler car than that? I don't think so. Into the pits, the number 24 Lion Speed Porsche, after a fairly hair-raising moment for Lauren Heinrich, 2 wheels on the grass going up Kesselchen. All looking fairly standard pit service there. Car controller makes the universal spinning of the hand to say fire her up, get that 4.2 litre flat 6 ready to go. The turbocharged cars are allowed to leave their engine on during the pit stop if they wish. The naturally aspirated cars are not. They have to shut it off in the pits, and it fires up no problem at all. Ricardo Feller taking that car over. Ricardo, who won the race here a couple of years ago in an Audi.
What a lineup. Lauren Heinrich hands over to Ricardo Feller. Lawrence Vantor, the 3rd member of the band, as it were. One of a handful of 3 driver lineups for this race. Most of our teams do end up with the 4 driver lineup, and yeah, it was just coming up out of Bergwerk. They'd passed one of the safety vehicles. Lauren had gone to the right side of the track, brings some of the grass and the dirt back on with him as they pass a silver and orange Audi TCR, but navigated through relatively safely, and light on fuel, maybe that helps him to avoid losing too much traction from sliding off the surface of the track itself.
Few thoughts from the pit lane. Really interesting feedback from Marco Seyfried, who's driving in the number 30 Hankook competition car. Now, during the night, we spotted during one of their pit stops them taking a treaded tyre off the car in fully dry conditions and then putting slicks on. This comment from Marco maybe sheds a little bit of light on that. He said, I have to say I'm kind of lucky. I was allowed to take the start, I was allowed to go into the sunset, I was allowed into the sunrise. I think the main thing for our project is the amount of tyres that we will help to progress here. And we've now also tried out a few things in the race that we might not necessarily do now if it was purely about performance. The cold still caused us problems. We also have to do our homework. Nevertheless, we have slowly established ourselves here in the field. We make up positions from time to time, and maybe we'll manage to appear on the first screen in the end. Once I drove through an extreme cloud of smoke and thought, what's going on here again? But then I could tell from the smell that there was a hearty breakfast somewhere in the corner. Love it.
Amazing. And not the first driver, by the way, that has mentioned that you can sniff the food being cooked up by the fans. It was Carl Tilley that had mentioned that he was smelling some of the sausages wafting, the aroma wafting out from the various spectator areas. He got very lucky. Drives the start, drives into sunset and sunrise. I mean, the only other thing basically missing is to drive at the finish of the race as well, but sounds like a slightly different race. That's, of course, the Hankook competition car, and, you know, this being one of the few, and maybe the last major series in which there's open tire regulations, I'm trying to understand what benefit you would really get from testing an intermediate or even a wet tire. Whatever it was, it had grooves, that's for sure, but what you benefit from testing that on a GT3 car around the Nordschleife, but I'm sure there's plenty of data that they've been able to pick out from it, and well, I'm going to have to go and do some searching on that after this race, because now the curious side of me has been tickled.
Well, think about it. You know, how many times do we see here at the Nürburgring 24-hour where there's maybe been rain and it's drying up, or it's going from dry to wet, and sometimes you're not on the perfect tyre. And in fact, very often you're not on the perfect tyre, and you have to compromise in certain parts. I mean, the 34 Volkenhorst Aston Martin got caught on pure slicks in the wet and had to tiptoe back. We've seen that several times over the years here, and it's brilliant data to know of how effectively the wrong tyre behaves in that situation and how resilient it is. And because Hankook, for them, they want to be supplying more teams with their tyres for NLS races or indeed for the Nürburgring 24. So if that is the case, they have to advise their teams. If their teams are saying, what do you think? Can I put that tyre on? And they'll go, yes, we ran that tyre for 2 hours in the night at the 2026 Nürburgring 24-hour. Track temperature was this, ambient temperature was that, and therefore we advise yes or no. And that's exactly where the value is. And that's where, if you like, the really established brands have that edge of experience of what a certain tyre is going to do in a certain situation, and it's only really time on track, and there's testing and there's race, mileage, and race mileage I think has got to be worth double what test mileage is.
That makes sense, and I guess that's also especially true for, we were talking earlier about how significant this race is for the German manufacturers. There's bragging rights on the line for them, but they've got effectively year-round access. I'm not going to say unfettered access, but the ability to come and test here whenever their schedule permits. For manufacturers like Subaru, currently leading in the SP4T class, slightly less opportunities unless you base a program potentially in Europe. But remember at one point, Peter, that this Subaru Technica International crew was mixing it up with Max Krusser Racing, mostly in the pit lane when the crews were working on the WRX, on the VW Golf GTI. Well, at one point, there was a 3-lap separation between first and second in this class. As we run now, there is a 14-lap separation, and it once again goes to show something that we had said just before our last stint in the booth had come to an end, which is the key to this race in this last third, effectively, once you've gotten through the night, is minimize your time on pit lane, because that's where you're going to really hurt the most.
The mechanics from Subaru Technica International who've all come over from Japan, whatever issue they had, they got it fixed quick. And the braking system issue for the Max Kruse car cost them more time, and the Subaru team are being rewarded with it right now. That Subaru Impreza STI. Now, a lap or two ago, Max Hesse got it a little bit out of shape coming through the quick Vidal chicane, going towards the end of the lap, of the Grand Prix lap, before turning onto the Nordschleife, and ended up bounding over the grass. Now, I have a worry, Arjuna, that that may be causing more of a problem than we maybe initially thought, because Max Hesse has lost 14 seconds to Christian Cronjes in Volkenhorst Aston Martin, which I wouldn't have expected a gap that much to have extended so quickly. So perhaps something more might be afoot. Perhaps that ROWE BMW is a bit compromised now.
Have to wait and see. There is a slow zone on the track, so there is the potential that maybe it just caught one of those two, but you're right, sector times as well. Last sector time that we got was sector 5, and it was a gain for the Aston Martin, which actually set its one of its faster sectors there as well, so things are looking good. Another update from pit lane. This is not just an opportunity for the tire manufacturers, Peter, to test some new things, but we have a pair of Hyundais entered with effectively future powertrain that's going to power the next TCR Elantras, it sounds like. The 303 is still in pit lane, but the SP4T class runner, they had a drive shaft issue during the race itself. So you go back to, you know, great data for the manufacturers. Well, Hyundai's now going to be able to say, right, let's go diagnose the issue, figure out why it happened on a track like the Nordschleife, make sure it doesn't happen when it rolls out across all of the TCR cars that run around the world.
That was, yeah, during the night with Mark Wallenwein on board, the former German rally champion, and Mark is competing in a Porsche 992 RGT, Rally GT car in the German Championship this year. I get a chance to have a good chat with him at the stop lines in the World Rally Championship, where he works as a tyre engineer for Hankook, and he was telling me some pretty cool things about that car, how it's got a much shorter ratio gearbox than the regular Cup car. So a Cup, you know, regular Porsche Cup car is not slow. Imagine with a much shorter gearbox what the acceleration is like.
Probably, I'm assuming it then also has a detriment on the top speed, which around the Nordschleife may not necessarily be preferred, but there's plenty of tracks that I'm thinking about where that would be the absolute perfect combination you would want.
Yeah, it's well, I think it can still do 200 kph, which is faster than a WRC car, and that's. But then probably the top speed of a 992 Cup is 280 kph. So it's the acceleration is massive. It's getting the power down on that car. It could be the problem. So, but plenty of Porsche Cup cars in this category, in this race, excuse me, as always, as there has been for so many generations here at the Nürburgring 24 Hour. There's a whole class for them, which right now is led by Black Falcon and Team Liquimolly in second with their 902 car, and then Nick Saluski for Milner Motorsport is on the podium at the moment, third place in the number 918 machine. And that car actually coming into the pit lane now to get some service from the Milner crew. Busy event for them, Martina, with several Porsche Cup cars, but also having the 992 GT3R that they're running as well.
I think there's 4 Milner entries across SP9, Cup 2, and even a Cup 3 entry as well. So probably a busy garage space for them. And a couple of things just to highlight if you're just joining us for the first time. Minimum pit stop times that all these teams have got to adhere to, so you can see the driver change a little bit slower, a bit more communication going on. They're also refueling from just effectively the pumps like you would pull up to refill your regular car. These aren't the high pressure fuel systems that you'll see often in other endurance racing. It's a bit more stripped back and a bit more laid back, although even in pit lane it seems as though some can't avoid taking a look at Max Verstappen, who is watching on and I think getting ready to jump into the car whenever Lucas Auer is done with his next double stint.
Waiting impatiently, I would say, slightly expectant and probably getting more nervous by the hour. Max Verstappen, he's achieved an enormous amount in his career. Of course, 4 world titles, 71 Grand Prix wins, 58 pole positions, 145 podiums. But where would this victory rank in his list of achievements? And this has been a lot more than just, you know, a weekend of fun for Max Verstappen. There's been a lot of preparation that's gone into this, the whole license process, getting everything right, and done a lot of he's had a lot of seat time in various brands of car, even to just get the right package and the right deal together to take on this event. There's been a lot that's gone into it, and Lucas Auer right now leading the way from the sister Windward Run car, the Ravenol car. It's now 11 seconds the gap between them. Last time by an 8 minute 17.3 for Lucas Auer, 8:16.7 for Lucas Stoltz. So just 0.6 of a second taken through. And as I say that, 6th place, Neil Verhagen in the BMW M3 Touring has put in the best lap of the race for that car, an 8:13.7. Let that settle in. 8:13.7. That is, at this moment in time, is the 11th quickest lap of the race, full stop.
It's rapid. The Lamborghini's also been setting some quick lap times as of late. 8:10.5 from Patrick Niederhauser, so within half a second of the car's fastest lap today. The walking horse Aston Martin, Christian Krognes, has done an 8:12.753, so there's plenty of time to be found. Our race-leading pair still, though, punching in 8:16s and 8:17s, so not taking too many risks, keeping themselves out of danger. And I guess one thing that you don't really have an opportunity to clear up, because there is no full course cautions at a track like this, Peter, is offline. I can only imagine that the rubber, the debris that gets dragged back onto the track when there are covered cars maybe circulating back around, I can imagine that must not get cleaned up. So going offline here, especially the later we get into this race, it must get increasingly precarious for some of these cars to decide when to make their moves.
Well, it's caught several drivers out getting onto that dirty part of offline. It's many drivers have come a cropper. We talked about Max Hesse in that Rover car. He's lost further time. He's now 18 seconds behind the Volkenhorst Aston Martin. Last lap by 4.2 seconds lost to Cronjes, who's actually set the car's best lap of the race. So Aston Martin starting to hold a firmer grip on that podium position. We talked about the Müllner number 918 Porsche Cup car a few moments ago. Nick Saluski brought that car in third in category. That is the car that Michelle Gatting is racing in. She got a very last-minute deal to be part of that crew. Michelle, experienced racer, part of the Iron Dames program for many years, which, of course, Iron Dames entered their own car for several years in the European Le Mans Series and World Endurance Championship as well, and in IMSA. That the program strategy is pivoted slightly, or quite a bit, you could say, where they are now backing drivers individually and placing them into teams. And Michelle is a seriously quick operator and has jumped into this chance with both hands and having to take every opportunity she can get. And this is, I mean, a great team, good car, but a car she'd never driven before at this track.
And what a challenge to be thrown into with the late notice deal, as you had mentioned. They're third in the Cup 2 class right now, taking the fight to the Black Falcon pair, running 1 and 2, so on for a very good effort as things stand right now. Go back, by the way, to what we were discussing just before, Peter, but yeah, the 8:12.753 from Christian Krognes that I called out, that's where I think the gap between the Aston Martin and the Rover Racing BMW has really grown from. I don't think that Max Hesser's really taken on any damage from sliding wide at the Vidal chicane. Instead, that Aston Martin setting its afterburners to maximum, and I think we're really seeing the maximum speed now of that car, with several other Aston Martin SB9s watching on from the sidelines. Been a difficult day for the manufacturer.
Yeah, they've not really had the pace. I mean, coming out of the qualifying race weekends, the ideal lap time, by far the quickest machine coming out of that event was the number 3 Verstappen AMG. Their best lap time, or ideal lap time, if you put all their best sectors over the whole weekend together, they could do an 8:07.4. That was the absolute ultimate pace of the car. The Aston Martin was not even within 4 seconds of that. So they were not necessarily on the pace. You know, it's been a relatively quiet race week, but you've mentioned a few times, Arjuna, consistency of lap times, and it's such an important aspect. You know, the AMGs, the 2 leading cars in this race, they are not the fastest on outright one-lap pace either, but you're so right, it's the consistency and the lack of mistakes that has kept them in the mix, and the reliability of these cars as well. The Mercedes-AMG is a package that's so well known. You think of the millions of collective kilometers that these cars have over the course of the years and all the different customer hands they're in. Lucas Sauer leading the race right now by 9.1 seconds and is going to be handing over fairly shortly to Max Verstappen, who's putting on his balaclava, helmet in hands, being prepared with the colours of the Netherlands on the helmet. There's a huge, huge following for him in his home country, and is a big, big sporting star in the Netherlands. A lot of support for him. In fact, I've had a lot of my friends from the Netherlands have met from my whiskey days, as I call them, when I used to work in the whiskey industry. They've all messaged me saying how much they're enjoying watching Max Verstappen. He's getting helmeted up now, ready to jump in and take over from Lucas Auer. And we talked about his pace during the night, Arjuna. If he can bring that same pace out during the day, they could strengthen their grip on this race.
Absolutely, and I would wager that coming in with 6 hours to go means that he won't actually finish this race off. He'll do a double stint, and that will be it for Max. But we'll see how things progress from there. They've avoided penalty. Came a cropper in the NLS race that Max did earlier this year, the first of the NLS races that he did. Crossed the line in first, got the win taken away after one set of tyres used beyond the allocation, but that's a black and white set of rules. The Aston Martin, a couple of hours ago, it got a penalty for, I think it was code 60 speeding, and it was 50 odd seconds that Nicky Team ended up losing there. So, you know, those are all things that add up over the course of this race. And, you know, Max is striding out there with confidence right now. I'm feeling pretty confident in saying Lucas Sauer is going to exit stage right and descend down to pit lane on the end of the 113th lap of this ADAC Ravenol 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
And quite a bit of time actually on that last lap. Going through sector 7, it was nearly 4 seconds went away, so the gap has actually come down quite a bit. At the last timing point, it was 5.1 seconds, so a little bit. Now, that could be all manner of things, although the track has been green, so maybe something afoot there during sector 7 coming around. That's basically from Klostertal round to Galgenkopf. Lucas Sauer will hand over to Max Verstappen, who's got his seat insert in hand, ready to chuck that in and climb aboard the number 3 Red Bull back Verstappen Racing Mercedes-AMG, run by Windward, running both of the leading cars. And we have a new fastest lap of the race. Patrick Niederhauser has just set, get this, an 8-minute 8.758 in that number 84 Team App Lamborghini. Quite remarkable. That's only 0.7 of a second off the race lap record. Are we, Arjuna Kankapadi, going to see that lap record, which someone said on these very airwaves, oh, that lap record from 2023, that's going to stay for years to come? I think it might have been me.
I was wondering, because I had this feeling when the Lamborghini Red Bull number 84 shaved a second that there was time to be found on track. Now, another 0.7, it's going to require the perfect lap. And the perfect lap here doesn't mean hitting every apex. It means catching traffic at the right time, getting a draft instead of being checked up into some of the important exits. But there is a potential. I think there's no question of that, Peter. There are a couple of cars that are not in contention for the win today. It's not to say they may not be the actual fastest cars over one lap. Keep an eye on the Lamborghini. Keep an eye as well. I think there is a bit more speed to be found in the second of the Lamborghinis, a bit further down the running order, which is 13th, Marco Mappelli at the wheel of the 130 right now.
Well, you could, I guess, if you're out of the running for a good overall result, which you're right, the 130 Lamborghini for Team Apt isn't, you could make a point where to put a slightly more aggressive tyre on and go for a run and try and get that lap record. That's a storyline. That's something to take home from the event. But for the number 84 that's just set that fastest lap of the race of Patrick Niederhauser, for them it's about getting on that podium, and they are getting closer and closer with every hour that passes, and all the pace that they're putting in. That's the kind of, should we say, the simultaneous story to the battle between the two AMG Mercedes at the front of the field. Max Verstappen on the move then in that number 3 Verstappen racing car. Lucas Stolt brought the number 80 Ravenol car in. We'll see who took that one out. Verstappen on to the track then in the lead of the motor race with just over 6 hours to go. Likely in for a double stint. May not get back in the car, but I just wonder if, depending how this double stint goes, that might be revised. Let's see. Lucas Stoltz does stay on board the Ravenol number 80 Windward Mercedes. A yellow flag being shown at the Ravenol corner. Marshall's post number 33. But will Max Verstappen be able to replicate the pace that he had during the night? Because it was without match. Maybe you could say Maranello was the only guy who could lay a glove on Max Verstappen at the front of the field during the nighttime hours.
We'll wait to see how he beds himself in. The closest these two have been in several hours as well. Gap coming down quite drastically on the in-lap into pit lane. But I do think it's probably fairly simple here for that number 3. Verstappen will do his double stint. So about 2 hours from now, we'll likely see Jules Gounon, I think, get in, and then likely Daniel Juncadella jumping in for the final 2 hours. My gut tells me he took the start. He'll likely take the end as well. As onto the Nordschleife, Max hooks the left down in towards the Hatzenbach, and he already, first sector, has pulled a couple of tenths over Lucas Stoltz. He was straight on the attack when we saw him get in during the night as well, Peter, and straight away trying to pick his way through the traffic. The Hatzenbach is very much a single line part of the track, but uses the curbs to help rotate the car as well. Doesn't want to lose too much time as he drops down in through Kurbacke-Hohe, running up towards Flugplatz. That's a nice sequence to open up the run on the Nordschleife.
He's very instinctive through traffic, is Max Verstappen, able to make quick changes on the fly and able to just adapt to each situation so well. He's coming down towards Schwedenkreuz right now on the headlight flasher. We've sort of joked a little bit about the use of the headlight flasher. He's definitely, if there was a table for most headlight flashes, he would be at the top of it right now, but it's working for him right now. I hate to say it, Arjuna, am I seeing little spits of rain on the camera lens near Schwedenkreuz, or no, there's definitely spits of rain on the camera lens coming through Adenauer Forest as well. So is the 2026 Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring about to be blown apart with 6 hours and 8 minutes to go? There are definitely small rain spots on the windscreen, and of course both of the windward AMG Mercedes have just pitted and of course fitting dry tyres. Now if it's just spots in one part of the circuit, it's nothing really to worry about, but if those bits of rain turn into something more than that, well, this story could have another twist in the tail.
They've got a big enough advantage though. Remember, it's about 5-6 minutes. That worst case scenario, if it requires an additional trip down pit lane for them relative to the cars tucked in behind, still got enough time to work in and out, but would not be ideal. Quick look at the radar. It's, if we're going to see much more rain, it should be isolated and small spots. Now that radar look that the teams seem to have compared to my own mobile phone radar shows a much larger cell, so there is the prospect here for a decent amount of moisture to build, and therefore the Aston Martin and the BMW, who have come into pit lane from 3rd and 4th positions on the same lap. That's important, Peter, because remember last time there was a 1-lap offset between them in their fight for the podium spots. Looks like regular slicks going on to the BMW at the very least.
Well, it's a difficult decision to make, really. Right now there's a cell of weather that is, right now it's 8:50 local time. It looks like it's going to pass through basically over the next hour. It's coming from the west and yeah, looking to kind of peak kind of around now. So I think that the problem is, though, it's even if it did start to rain, it's nowhere near what would justify a wet tire. If you were maybe further down the order, you could perhaps roll the dice, maybe put a cut slick on, possibly. That is possible here. You are allowed to actually cut a pattern into a slick tyre. Now, unlike the days where you could, you know, get a tyre cutting knife out and do it yourself, that's not allowed. It has to be a pattern approved by a tyre manufacturer and applied by the tyre manufacturer. But that is an option, the cut slick. They've been used before at the start of the race. Then you have the drying wet that some of the manufacturers have. So right now it's got to be slicks, but the weather in the Eifel, it can change so quickly.
And that's all those options. That's where the team working with the manufacturer becomes so important, because the difference between a cut slick and a drying wet, they'll both have grooves, but they'll be probably different in shape and size, potentially, how much water they'll actually move. I say move, that's the wrong way to describe it, but help disperse as it runs through the tarmac. And maybe the compound is slightly different as well, so they'll heat up slightly differently and retain the moisture as well. So all sorts of different things that the manufacturers, the tire manufacturers that is, can really optimize in the changing conditions. But around such a long lap, there's quite a few things to optimize, and it does seem to be just the opening parts of the Nordschleife where those dots of rain continue to persist. Quick word from Maro Engel, Peter, from the pit lane. So far, it's been a very good race for us. Starting from 25th place, we were able to catch up with the leading group relatively quickly, and of course benefited from the unfortunate retirements of our competitors. Now, Maro had an incident in top qualifying on Friday. Always better to get that out of your system before the race actually gets underway.
True, yeah, better to have it in the race. Coming into Schwedenkreuz, the number 85 Lamborghini coming into that area with those little spots of rain on the camera lenses at the side. It's just spitting with rain, spots of rain, which almost motorcyclists will know this one. The mental rain appears to be little spits and spots coming through Foxhole, which is quite rapid through there, going through the Foxhole, 275 kilometers an hour in a SP9 car. Not really where you want to be on slick tires and see spots of rain. The windscreen wiper is on at the front of the BMW M3 Touring of Neil Verhagen, and rain definitely starting to move on the windscreen of that car through the Foxhole, where you would normally be absolutely flat, 275 kph, and then up the hill towards Adner Forts. That appears to be where the biggest risk is, but the BMW M3 Touring of Neil Verhagen able to negotiate that area on slick tires without too much of a problem. Now, when we got a little bit of light rain starting to appear, which car forged forward at that point, Arjuna? It was the M3 Touring.
And I was just thinking, a little bit more weight potentially to be evenly sprung around all four corners of the car. It could be a rather potent machine in these sort of conditions. The rain will continue to move, and at least for the time being, the drops on the windshield wiper are being moved around by the force of the air down in towards Wurseifen, but not adding too much at this part of the track. But it's not quite wet enough, I would say, to be thinking about needing a different compound of tire just yet. But it's continuing to sprinkle down as he climbs up out of Exmüller towards the Lauda Links and through towards Bergwerk. I can only imagine what now the drivers are trying to ask of the team on the radio, because they're probably trying to now anticipate, Peter, what's going to happen once they make their way up out of this corner, climb, power down up towards the Muttkurve, a fast left-handed sweeper. You prefer to know if there's lots of rain or moisture around that part of the track before you get there.
Yeah, you definitely would. It's now just starting to look really slick and greasy, so another thing for the drivers to contend with. On that discussion of tyres, I had a great chat with Maro Engel a couple of years ago, and I asked him about the cut slick, and he said, we were in the pit lane, and he said, come with me, I'll show you something. And we went through the garage and out to the back, the tyre tents, and he showed me, he says, here they are, and it was the Michelin slick with the cut in it. And I said, and it looked like a very shallow cut and not that many grooves either. And I said, does that actually clear any water? He says, no, it's not supposed to. He said, if you want to clear water, you go in the drying wet or the full wet. But he said, what it is potentially good for is if you've got damp patches, it just retains that little bit more temperature. So if you're on a slick and you go through a couple of damp patches, the tyre temperature dramatically drops for that maybe short period of time, but it drops nonetheless. Whereas the cut slick actually maintains the temperature a little bit. So if it were to get worse, you could potentially run the rest. Now, whether it's the right tyre or not, it's hard to say. I mean, right now, the Grand Prix track's completely dry. The sector times are looking good there. In fact, get this, right? Sector 1, Sector 2 on the Grand Prix track. Max Verstappen, Sector 1, 0.3 of a second alone out of Lucas Stoltz. Sector 2, another 0.3 of a second. So on the 2 minutes or so of the Grand Prix track, he's taken 0.6 of a second. That is bolt-on lap time. But let's catch up with how things have gone so far in this one. The race began in overcast conditions with the two Lamborghinis leading the way into this 24-hour classic, and the two Red Bull back cars, the tiniest, most minute of contact between Danny Hurkadea and the Mercedes and the number 84 Lamborghini was enough just to cut the sidewall of the rear left-hand Michelin, and a puncture causing a delay for the Red Bull app Lamborghini. There was also problems for the ROWE BMW of Dan Harper, who got punted from the back by the 48 Black Falcon Porsche, spinning around and lucky not to be collected. In the early laps, the SP9s, as they often do, charging through the slower classes at breakneck speed and causing some hair-raising moments. Early on in the piece, Conrad Lamborghini, particularly with Maxi Paul at the wheel, doing some giant killing, taking on many of the top running cars. But one of the most dramatic moments early on was when Max Verstappen in the windward Mercedes, going over the crest through the Belle Veste, the front of the car lifted off, very, very nearly got fully airborne, nearly missed the barrier and somehow survived it. Unfortunately not so for the number 75 Audi R8, going off at Schwedenkreuz super fast through there, and the car too badly damaged to continue. Likewise for the Ferrari number 45, I realise Kondo Racing, a very fast race car they brought into today, but unfortunately all for nothing. A tangle with a Porsche came in going through the Hatsan back and into the barriers, and one very, very second-hand looking Ferrari. Thankfully, driver okay. And one of the potential contenders for the race win, the Scherer Sport Audi of Alexander Sims, running into the back of another car under code 60, and that was the end of their challenge for the win. But who's the bigger hero of the day? Is it four-time world champion Max Verstappen, or is it the BMW M3 Touring, which sits in 4th overall right now? Take your pick. That's been the order of the day. That's what the 2026 Nürburgring 24-hour will be remembered for, when the four-time world champion of the Formula One world title came through, and a BMW estate car. It might also be remembered for poor old Manthey Racing, an oil spill at Brünchen, causing Kevin Estre, one of the best drivers of his generation, to have absolutely no hope of saving that car, backwards into the barrier. And it's another year of pain for the rapid Frenchman from Lyon. But he wasn't alone. Unfortunately, Arjun Maini, a serious competitor, also ending up in the wall as well. His HRT Ford Mustang destroyed. But a heroic run from the BMW M3 Touring, particularly in the hands of Connor De Phillippi, who, when things got wet, he got his sleeves rolled up and went past the Verstappen Racing Mercedes at high speed, heading down towards Schwedenkreuz, making that move stick and putting on a show for the fans. Aston Martin, particularly the number 34 Volkenhorst car, they've kept out of trouble and running up on the podium. Raffaele Marciello, though, finding trouble, hitting the back of one of the BMW Z4s, as did Maurice Schuring in the Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Both of those cars out of the race after those respective incidents. Traffic always a problem here at the Nordschleife, and it was a big problem for Alessio Piccarello, who misjudged that traffic and clattered into the barriers at over 230 kilometres an hour, thankfully getting out of that Dunlop Porsche without injury. But as we came into daylight, another spill at Arenberg of some sort of fluid caught out several drivers, including one of the Porsche Caymans, a BMW SP10 car, and the number 80 second-placed Mercedes, which just made its way through from that incident. One of the BMW M2s ending up, and also the M3 Touring battering through the gravel and somehow keeping the momentum up to not get stuck. A close shave there. But it's been metronomic from the Mercedes, and it's Max Verstappen who leads the way by 12.1 seconds with 5 hours and 54 minutes to go. Drama on the Dottinger Hoe a couple of hours ago as well for Aston Martin. Team Dumoulin, a tyre or suspension failure causing a big incident for that car and requiring quite significant clean-up. Certainly not clean at the chicane on the Grand Prix track, the Vidal chicane, with the ROWE BMW of Max Hesse having to bound over the grass. But no such issue for Max Verstappen, who climbed aboard his number 3 Mercedes-AMG GT3 in the lead, a lead he holds by 13 seconds. And drama here for the third-placed car, or previously third-placed car, Volkenhorst Motorsport, Arjuna, a 32-second time penalty.
This was for passing under yellow. I'm not 100% sure, though, Peter, if this was what you and I had spotted earlier in the fight with the ROWE Racing BMW, running down the right-hander at Galgenkopf, sweeping down towards the Dottinger and just maybe not seeing the yellow flag from the marshal post on the left-hand side. Now, that is going to be a costly change, although it doesn't seem to have been served in the most recent sequence of pit stops, because that Aston Martin has done a driver change and still finds itself in front. Big trouble for one of the Porsche Caymans, which has broken the left front. It's pointed to the right of the car, and it's costing one of the BMWs, the Dacia Logan as well, significant amounts of time. The benefit here, though, Peter, is it's not dropping any fluids on the track at the very least. All it's doing is creating, I'm sure, an awful amount of smell.
Oh, and a bad smell, I'm sure, on board the number 420 Porsche that's gone off the road in the SP7 category, has managed to get back going again, thankfully. The 420 car at the moment, that Porsche, is just around Wipperman. Oh, that's not a slow place to go off the road. But the other Porsche that you just mentioned, Arjuna, that front left, Tommy Grayberg bringing back that Cup 3 machine, he's going, I would suggest, quite quickly for that amount of damage. He's maybe not quite aware just how much damage there is at the front left of that car. He is keeping it going right now, but at the speed he's going, that could get out of control quite quickly. So there's always drama going on, and I would agree with you, coming back to the Aston Martin and their 32-second penalty, that's taken quite a while for that to filter its way through, and I would suspect that is for that fairly slam dunk penalty from Galgenkopf. The weather coming down as Max Verstappen gets, oh my word, in one of the wettest parts of the track, gets held up behind the RPM Krone Racing machine at the moment. That car, let's see who's at the wheel of that right now. That Porsche Cup car just not quite reacting how he expected, and these are the things that can go wrong. The race is never ever done here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
That's a scary place to have that sort of closing speeds as well, but Max able to pick his way through. Jinx to the left as they got to the compression. Stefan Kiefer spins the Santa Royale Racing Team Cup 2 Pro entry around, and that's now, I think, also stalled down at that first corner, and so he fires it back up. Got to be careful of the oncoming traffic. That will see some yellow flags. Spin it back around, or is he going to pull off to the side of the track? Very lethargic in making his way back around, but I think aware of the fact that plenty of oncoming cars. And all as this happens, Peter, just keeping an eye on sector times between our two Mercedes duking it out at the front of the field. Verstappen's opened up the gap in these mixed conditions. He really does enjoy them. 7 seconds he's built up since leaving pit lane.
It's quite remarkable. But do you know where Max Verstappen is making the majority of his time? On the Grand Prix track. You know, the Grand Prix track is often overlooked here, but it's still 2 minutes of an 8-minute or so lap. So you're talking 25%. And in Sector 1 alone last time, he took 9/10 of a second out of Lucas Stolz. That matters. That's, as I said, bolt-on lap time. You have to work hard for lap time at every point of the circuit, but particularly on the Nordschleife. But if you can be really quick on the Grand Prix track, it makes more of a difference than you might otherwise think. Coming up towards the Moot curve is the 36 BMW Z4 GT3 with that glorious V8 engine in the front of it. Controversial car in its day, but up there the weather looks tricky to judge the grip level of just actually how much rain has come down, how much is it affecting the grip. And I tell you what, at the next pit stops, the debriefing between the drivers when they do the driver change, that's going to be fairly extensive debriefing, I would suspect.
Yeah, through the Moot curve, I'm pretty sure I saw a dry line that was carved through the moisture. So I definitely think there is something to the increasing amounts of rain that have fallen around the track. Now, the 949 SRS Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche, at one point the left front was pointed 45 degrees to the right, but eventually it destroyed enough of the suspension gubbins, I would assume, as it rubs against the arch of the car, that it seems to have worked itself straight once again. But really the crucial thing here is it shredded the tire and deposited all of that on the right side of the 1.5 kilometer straight on the Dottinger. And I think, Peter, you are correct. I'm not sure the driver was fully aware of just how bad the damage is there, but that car was leading in the Cup 3 AM class, and so I can understand the urgency from the driver to bring the car in, although it's straight into the garage.
Well, there's going to be a lot of work for them to do to that car, and it will be quick. Sorry, it might not be quick to do that. The mechanics having a chat with the many pit marshals that have to sort of coordinate the shared garages that everybody has to share. Even if you're four-time world champion Max Verstappen in the lead of this race, you have to share a garage with other cars. Some teams enter so many cars that they do get a garage to themselves, but you need to be entering at least 4 to get that privilege. The wipers on the across the windshield of the number 3 Verstappen Racing Windward AMG, not coming in for pit service, but so will try and survive on those slick tires. Had a relatively, not quite so smooth run through there. 8:36 last time for Max Verstappen, but we'll compare that to Lucas Stolz and see how the gap has changed. 8:37.1 for Stolz, so the gap is up to 13.3 seconds. Verstappen's doing his job. Every time he's got in the car, since midnight, he has extended the gap significantly over during his stint. And what more can you ask for, really?
About a second quicker than Lucas Stoltz on the last lap now that both have broken the timing beam. But like you say, he's doing the job that you need to do. And it's a slightly different situation. Yes, Formula One's a team sport. You've got everyone behind the scenes that makes the car possible in the first place, from design to production, engineering, and putting it all together. But now you are sharing the responsibility of piloting the car across the 24 hours. And again, Max has seen this in sim racing, including some of these varying conditions in rain. But it's the first time we've really got to see him here in a 24-hour race. And he's already said he loves this sort of racing, wants to do a bit more of it. And you'd asked me earlier, Peter, if we'll see more of Max in this sort of racing, and maybe what else are we going to see from him. And he's made it clear that if opportunities and schedules align in years to come, that all the 24-hour races will be on his agenda. So I have no doubt that repeat visits to the Green Hell will be on the cards for Max Verstappen.
Well, let's all just hope that that schedules do allow, because no doubt it adds to what is a hugely compelling event. This has been a long time one of the most compelling sporting events in the world, and adding in a 4-time Formula One world champion to the mix only increases that value. It's been such an intriguing thing to follow. The rain has now made its way to the Grand Prix track. The sectors times there significantly slower than they have been, probably a couple of seconds dropped than what we've seen on the Grand Prix track over the last few laps. So it's not a dramatic difference, but it's enough to make the drivers think. And this is where, if you're willing to risk it, this is where you can make the difference. This is if you throw in and can feel that grip better than others, you can make chunks of time. And how many times have we seen Max Verstappen do that in Formula One? Will he be able to do that and extend the gap further at the front of the field? Or do you get tentative in that situation? Do you think, oh, we've got a lead, not a big one, but we've got a lead. How much do you want to risk? That's the question. Or is this the point where Windwards get on the radio to both cars and say, guys, we've got an enormous lead. While we get this cell of weather, let's park the bus for a bit. Who knows? There's lots of different approaches.
I mean, they've got a gap, but Peter, Patrick Niederhauser is a man on a mission right now. Last lap, he was, I mean, Matteo Drudi in the walking horse Aston Martin was as quick as him. We're talking 8:31s matched between the two of them. But that's a good 6 seconds or so faster than the leading Mercedes. And, 6 seconds a lap. It's a long lap, so times that by 8, you start to look at the margin that gets eaten into in the remaining 5 hours or so that we have. One or more small moments for the leaders, and that Lamborghini might not be totally out of it. So I don't think you can really be too complacent. And it goes back to what Fabian Schiller had said after jumping out of the car. The conversations have been had behind the scenes. There's no incentive for the two cars to fight as Mercedes try and win this race for the first time in 10 years and try and do it with a 1 and 2 as well.
What a story that would be. Then it could be the first 1-2 for a single team since 2008, when Manthey Racing won with a 997 generation Porsche with Romain Dumas. And I remember that year Romain Dumas and Timo Bernhard taking a little bit of respite away from winning the American Le Mans series in the Porsche RS Spider LMP2 car, and just jumping into a 997 RSR to go and win the Nürburgring 24, and then back to work again in that to go and then win that ALMS championship that year. Manthey were the absolute steamrolling dominant force at the time, but times have changed, Arjuna. There's not really any one team that dominates anymore.
feels a bit weird not having a Manthey car in contention at this point. But maybe with some focus shifting from Porsche's efforts in prototype racing, could that mean a bit of a revitalization of Manthey and maybe some of those drivers dipping into a bit more GT3 racing? Of course, there's already been some news about one of the Porsche drivers slightly switching their gears for next year and being part of the McLaren hypercar program. That's, of course, Lawrence Vanthoor, but it'll be very interesting to see how that Manthey operation rebounds from a tough Nürburgring 24. There was one car that dipped down towards the pit lane, but in these mixed conditions, the BMW M3 Touring just continuing to punch in some quite remarkable lap times, quicker than the Red Bull Lamborghini as well on occasion, matching the pace of the rest of the SB9 class though right now, Peter.
According to my weather radar, at the moment Adenau, which is where around Breitscheid, Exmüller, Lauderlinks, etc., the weather cell is the rain of, it's not incredibly heavy rain right now, but the rain is at its most intense at that part of the track right now, but is moving through, and behind it is a lot more clear weather. So this drizzle that we're experiencing at the moment on the Grand Prix track, and a little bit more than drizzle out at certain points around the Nordschleife, it should actually pass through in the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. So at the moment, I think you've just got to last it out. If the rain was going to be on for a couple of hours, maybe you'd make a different tire call. But now I think you've just got to survive on the slicks. Which think of what that's like for the drivers. They're trying to keep that tire temperature in cold ambient temperature. We've seen all race week. At the moment, the temperature is 10 degrees Celsius, so it's not warm at all. And the drivers really having to earn their corn here to keep the heat in the tire to be able to perform over in these slightly damp conditions.
It's tricky, and every time you get back around, 8.5 minutes the last time you were at that corner, you don't know how much rain there has been, you don't know how the track may have slightly dried off, where you want to place your car. Do you want to be off the regular racing line where sometimes the built-up rubber actually makes the surface a bit more slippery? So these are all those thoughts going through a driver's head, and might not all be conscious thoughts, but they're thinking and making those split-second decisions that differentiate the good from the great. The lead, by the way, has really come down. A very impressive Sector 7 from Lucas Stoltz saw him eat 2.5 seconds away from the leading gap, and so back under 10 seconds. We are seeing a bit of back and forth between the leading Mercedes at the very front of the field.
Very interesting. Yeah, 4 seconds in the favor of Lucas Stoltz, and this is where the experience of the Nürburgring Nordschleife comes through. I mean, Max Verstappen's credentials in Formula One in the wet are well known. He is known as one of the best we've ever seen in wet or dry, but particularly in the wet. But Lucas Stoltz knows what this place does when these conditions happen. Max Verstappen does not. Now, his otherworldly driving talent is made up for a lot of those lacks of experience over the course of this race, but Stoltz making the most of it. And in that first sector of the Grand Prix track, where Verstappen's seemingly had an edge up to now, is now starting to level up a little bit. So Lucas Stoltz 9.3 seconds behind. If this weather cell comes through and keeps the track losing grip over the next 10 or 20 minutes, potentially Lucas Stoltz could be on Max Verstappen's case here. We'll follow it very, very closely on the live timing.
Peter, one thing that you had kind of had some thoughts about was some of the reports that had come out from earlier this year where Max, taking all the experience from Formula One into the GT3 car, had learned a little bit about the airflow and how he would manipulate the airflow in certain situations. I'm curious to get your take on that, but I'm also wondering, now that he's getting a really good sense for the Michelin tires in these conditions right now, he's also slowly starting to pick up a couple of his own tricks along the way. Yes, you've got the experience of Lucas Stoltz behind in the car, in these conditions at the track as well, but that racing instinct that Max has, you called him an instinctual driver slightly earlier. Gotta wonder at this point what he's continuing to learn and improve as he makes his way in towards Schradenkreuz.
The gap is coming down, and Max Verstappen just going past the Dacia Logan, coming through Hats and back. That's another thing to negotiate on the Nürburgring 24 Hour is getting around the little Dacia that's cracking on down towards the Vauxhall, where the weather had been the worst, but not as much rain coming off the windscreen. So the weather cell, I think, has just moved through a little bit. So it actually might start to begin improving over the next half an hour. So always having to read and evolve. It's kind of like a tarmac rally stage that just goes round in a circle. Then our Nürburgring Nordschleife, and the way that the weather and the grip changes, it's so dynamic. But what is also dynamic is the gap at the front of the field, because Lucas Stoltz, at the last timing point, has taken a little bit more time out again. 8.3 seconds is the gap right now in this battle for the 54th edition of the ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring.
And we've had pretty perfect weather, I would say, for this 24-hour race. A couple of sprinkles of rain here and there, but no major interruptions from presence of fog. And even the rain that we have had has been this light rain, which enough to keep the drivers on their toes, not enough for us to all frantically be switching onto a different compound of tire down on pit lane. This really gives a chance for the teams and drivers to make the most of their pre-planned strategies, while also throwing in a slight wrinkle that they've got to adjust and deal with on the fly. There's plenty of sheen on the track, which does show the moisture it's picked up, but it does seem as though the body language of the car for Verstappen, there's still plenty of pointed aggression as he climbs the hill up towards Mutkurva once again. A little less spray this time on the windshield, although, like we said, a bit more of a dry line being carved into the tarmac underneath them.
And that's the thing with so many cars coming through, if there isn't rain falling, the dry line appears. It's just a line appearing going through Mutkurva, where you really need your bravery around that particular corner when the rain is battering off the windscreen. Dennis Olsen, getting in a little bit of a consternation with one of the HWA Evo Rs coming up towards the carousel, and that HWA has got so much grunt, 560 horsepower, makes it difficult for Olsen to get by. Now up towards Huaak, the highest point of the circuit, and it's just the road just looks, it's just that light drizzle, putting a little bit of element of doubt in the driver's mind and making things just that little bit extra spicy right now. The weather radar showing that the peak of the weather cell coming through is at Adenauer. It's already gone through Arenberg and it already starting to clear there. So it is very dynamic, and in the next 20 minutes we'll have cleared the whole circuit by the look of our weather radar. Into the pits from 5th position overall, the remarkable BMW M3 Touring, based on an M4 GT3 car, running at exactly the same weight, exactly the same turbo boost as its M4 GT3 cousin, but bodywork wise, of course, quite a bit different.
Update from our live ticker, sorry, quickly. Pro Sport, their Mercedes, that 10-bit livery, off the track at Tiergarten for Michael Grenier, and they've broken one of the brackets on the splitter, and the race is done for a car that had been running up inside of the top 10. There's a bit of drama and a moment there as the M3 Touring tried to pick its way through traffic. A little bit close for comfort there.
Very close for comfort. A bit of an adjustment for Neil Verhagen up onto the curb to avoid a slower class Porsche Cayman GT4. Very, very tight indeed. Well, we're going to be making our own little driver change here in the Global Broadcast Centre, and welcome back the sprightly and I'm sure bright-eyed, bushy-tailed Johnny Palmer.
Oh, PMAC, it's just starting to, you mentioned the word spice a minute ago. I just took the walk back to the Global Broadcast Centre. There is just that little bit of dampness in the air. There's a bit of rain on the Grand Prix track. Not enough to be thinking about changing tyres, but there's still jeopardy in this race, and there with 5.5 hours to go.
Quite a bit of jeopardy, I would say. Yeah, huge amount of jeopardy, where, you know, you've got to try and make those slick tyres keep in their temperature window, which has been hard at the best of times, but when you add a bit of drizzle in there, it really isn't so nice. And 9.5 seconds between Max Verstappen and Lucas Stoltz at the last timing point. They're just coming around. An 8-minute 18 flat for Max Verstappen, so not a million miles off that car's best lap of the race, 8:13.6. Considering the conditions, the grip's clearly good, and actually, although Stoltz was catching up, now that the grip's coming back a bit, it's 8:18.6 for Stoltz. So actually on that lap, in the end, Verstappen's extended the gap. So 10 seconds the distance between them, but still plenty to figure out here as we head into the final portion of the race.
So 9:30 in the morning, the 54th edition of the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Sterling work from Arjuna Kankipati and from Peter Mackay. Thank you for the last, well, collectively, actually about 6 hours. You had a break in between, but yes, a change of guard in the Global Broadcast Centre. Johnny Palmer for the next couple of hours, joined by Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley. I don't think the rain at the moment on the Grand Prix circuit is going to come to much, but still just that element of doubt for some drivers as they reach the start-finish straight. Maybe have to put the windscreen wiper on the intermediate setting, but with hot, sticky, slick tyres, you just got to trust that the rest of the track is very suitable for racing. And so far, Joe, these AMGs run by Windward Racing appear not to have put a foot wrong, even though they've been in lockstep for hours on end now.
Quick touch wood, Johnny saying that.
Yeah.
5 hours remaining, is it 5.5 hours remaining, and you can kind of smell the checkered flag. It's almost within reach. You get that feeling that, you know, the back of this race has been broken. We are heading towards the checkered flag. However, you've got to then refocus the mind, because 5.5 hours is a long, long motor race and anything can happen. And especially considering, here is the technical forecast. The percentage chance of rain is increasing all the way past 11 a.m., all the way till midday, up to an 80% chance at 11. That means the rain is going to increase before it starts petering out towards midday, and then the forecast is for a zero rain chance towards the checkered flag. But it's still, you can't take complacency seriously at any point now. You've got to maintain that focus. I'm not just talking about the drivers here. I'm talking about those boys and girls in the pit lane, getting those pit stops right, getting those wheel changes right. And if there is any repair jobs, everybody's tired, everybody's knackered. We've been up all night. You're dirty, you're sweaty, even in this cold weather. You just feel grimy, but you've got to keep pushing.
You do, and at this point in the race, 5.5 hours to go, finishing at 3 o'clock local time. But you wind it back to the start of the race. 3 o'clock start, 5.5 hours into the race is 8:30. They're just going to nightfall, so you're not that close to the finish. But I know what you're saying. But really, the thing for me through this meeting, really from the moment the cars arrived, we might have had the odd bit of sunshine. We've had rain, we've had hail, we've had all of that, but it's just the fact these low track temperatures have just made things very, very different for getting the heat into the tyres, getting the feel you want. And the thing that stood out for all of us, I think, last night was just the sheer number of strange incidents and drivers you wouldn't expect to see going off doing precisely that. Yes, in the case of Kevin Estre, it was a stream of oil that he hit rather than just a damp track. But then moments later, Arjun Maini piled into the same barrier at Brunchen. You know, so those little elements, that wasn't down to cold track, but it wasn't a helping hand. It's always been there. You think other years we come here and it's pretty warm in the day. It's a few weeks later, but this is very much like early spring, not the late spring we normally have.
There was points in this in the first 6 hours of this race, Bruce, where I thought this was a Mario Kart event, and there was lots of banana skins and oil patches, quite literally oil patches for Kevin Estre, who was completely caught out. But he was a passenger. There was nothing he could have done about that. He turned into the corner. There was an oil slick down through the turn. His Porsche just lost grip, and he could not have done anything to avoid that. And he was the first one towards that oil patch when that happened.
It was like it happened in slow motion, but there was nothing he did to try and get the tail back round was going to work, and it just straight on. Then, unfortunately for Arjun Maini in one of the 3 Ford Mustangs, he came into the worst angle and had far more of an impact with the barriers on the outside the circuit. So yeah, for all the crews around the circuit who have to get the job of replacing the barriers, they cannot go to sleep.
You're talking about drivers mightily experienced around this place, coming a cropper at times. Timo Glock's actually had his ring licence taken from him because of a further infringement which added points, and he's got to now reapply. I was asking John earlier on whether you actually have to sit out for a segment of time. Some people may know the answer to this on the collective. Is that a 3-month ban, a 6-month ban as such, before you can then start the whole process again? But yeah, speeding through double yellows, through code 60s, in the pit lane, we've had it all to this point. And it's still quite heavy, heavy rain. It's all more to do with the speed that Lucas Stoltz is doing as well, up Kesselchen and Klostertal. But he has lost a bit of time comparatively to the number 3 Mercedes through traffic on this lap.
Yeah, no, well, it does ebb and flow, but just going back to the element about Timo Glock, you think how many miles and laps he's done around this circuit over the years and decades for him to transgress. Oh no, Nathaniel Berton, another driver of top sports car experience, he too has had his licence taken away, his ring permit taken away. Often you get drivers who aren't that experienced, they're in the lower class cars, they're the ones that are just a bit overwhelmed. But when you've got people in the front running cars, don't have the excuse of I was looking forward and backwards at the same time as a quick rival was coming through. So I think a lot of that is indicative of just how difficult the conditions have been.
It's kind of like being caught out by one of those variable speed cameras on the M1. Yeah, and you just get caught out because you're not quite focusing. There's a reason why the punishment is so draconian. They take that serious. The speeding in the slow zone is a very serious offence, because the reason of the slow zone is there is a car being recovered, there are track workers on the track, unprotected track workers, so they're relying upon the discipline of the drivers out there. So if you break that discipline and commit that offence, they've got to be showing an example. If they Timo Glock, former Formula 1 driver, played a massive part in the 2008 Formula 1 World Championship, didn't he, when he was overtaken by Lewis Hamilton at the end?
Yeah.
He's still, just because he's Timo Glock doesn't mean that to the organisers, quite rightly, he's just another driver. And if you commit that serious offence of speeding, and it was a considerable speeding offence.
It was 112 kilometres per hour in a 60, but that was only the final offence. He'd been building points elsewhere through the year in NLS races, possibly in the qualifier race as well. So he only got, I think, 2 points for the latest.
So was it a points totting up offence?
Yes, it was.
Right,
yeah.
OK.
And what I also don't know is how many points takes you over the threshold. It might be 8. It is 8 in other disciplines of motor racing, in ACO rules racing, for instance. But yeah, those final 2 points say, sorry, you've reached the limit, that's the licence gone, and it's start the whole process again.
Yeah, what we tend to see is in each of those offences, if deemed serious enough, it's 2 penalty points you're awarded. So you get them in pairs, toss them up, you get caught out. But yeah, I find that really surprising. I mean, we have seen it year in, year out. You have someone who's just transgressed, but when some of the top drivers in this, not just top because of speed, but top because of experience, the years they've been racing. But this place does funny things to people. Makes me very happy, but it does funny things to people.
It's a different place altogether. We still got drops of rain, light rain, that playing that psychological part in the driving seats of all of these cars. It's just a voyage of discovery. Every time you enter a braking area for a corner, we are on track, showing signs of the track getting a little bit wetter in places. certainly around the area, what we've just recently saw there, Bergwerk, the track showing to be a little bit more glistening, a little bit damper. Maybe the rain is heavier the higher we get towards the high points on the circuits. But you've got variable track conditions all the way around this track. But if you have been or in any way experienced in racing at the Nürburgring, and let's face it, if you have got a license to do this race, then this is not your first appearance at the Nürburgring.
No.
And you will be used to finding where the grip is in these conditions which we see, because it is quite common for it to rain in the Eifel Mountains.
Benjamin Leuchter, by the way, just focusing in on the 50 car, which is the Max Cruiser Racing VW Cup GTI. He's running second in SP4T to the number 88 Subaru WRX, which at times has been off the road, particularly spectacularly at Arenberg many hours ago now. But actually, Leuchter is closer to the SP4 leader. He runs in the turbocharged version of that class. But there's about a 6-minute gap now to the 152, which is the race leader in SP4, a BMW 325, and they are scrapping over 105th and 106th in the overall standings. We started this race yesterday at 3 o'clock with 159 cars, so only 2 short of the original entry list.
What I absolutely love, if you've taken a few hours away and come back, or in fact joining us for the first time in this 24 hours of Nürburgring, you must be adjusting your eyes going, have we got back in time? There's a BMW Z4 racing on the track. These were last year. You know, these made their debut in 2013. What's that in front? Is it a 190E Mercedes?
Yes.
Evo 2? Yes, it is, but it's a modern iteration. 3 of them entered by HWA. They're nowhere near the pace of the GT3 cars, but they have drawn so much attention. Joe, you and I would have loved the DTM back in the period. They became more and more extreme, made a fantastic sound, and there's 3 of them, a modern evocation. A lot of famous names said, you know what, can I get involved in the project? And the fans love them.
Well, we were treated to the sound of those DTM cars from period.
Oh my
in the
word.
historic support race, which was the historic touring car support race that took place on the Grand Prix track. They didn't go out onto the Nordschleife. And those engines just screaming past us, hurting your ears. It was fabulous to see, and the time machine took us back to those days when racing cars were loud and were quite visceral, really, is the way I would describe that, quite visceral. You don't just hear it, you feel it as well.
I mean, the whole thing about the DTM, they started with little wings, and every few years they just became more and more extreme, and then those unbelievable engines they put in. So, like all good forms of racing, they should never be put away. Just choose a championship for them to come out to play. Obviously, I do a lot of historic racing now, and that is very much the essence of all of that.
And DTM was, before it went to GT spec, GT3 spec, fairly recently, those cars were prototypes. They were so far removed. The Audi A5 was so far removed from an Audi A5 that you and I would be able to go to the showroom and buy. They were a prototype racing car. Proper high-tech, high-spec prototype racing, the DTM, and very, very spectacular. A bit of a shame, really, but it just kind of unsustainable from the sense of cost.
Well, it was.
Budget-wise to do the series, just kind of, it overcame itself, didn't it?
It did. Frankly, the catering bill was enormous, and it was fabulous as a journalist to go to, because you could pick your way through the paddock according to your whim. Do I want cake or do I want Italian coffee? No, brilliant days. But to me, you know, we've been in motorsport long enough to know that obviously it goes through cycles and things. I would love if we had cars that looked like saloons as the base shape. We know there aren't many of those on the road anymore, but, you know, I look back at the days and you had interlopers. I remember being here in a meeting where it was snowing. Franz Klammer, of course, tip-top ski racer, the greatest man of the period, and he was posing on skis waiting for the snow to clear. It was Nürburgring, probably about June, I'd reckon. But they were lovely days. They still are now, but to me, I don't think the DTM offers anything we don't have here. You know, having gone to a GT3 format, but that's just the nature of the beast. You still need a leading championship, you know, based in the German region, and as well as the GT racing. But I would love if ever we could just leap back, and I think that's why people are so attracted to these HWA project cars.
Yeah.
All is not lost for fans of Grello. I realise I'm clutching at straws a little bit, but there is still the inverted Grello livery run by the 992 car, which is not an SP9 machine. It's Bjorn Griesemann at the wheel of this car currently, and it is in SP Pro, 83rd position. There aren't many SP Pro cars, though, in the entry. It might just be this one. Yes, it is. But at least the mixture of green and yellow, hence Grello, is still present. But remember, Kevin Estre's big crash very early on in the race, going off on someone else's oil or certainly fluid at Brunchen, finishing off the 991 numbered Porsche. He was absolutely gutted at what he felt was his mistake. I think that was a little bit harsh, actually, on the Frenchman, because also going off Argentini, as Bruce has just mentioned. Is that Mauro Engel reclining?
I do believe it is. Maxime Martin, having a quick chat with him. They seem to be laughing, but let's face it, the Winwood Mercedes are sitting in a very strong position. Just go back to Bjorn Griezmann. We're just riding around with him. Already a winner this weekend, isn't he, Joe? Took victory with Jörg Griezmann in the Deutsche Historiker Langstrecken.
Well said, Bruce.
Meisterschaft. No, I made a bit of a... I backed into that one. Historische.
Yes.
But
Handbrake.
at this time in the morning...
DHLM.
It's natty. It was fun. But anyhow, the brothers took victory in that, just ahead of Mercedes. But, of course, their Porsche is not in this race, but they're very much out there in a different car. The track's much the same.
Now you're talking a 911 RSR as part of this race. Now, that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
How about an evocation of an island? Yeah, now, OK, stop it.
OK, we're losing. Yeah, we're deluded. Lack of sleep deprivation, delusion beginning to creep in for Bruce and I.
The number 34 Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, it's been bobbing up and down, but they've had a really strong race, but a penalty not so long ago has hurt them big time. And again, they will come through the course this race. I'm just doubling back up. 34, it was under investigation, overtaking under yellow, referred to the stewards, and then penalty coming their way. So it cost them, I think, about 32 seconds.
Have they served that penalty, by the way?
I'm not sure they have. I'm just trying to see where they are in their cycle. They're back into third place by dint of other cars serving their pit stops. But what is immutable is the fact that those two Winwood Racing Mercedes, number 3 that's leading in the hand of Jos, I think not Max Verstappen, and the second is number 80 for Lucas Stoltz. They are way clear in this and running in metronomic fashion at the head of the field. So Mercedes looking good. We haven't had a 1-2 for a manufacturer for a very long time here, and certainly not a 1-2 for a single team. I believe Manthey Racing were the last people to do that. That was quite some while ago. For all the Manthey success across the years, getting a victory is hard around here. Getting 2 cars from your team to finish first and second, that's asking for all your Christmas presents.
20 years, wasn't it?
2006.
Yes.
I just wasn't entirely confident to say it. That was a figure that came to mind.
Johnny spotted something.
Well, no, I'm just trying to remember which way round the counter works on the official timing screen from Vega. It says B07 next to a lot of the top cars, which I reckon that means that they've done 7 laps of a potentially 8-lap stint. So we might not be far away from in-laps, particularly for Mattia Drudi. And if that is the case, he won't have had chance to serve that 32-second penalty, and therefore he'll do it on the next pit stop. The very fact that Mauro Engel is ready to get in the car, we're really not that far away from seeing the Mercedes coming in. Yeah, so confirmation that Drudi is currently on lap 7. So 7, this will be lap 7, we reckon, from the last pit stop. And therefore maybe he'll have to do one more. And yeah, Lucas Stoltz is going to go through to confirm that. So they're all pacing one another. That completes 7 laps on the stint. One more, and the 3 Mercedes, the 80 Mercedes, and the 34 Aston Martin will be in. And as we say, the 34 Aston's going to spend 32 extra seconds in pit lane to serve that penalty, which is for overtaking under yellow flags.
Pole starting Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti started it. Remember, didn't even get around the Grand Prix loop without picking up a puncture. In fact, it was on the cut-through between turns 1 and 2 in the Haug hook. That has been fighting back. The number 84 Lamborghini is running just around in front of that number 80 Winwood Racing Mercedes, effectively a lap down. But they've just been chipping away. They dropped down deep into, well, I suppose, effectively, we had the starting group of about 49 cars, I think it was, for the top class of cars, and they fell to the very back of that, only got going after nipping into the back way to the pits just before the second batch of cars got going. That, at least, was one mercy. But since then, you lose effectively a lap. You're going to spend the whole race trying to get it back. So I think the fact that number 84 Lamborghini is in the mix at all means they have had fewer transgressions, fewer penalties than anyone else. They've just had to bide their time and keep their nose clean. Patrick Niederhauser, the driver at the wheel at the moment.
And you would have thought tragedy striking on that very first lap, but then Nothing to lose, really. You can only go forward from where they were into the pits after not even one lap. They came in the back door of the pits, didn't they, off the Grand Prix track? So they started way behind their starting group, and here they are in contention for a podium at least, running towards that part of the field in 5th place. Now they've got quite a chunk of time to make up to the Rover Racing BMW M4, the number 99, just ahead of them by about a minute and a half or so. So a chunk of time before they start getting into contention, and then it's the Volkenhorst Aston Martin that we are not, it hasn't been confirmed whether or not that has served that 30-second penalty. That's going to close that gap towards 4th place to make that 3rd and final step podium place quite a tussle and quite open.
One little element in their favour, very early in that first stint, having got a replacement left rear tyre, Mirko Bortolotti, it's a good thing I've only known him for about 15 years, whacked in an 8 minutes 11 second lap. That has been superseded. They've got down to 8 minutes and 8 seconds. I think the quickest of the rest, it was an 8 minutes 9 from, I wonder who did that time. It's the other Red Bull Team Abt car. It's the green one that started the outside the front row. We did see, didn't we, Johnny, at the start of the race, the straight line speed along the Dotting Her for the Lamborghinis. They were super, super slick, but round the rest of the circuit, they looked terribly loose. But with balance of performance, the lap time should be the same as the lap time of all the other manufacturers across the board and in also SP9. But certainly as a tool, if you want to be good along the straights, that does shake off people chasing you.
But there is a lot of this track, all 25 kilometres, there is a lot of flat out straight pieces of track that aren't straight by definition. They are twisting and turning, but only slightly. Down to the Foxhole, for instance, the track goes left and right. However, you can pick a line straight through and you are flat chat. The run from where are we? The run from the floodplats, over the floodplats, come through the floodplats, down towards Arenberg, and then down the Foxhole. And there is huge stretches of this track where you're absolutely optimised, flat out. After Bergwerk, and you go up the hill, up towards,
that's not straight, but it is
that's
flat.
not straight, but it's absolutely flat chat. So if you've got a little bit of a performance advantage on straight line speed, it's not just the Dottinger Hole where you're going to gain that, it's other parts. Chunks of this lap time is gained on the slight kinks, the curves, the twists that are absolutely flat chat.
Except those little kinks do mean if someone's chasing, they're not, there'll be a stricture. And so, but along the Dotting Her, it's a straight line. It's a straight line until it gets to the corner. You know what I mean? At the end, where it kinks to the left. But that's the more natural place. But I tell you what, the first time I did a tourist lap around here, almost world standard, the person who was chasing me. But that run from Bergwerk through Kesselchen to Klostertal was the one that really, really opened my eyes to just how much speed you could carry.
That's where Max Verstappen is right now, coming out of Bergwerk, still with rain in the air, so a quick blast of the windscreen wiper here and there, catching a Hyundai as part of one of these development cars with the pre-production engine that they're effectively testing here this weekend at the ring, and the VW Golf indicating left to present a clear way for the four-time Formula One world champion. Lifting there, because that's the tighter left that links Klostertal to Kesselchen. Then he has to properly get on the brakes because of the Porsche coming up ahead. On Stylestrecker in the distance, in fact, right here as the race-leading Mercedes turns right. Now, this is an in-lap for Max Verstappen, as it will be for Lucas Stoltz in second, and Mattia Drudi in the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin number 34, the yellow and black car. When these cars re-emerge from this next pit stop, we reckon there will be 4 more stints to the end of the race. That's 5 hours, but remember, a stint is a little bit more than an hour, maybe 65 minutes, plus about 5 minutes spent in the pit lane as well. So you can bridge that extra hour, theoretically, and believe it or not, teams are already back timing to 3 o'clock this afternoon. They're trying to work out how many more pit stops they've got to make. It'll be 4, including this next one, which is moments away. And after that, probably 4 full stints, with maybe the need here and there to do a bit of fuel save. It all depends on when the final lap happens, because in the old days, the checkered flag used to come out right at the end of the 24 hours and lock all the cars into position. But I had confirmation at the start of the weekend from Walter Hornung himself, no less. He's the race director of this event, and he says, no, this year again, we will wait for the race leader. So if the race leader crosses the line with seconds to spare, not that they'll do that, they'll just back off, of course, but if there's 5 seconds left on the clock, as the race leader crosses the line, there's going to be one more lap for this race.
Let's just go through that, though. You're saying a stint length, if it can run to a typical 8 laps, is how long?
60 in terms of minutes.
In terms of minutes?
Yeah, 65, I'm going to say. 65
OK,
minutes.
so we've got just over 5 hours to go, 5 hours and 6 minutes. Pit stop coming up now. Is it not 5 more stops? This one, I guess if you're not counting this one, it's 4 more beyond, isn't it? 5 stints.
Well, the theory elsewhere in this global broadcast centre is that after this pit stop, we'll only need 3 more. We'll see how we go with that.
OK, obviously...
There might be the need for a splash, but it's 3 more full fuel loads. But I still don't know where we're going to be in terms of the checkered flag. As I say, if that extra lap comes into the equation, then you throw the whole thing up in the air.
I mean, obviously, to make life easy for the teams, you want them to be able to have a typical eight-lap stint that takes them right through to the finish. But if there's a splash and dash, you're quite right. I'm the optimist in the commentary box, and it's getting brighter here. Almost a modicum of sunshine on the start from the straight.
That is not what my weather app is saying, Bruce. An 80% chance of rain all the way for the next hour before it peters out. And yes, let's not just consider that my weather app has been wrong all weekend, and indeed all week. It's still saying 80% chance.
OK, but as Max Verstappen comes up the rise, Tiergarten, he's got the final couple of corners onto the start-finish straight, still using the windscreen wipers, so clearly as they leave Galgenkopf and get onto Dottinger, there is a little bit of splash. But here we come, just going past the commentary box on the left-hand side of the screen, just before the BMW M-Power bridge across the circuit. Max Verstappen's coming in, and that looks straight ahead. There's a little bit of brightness in the sky. Yeah,
sky beginning to break here as Max Verstappen comes in. I take it, gentlemen, that he's due to get out of the car and give the car over.
Well, no,
I think he's doing a double.
The only reason I know that is because when the other Mercedes changes driver, this Mercedes doesn't. So they do one driver change and keep the other driver on board. That kind of simplifies these two side-by-side pit stops. And the fact that Maro Engel is preparing himself, has been for a few laps now, and the Munich man wanders out into the apron, so he'll be taking over from Lucas Stoltz, whereas Max Verstappen will stay on board.
And just let's remember, earlier in the race, through the night, Max Verstappen and Maro Engel got a little bit busy with each other. Certainly no quarter given. They might be in neighbouring garages. They might both be entered with Winward Racing. But you know what? Even you might think they're teammates, but even in this, you look at all the success Maro Engel's had. He doesn't want someone to come into his patch and start beating him. So, like all good sportsmen, you've got to be competitive, and I admire that. And these are top-level, world-class GT drivers. And do you think, you're going to put... If you're going to bring in a four-time Formula One world champion, you're going to match yourself, you're going to gauge yourself against that guy, and you're going to want to beat him. And all of that inter-team rivalry, within reason, of course. The push without risk, Monica, comes to mind. But they want to beat this guy. They're lapped. They'll be looking at the sector times. They'll have been deciphering and analysing the sector times all week long and thinking, yep, I was quicker than him through there. I was quicker than him through there. And Max, likewise, he's come into this with the utmost respect for his teammates and the drivers around him. He knows that this is a different type of motorsport. He knows this is a different discipline. He knows how much you've got to be a massive team player. We've talked about single-seater driving to endurance racing a lot. In single-seaters, you are there, it's all about you, the world revolves around you, even to the point where you set the car up to your preference. In endurance racing, when you're sharing with different drivers that might be a different size, so the seat might need to slide forward, but very much car setup. I might like an oversteery car, you might like an understeery car. We're going to have to come to a compromise over a 24-hour race, and it's going to have to be somewhere in the middle, isn't it? No, 100%. But like all good sportsmen, I love it actually when you see someone you think has retired, say from top-level tennis, and they play in a sort of exhibition tournament. It's not an exhibition for them. They're out there to win again. I was great one day. I was world class. Well,
we were just talking this morning about playing board games, and if you play competitive sport, then you are a very, very ugly person to play board games with at home, as my kids have told me for years, and now my grandkids telling me the same.
Yeah, no, entirely so. So we'll see them back out on the circuit, Maro Engel and Max Verstappen. I sort of sense Max has been quite enjoying himself through the course of this weekend, because we know he does a lot of sort of long-distance iRacing. He gets going in the number 3 Mercedes, and remember, before they came in, what was the gap? It was about a dozen seconds, 13 seconds, in fact, when Lucas Stoltz came in the number 80 Mercedes in second place, but so it does mean actually Verstappen and Engel shouldn't be too close to each other for quite some while, and their pace when they were out competing against each other was nigh on identical. But the way that 13-second gap can come down, as we've seen from the very outset of the race, is if you hit doubled wave yellows, you can't overtake. You might get bunched up by someone else who's in a car of inferior performance. We saw one lap yesterday evening where the race leader suddenly lost 14 seconds in the space of a lap. So we could easily have these Winward Racing Mercedes right with each other again. Not wishing for it, but actually I am. Make it really interesting. It's all about my desires.
Yeah. To the point of Joe's and the single-seater remark, I just want to say, for the sake of tradition, that you can't change drivers, of course, in single-seaters. So there's no point in even attempting it.
There's not, Johnny.
No, there is
no point of it. It's in single-seater, it's all about you.
It's all on you.
It's all on you.
And of course, there's no endurance racing in single-seaters at all. Here comes the number 80 car down the hill into the Goodyear carer. Still we're missing that light in the middle of the grille. I don't remember seeing the addition of that sort of rally-esque light last year, but they do look very, very cool, even in the daylight now. And the fact that one of those lights isn't working just shows that it's been abused through the course of the night, and I hope they don't fix that at any point. They haven't got the time to, frankly, even in the 3-minute and 17-second pit stop. So back out on track. That was a pit stop at the end of lap 122 for both of the Mercedes. So they'll be back in if all things are equal. And Paul Trustwell will say, well, very often they're not. But 130 laps is the next time I'd expect the Mercedes to come in. And the same goes for Mattia Drudi, although he's not yet done his equivalent pit stop. He's 6 minutes further back down the road compared to the number 3 car, still in the hands of Max Verstappen. There was a BMW on the Grand Prix track there trailing some sort of fluid, or maybe that was tyre smoke, as now through Galgenkopf goes Mattia Drudi in the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. This again is an in-lap as he dodges to the right-hand side of a BMW. And the home stretch down the Dottinger Hoor. Hopefully for him, the Tiergarten will be relatively clear of traffic. As I say that, one of the production looking, although very, very sporty, prepared BMWs. That might have been the 240i class, in fact. So a flash of the lights required from the Aston Martin at Antonius Bucher. Can he clear the BMW in time? Oh, to the high side here will go. Yeah, and just about get through for the braking area. The whole reason that was important is that it makes his route into pit lane far easier. So in comes Drudi. Lap 122 done. It is 10 o'clock here in the Eifel for the 54th edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. And we're trying to put some love in the direction of the many different categories and classes in this race, as well as SP9. So here's Joe Bradley with our current class leaders.
So current class leaders in Eurovision Song Contest style, in reverse order. I think that's Eurovision Song Contest. I don't know where I got that from. In 150th place, we find the BMW 318 Ti, or car 277, no team name. That's leading the SP3 class. That's like 4 guys, a toolbox on a picnic table. That's the way to go motor racing, in my view. They're in 150th, as I said. Next of our class leaders, just scanning the timing screens, moving further up the order, looking for number 1. The SP8T class leader is in 120th place. That's the number 59 Doe Motorsport McLaren. That car is currently in the pits at the moment, so I'm not sure if that's going to take any further part, whether it'll be classified as that class leader. I'm not sure of the finishing rules, but maybe that'll lead us on to another conversation. Next up is the SP2T class. Again, no team name. They're in 112th position. Car 380, it's an Opel Corsa GS line, leading SP2T. And then we've got SP4, they're in 106th place. That's car 152, it's a BMW 325Ci. Again, no team name there, just a bunch of guys who have brought a car out to race in this legendary event. We move through the order to find the AT1 class leader, and that's the Max Kreuzer Racing Audi R8. That's the GT3 Evo, the AT1 class, the alternative fuels class. 85th overall, Tom Coronel, touring car legend and sports car legend, in fact, at the wheel of the number 19 at the moment in that 85th overall, but leading AT1. BMW 325i class is the number 100. They're in 82nd place. In 80th place, not that far further on, is the SP Pro Leader. That's the number 992. That's the Griezmann, we mentioned them, the Manthey Porsche, winning the historic support race the other day, the Griezmann car. In 69th place, we've got the 444 numbered VS class leader, the Korn Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman. Just ahead of them, the VT2 front-wheel drive class. They're in 68th place overall. That's car 474. It's a Volkswagen Golf GTI. And then in SP3T, they're in 66th place overall. It's an Audi TT, and that's car 317. The V6 class is in 64th place. That is car 448. It's a Porsche Cayman. They're in the pits at the moment. I'm not sure how long they've been in the pits as I scan through. TCR being led by the number 830. They're in 60th place overall, and that's the Hyundai Hyundai Motor Company Elantra. Mark Basseng at the wheel of that car at the moment. 58th place, and we've got the number 665 leading the BMW M240i class. That's the GT Tyres BMW. The V2T Hecker, that's the rear-wheel drive and all-wheel drive, but I'm pretty sure we haven't got any for... Oh, no, we have. We've got the little Audi A3 in that class. That class, though, is being led by Adrenaline Motorsports BMW 330i. That's the number 500, and they're in quite aptly, actually, is in 55th place. The BMW class, that's car 878 in 53rd place overall. That's the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport BMW M2. And then in the AT2 class, it's the number 320, the 4 Motors Porsche. They're in 51st place overall. And then we are looking for the SP4T leader. That's car 88. They're in 40th place. That's the Subaru Technica, Subaru WRX. Moving on, the SP7 class, that's the number 91 Rita Engineering Porsche. They're in 30th place overall. And then we've got the SP10 leader. Bit of a battle there, 13 seconds between SP10's class leader and the second car in that class. The leader is the 888 numbered Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M4. And then we've got one of the Bleeker-Molens in the number 145, the Rilla and Schauk Power BMW M4, chasing that down for a class battle there. 32nd and 33rd overall is where we find them. The Cup 3 class is in 31st place, so a bit of a gaggle of class leaders in those 30th place positions. Cup 3 being led by W&S Motorsports Porsche 718 Cayman. And then we find the Cup 2 leader, the number 900 in 20th. That's the Black Falcon Porsche. Paul Meyer at the wheel of that one. And then we are in SP3 territory. But before we get to the SP9 leader, SPX being led by the certainly one of my favourite cars out here this year, the BMW M3 Touring. That's the estate car. The number 81 is in 6th place overall, and of course the SP9 leader, our overall leader, currently Max Verstappen in the number 3 Mercedes of Winwood Racing.
Because Mattia Drudy's just pitted and the 99 Rover Racing BMW's just pitted, actually Neil Verhagen's back up to 4th now, because he's not on the same pit stop schedule as 4 other cars ahead of him. So remember that the 3 Mercedes, the 80 Mercedes, the 34 Aston Martin and the 99 BMW, they all pit on the same lap, and that gives a chance to the 84 Lamborghini of currently Patrick Niederhauser, who's back in the podium positions right now, Red Bull Team Abt Huracan. So that's promoted to 3rd, and the 81 BMW of Verhagen up to 4th. Lambo and Red Bull Team Abt just need the race to end at the right point, i.e. at this stage of the cycle, and they could well nick a podium. And you could arguably say the straight line speed of the Lamborghini probably deserves that. They rather shot themselves in the foot on the opening lap. With one of the cars. Well, true. What I was thinking of was a 130, which jumped the start, and then they didn't get particularly good treatment from a fellow Red Bull-backed car, which was the Danny Juncadella-driven Mercedes, because he drove in the back of the Lamborghini, his former car and team, and a few corners later, that punctured Mirko Bortolotti's rear right tyre. I just want to bring you a quote from Michael Gebhan, who drives for Mühlner Motorsport this year with their number 918 car, and he said, "My stint was good but difficult. It actually rained lightly for all 8 laps." This is the car he shares with Tim Shearbar, Zalewski and Michel Gatting as well. In different places and at varying amounts the rain appeared. We were still able to maintain a relatively good pace, but it required a high level of concentration and a bit of risk. It was very, very, very difficult and very tiring, says Michael Rebhan, who I may well have got out of that 918 Mühlner car now. Well, he has done, because he's given that quote. And Michel Gatting has taken charge.
Well done to do so. Got it spot on there. Right, I've just been looking at some screens, though, just before we went to the rundown through the classes. Car number 80, the car in second place, under investigation for code 60 transgressions, perhaps investigation. But at the moment, remember they came into the pits, Lucas Stoltz brought it in to hand over to Mara Engel. The car was 13 seconds down on Max Verstappen in the number 3 sister car. Verstappen stayed on board, Engel's gone out, but Engel's first lap, and it's not necessarily down to the driver, it could be finding a slower car in a wave zone. He lost 12 seconds immediately, plus the potential for a penalty. So this super close run for the Winward Racing Mercedes may be about to come apart.
And the Dacia has got a penalty as well. The Dacia has got
it's
a penalty.
upset people out there, hasn't it?
Well, it's speeding in a slow zone. See, it's not slow at all, is it? It can still speed in a slow zone, and it's picked up a penalty.
It's incredible, the love for that car.
It is.
Green and blue and much, much loved.
And you know what? Hopefully we'll see it on the stream soon, but that Dacia, from 10 metres away, it looks like a road-going street car. When you get up close, there's quite a bit of racecraft, race engineering gone into that car. The dampers, high-tech, high-spec, high-expense dampers going into that car. The engineering, how the roll cages is being grafted into that car. There's a lot of attention and a lot of very good engineering gone into that, and they've made a proper little race car out of that Dacia.
They really have, and the number of sponsor stickers on suggests they need the sponsorship to make it improve its form. Right, the number 130 Lamborghini, Johnny was just talking about it. This is the one that's jumped the start, or more to the point, no, it didn't jump the lights, but it got its nose in front of the pole-starting sister car, and the Scheffler car having a few repairs. I really do like that metallic green and white race livery. Not so good with the black tape on it, but that's had great pace throughout. But that, you know, if you've got a 2-car team and there's any bad luck, you want it all to be focused on one of them, so it's not shared. If it's shared, you're not going to get a result. But at the moment, that number 130, Marco Mappelli, who was, I believe, the start driver in that car, just down in 12th place, and overall he's 3 laps down. Look how many repairs have been. Not
a bad effort with the gaffer tape. We like to see neat and tidy gaffer tape being adopted onto the car in a kind of a graphic way, but there's a little bit of untidiness there on the rear left quarter where you've just got a bit of overlap there that looks a bit shoddy. Well, so I know it's doing its job. However, this is aesthetics, boys, as well. Attention to detail, make the car look good when you apply that gaffer tape. So I know the collective like to mark the use of gaffer tape, tang tape, call it what you will. I'm going to give that a 6, maybe.
A 6? Well, I tell you what, someone gave it a 3 earlier. It was the nose of the number 3 Mercedes that did the damage to that right rear quarter. But since then, it's been repaired. But yeah, 6 I think is fair. Maybe 6.5 out of 100.
You've got it. I know it's done in a hurry in a pit stop, but you know, mandated pit stop times allow you to be a little bit more, make the car look a little bit more prettier. But I'm a bit OCD really when it comes to applying gaffer tape to a broken race car.
Fair call.
There's the pencil drawn HWA. HWA. I had AWA in my head for some reason, which is a team that have run Corvettes in the past at Le Mans, but it's not the same thing. HWA Evo R, and yeah, that would not be a stranger in some sort of art installation, the imitation of a Mercedes 190E. So that was right in front of the green and white Lamborghini, the Schaeffler-backed car, which has run on Audis in the past. So the Audi, the green and white livery, you may well remember from previous seasons. The first time I've seen it on a Lamborghini that I can recall. By the way, Lamborghini had never had a pole position at this event, ever, and they managed to lock out the front row. They've still got a chance of getting the 84 car on the podium, as we mentioned, but quite a lot of stars have got to align in order for that to happen. The Subaru, run by Technica International, the WRX for Carlo Van Dam, is now on the Grand Prix circuit and still leading SP4T, Joe.
More opinion coming in on the application of gaffer tape on the Lamborghini Sten Klessens. Quite rightly, team not well prepared. Where's the green gaffer tape? The car's predominantly green, and I've got to say, so Stein marking it down even further down from my 6, probably giving it a 3 or a 4 there because of the lack of colour-coordinated gaffer tape.
OCD. That's who you bank with.
Sorry, is that you're talking to me? No. I'm
said it was
company on the collective, though, aren't we? Yeah.
Talking about the two Lamborghinis sharing the front row of the grid as the Carlo Van Dam Subaru whisked past the beautifully prepared Dacia Logan. Don't forget, we also had the third Lamborghini, started in about 6th position. Remember, Conrad Motorsport really went very, very well in qualifying. But that is the one that's tumbled down the order somewhat. And certainly as we left here at about 1:45 this morning to go and give it a bit of shut-eye, that was still in the mix with Bulgarian racer Pavel Lefterov. Really impressed me through the course of this weekend. You know, not a lot of experience in GT3, but getting out there and really staking his claim. Last year he was racing in the German prototype series, and I think you can safely say Lamborghini Huracan is somewhat different bit of machinery to those, but you know, good to see him. To see Franz Conrad before the start of the race, very near the front of the grid, looking down at his car in that traditional sort of aquamarine and black livery that they've run over so many cars over so many decades. Great to see them back in the hunt, and they are staunch supporters, Johnny, of course, of the NLS through the course of the season, and we always sort of comment the fact they feature well and then suddenly they're not there. You just wonder why the bad luck. Is it preparation, whatever it is, or is it just incident seems to come to them? But they had a better start to this race, but alas, have somewhat tumbled down the order.
Had a very strong driver lineup. I have to admit, I didn't know a great deal about Maximilian Paul prior to this year's event, but he very much impressed me in qualifying for Conrad. Nose to tail SP9 cars now working their way around Galgenkopf and on to the Dottinger Hoor, one of which is the McLaren, which is the 69 Doer Motorsport car for Ben Doer, 15th place, and up ahead of him, well, about 4 minutes ahead of him, Patrick Kolb in the number 18 Porsche. So these cars are not on the same lap. The Porsche that is immediately in front of the McLaren. So this is a bit of lappery that's going to take place. The 19th position car for Alex Fontana and the Gorian RT by Car Collection. And he doesn't make a major issue then for the Door Motorsport car, picking up the tow and getting the pass made prior to Tiergarten.
I've got more gaffer tape opinion, this time from a professional rapper, not a musician or singer or talker, as it is in rap, Gaz Bury. Now wrong with that gaffer tape, laid correctly like vinyl, back to front so it flows with the airflow. The other way would catch the air and lift it off. He's given it a 97 out of 100 because there's always room for improvement. Well, it's only marks out of 10, I'm afraid, Gaz, so I'm going to say that's a 9.5 from you, which is a bit, I think he's overmarked that because of the lack of colour and the lack of tidiness around the outer edges of the gaffer tape application. But he's given it full marks because of the consideration to the airflow.
Okay.
I suppose.
I mean, detail's going to suffer when you're up against the clock, but airflow is far more crucial on an 8-lap stint. And you're going to wish that maybe those edges were tidied a little more before the car is sent. Bjorn Grieseman's Porsche makes this awesome whistling noise at terminal velocity down the Dottinger Hoor, and then he leaps on the brakes. The ABS sorts most of that out, and the car looking very stable going into the final sequence of ever-tightening chicanes, as Winward Racing's Mercedes are separated by 27 seconds now on lap 124. They have a comfortable gap over Patrick Niederhauser, and we reckon there's about a 4-lap stagger comparing the Mercedes, the two Mercedes-AMGs, the 34 Aston and the 99 BMW, comparing those 4 cars to the 84 Lamborghini from Red Bull Team Abt. So if they came in at the end of lap 122, we're waiting for lap 126 for the 84 Lambo, and I reckon the 81 BMW M3 Touring as well.
The end is not nigh. We have 4 3/4 hours of this race still to go, but already people starting to take down their massive structures out around the circuit. These mobile bars that people have brought, these party venues. Washing still up on the line, but that would have been wet and dry throughout the last few days. But we've talked over the years, Joe, haven't we, about how the campsites are truly astonishing. When you say campsite, don't think tent, don't think little pup tent. Think extraordinary structures, great big swings, as we're seeing, great big swing seat, hot tubs, the works. These are extreme, but they do take a lot of erecting and dismantling.
We've even got a very well plumbed urinal out there, which they erect every year, and the piping takes it off to down the slope off to trackside and disappears out of the campsite. I remember a few years ago we went out there to watch the historics, the support race, and we ended up in the middle of the carousel. Which is a fabulous sight. And then we were caught out by a downpour. We were beckoned into one of the awnings by a chap sort of waving beer bottles at us. So, of course, we were drawn to that like a fly to a light. Johnny was there, Jim Roller was there, Paul Truswell was there. In we went to this awning and found that the awning was conjoined to other awnings, and it went off for about 100 metres. It was like a Las Vegas casino being conjoined to other casinos on the strip, and it was like, you know, you could walk around in there and never see daylight for days. It was phenomenal. But I think the biggest thing for me, being a tidy freak, I suppose, by Tuesday, Wednesday, by this afternoon, by this evening, all of that, well, structure, detritus, whatever it is, the rubbish, the litter, all the fans bag it up, box it up, and remove it. If you came out here by just Tuesday or Wednesday, you wouldn't think there had been anyone there for weeks, days, years. They clear it all away, and that is phenomenal. It may be Germanic in its approach to, you know, efficiency and tidiness,
and just generally the environment. It's very responsible.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very responsible.
Mega attitude from, and when you consider that these people out there have been drinking since Wednesday.
Yeah.
Well, wherewithal to actually tear down their structures, which if you put any of those structures up elsewhere, they need planning permission.
Yeah. I'm gonna put in the fact that Fridays and Saturdays of this weekend, maybe that nature of being responsible wilts slightly. But
it's a bank holiday weekend here, though, Johnny.
When they are all sobering up on Sunday morning, the fact that they can fold everything down into, well, a little box somehow. These massive speaker stacks reduce in size. They load them all up into vans and drive away. And like you say, the environment around the Nordschleife is left to the local wildlife, including the sheep.
Yeah, but the sheep have featured very heavily this year as they move around the field. Certainly some of the TV director quite likes the sort of almost bucolic setting. But the thing that gets me, and a lot of when you speak to drivers who've been here for the first time, particularly their first session where they're driving in the night through practice, is when they go out there and realise just how much light is coming from the campsites. But far more than that, of course, you've got flares and things going off to do a light show. It's the sound when they can hear the music booming out of these stacked speakers. They must be thinking, what? Oh, hold on, I've got to concentrate here. But, you know, it is amazing. And I just think any big sporting event is exciting when you've got an enormous crowd. But when you see the effort that goes here, you realise this isn't a quick fix like a football match, 90 minutes of action and it's over and out. But this is the slow build. I mean, it's incredibly dynamic, but you've got to sort of have a different pace coming to this.
This is a 4 or 5 day festival, remember, a festival of motorsport. It falls on a bank holiday weekend. It's in Germany, though, the bank holiday is the Thursday, so you take a bridging day off, and for 1 day of your holiday allocation, you're then off for 4 day weekend. It's remarkable. Those you mentioned the music. I've never been really into German thrash metal.
Why not?
It's always a bit shouty for me, to be honest, Johnny. I love some of the melodies.
Source of its USP.
Some of the harmonies and melodies that you hear out there.
Fans of that music would argue there are harmonies.
Oh, absolutely. I've got friends who tell me very often I'm wrong. But I once said to Brian Johnson, the lead singer of AC/DC, I'm sorry, Brian, you're a bit shouty for me, mate. And he didn't care, because why would he? He's Brian Johnson.
As he got back into his multi-million-pound race car.
As he flicked diamonds out the window at me, you know, sort of went on his way. The sound systems out there are concert-level sound equipment the sort of speakers, you know, you go to a Madonna concert and you've got the same size audio systems, and you walk through these areas of this massive wall of sound. You walk out of that wall of sound into the next area of sound, and because they're so loud, this wall of sound are just creating a wall.
Yeah.
A bridge between them.
They fight
and
one another.
They don't meld into each other though. They're so loud they stop each other at the point where they're adjacent to one another. It's phenomenal. If you've enjoyed watching this and you're new to this form of motorsport, which we know we've got a lot of new fans out there who come into endurance racing through the former Formula One world champion, Mr. Verstappen, and it's great to have you here. There are other forms of motorsport, as you are now finding out. If you are the sort of person who likes to go to a motor race, you've got to come to this one, because this one is unique to any other. I can't think of another motorsport event that has the same kind of culture or ambience, atmosphere. Le Mans is possibly the closest, but it's so different.
It is so different. I mean, if you're in a campsite at Le Mans, you're invariably not terribly close to the track. You're on the infield or out beyond, but here you can camp right on the banks, just beyond the spectator fencing. Other thing you haven't mentioned so much is the camaraderie of the fans. A lot of people will get the same pitch every year. They make mates over the years. You share beers, let the clean ones in your hot tub, whatever. It doesn't really matter. But you've hit on it. It's a festival. And then there's the sheer magnificence of the circuit. It's quite hard to move around, but you can, if you're organised, make a plan and go and watch at Brunchen or Her Act. You can come to, as you say, walk around the infield, go down towards the carousel. So many experiences to be had. Oh, did I mention the mud? And mud as well, so it really is a festival. So, but, you know, joking aside, plus history. This circuit is very nearly a century old. That is just something extraordinary.
Good morning to the collective. James Atkinson mentions booming music, flares, swings, hot tubs, sheep. You don't get this at the snooker. But I do think you get it at the darts, though. I do think there's a great atmosphere at the darts. I am not into darts, but I've watched that on TV, and it draws you in, and I've thought, I wouldn't mind sitting there in fancy dress, swigging beer all day and watching that. Maybe one day I will, if you can get a ticket, that is.
There is an image floating around at the moment, possibly amongst social media and amongst our collective as well, of, I'll say at the moment, one of the AMGs leaving pit lane, possibly a little short on its pit stop time, to the tune of 0.7 of a second. 0.7 of a second, but it's definitely crossing the white line, the timing loop, at the point where the clock reads a very small amount of change.
Did you say which one there, Johnny?
I didn't, because I don't want to at this stage, because we're not sure. It's not even being investigated.
Okay,
so
well,
if we get a message on the screen to say that it's being investigated, then I'll obviously draw more attention to that. The penalty, if there is one, is 30 seconds there or thereabouts, and then maybe the time that you didn't serve added to that, so they'll round it up to 1 second. But at 10:25, there is no indication that that's being looked at or under investigation.
OK, well, which one would it be? The best place of the trio is car number 61. That's second in the SBX class, which, of course, is famously being led by one of the very front-running cars, that BMW M3 Touring 24H. It's the one driven by Lance David Arnold. It's the one that's sort of dark green livery, Parkside written on its flanks, turning right now into the first corner and then immediately having to go from right to left. Just to let you understand the performance of these HWA Evos, their fastest lap of that car is 8 minutes 42 seconds, and the very, very quickest time of anybody in the race is number 4 Red Bull team Abt Lamborghini, and that does an 8 minutes and 8. So you're talking 30 plus seconds a lap, but they still look good. But then, of course, how many lap times are done on uninterrupted green flag laps? Just now we're seeing Max Verstappen having to go slow, going past a vehicle that's towing a car back towards the pits. It's ebb and flow with every single lap. And then, of course, through the course of this race and through the course of practice and qualifying, we've had rain. Little amount of rain, other times enormous amounts of rain, other times hail. So, to get a clear, perfect lap, it's hen's teeth.
I think probably never across 24 hours. By the time we got round to lap 2, we were in traffic. We were in the third grid of cars, the smaller slower cars, less fast, let's say, rather than slower, were being lapped and had the leaders coming around upon them by the halfway around lap 2. And from that point on, you will never, ever, ever see an optimized lap. I think if you were to go through every single driver, whatever class that is, because if you're not in the faster class and you are overtaking, you're in a slower class and you are being overtaken, and that's going to put you offline. You're not going to be optimized through into the braking area, through the turn, and you're in a kind of a conventional track, in a kind of Formula One way, where you're eking out that very optimum corner speed, exit speed, culminating in a lap time. You think this place is a little bit different, because discretion is massively the better part of valor in a race like this, and especially so with 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours is a lot of time, and a lot of time for those microscopic decisions or microscopic times that you have to make these decisions. As you come across traffic, you can see the traffic ahead of you. You're going to time, you know where you are on the track. You can kind of gauge where you're going to overtake. And in this case, we are zooming past quite an easy spot to overtake. Now we're heading towards that tight right-hander at the carousel. It's going to through a right-hander, then towards the tight right-hander at the carousel. Am I going to come upon that car in the carousel hairpin?
Yeah.
So you're kind of gauging that.
Well, entirely, but there are an awful lot of parts around the, who knows how many corners. People used to say 172 corners on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. More than plenty, but there aren't that many points where you have a long line of sight to what's up ahead. And with your closing speed, as Max Verstappen has found, here he is leading this race. You could have a gaggle of 4 cars who are lapping, 3 minutes a lap slower than you. So they could be 4 corners ahead of you all together. You can't see them. Suddenly you've got that quartet and you've got to make the moves. But Max has been super, super positive in the way that Kevin Estre always has been. If there's half a gap, he's looking at it. If it's a full gap, he's through.
And remember, Bruce, I think I mentioned this last night, in the darkness hours, you can't distinguish what that car is. You can see the car in the daylight. In the dark, it's just red lights. So you don't know whether it's a Dacia or a Zevo BMW or whatever. It might be a Porsche, a Cup car. It could be anything. And you've kind of just got to gauge the rate of progress you make towards it and what speed. And again, like pure racing driving, it's all about timing. It's all about rhythm. And even you can get into that timing and rhythm, even if the optimum rhythm is broken, it's still a rhythm in how you overtake the slower classes.
Yeah, entirely so. And I haven't really talked too much recently about the gap between Max Verstappen leading the race and Mauro Engel, who's in second place. Remember, before the pit stops, they came in 13 seconds apart. On the first lap out, Mauro Engel lost another 13 seconds. That won't be down to his pace, because he's very much there or thereabouts with Max Verstappen. On this last lap, Max gained a second or so, but suddenly that doubling of the gap has just, Johnny, I'd suggest, given a little bit of a different dynamic to that lead battle. For most of the race, they've been within 10 seconds.
Yeah, so it's half a minute currently, and things maybe within the team just starting to cool down a little bit, with 4.5 hours still to go. Will it be this stint plus 3 more? Will some cars need a splash along the way? We'll have to wait and see. And I think if we do get a little bit of rain, more persistent rain between now and the end of the race, that's obviously going to slow the pace a tad and maybe bridge that gap. If some teams are thinking so many stints plus a bit of a splash, if they can save the splash before 3 o'clock, that would obviously be the ideal situation, as Max Verstappen has some traffic in the distance down the Dottinger Hoor. Might think about clearing that before Antonius Bucher or the run into Tiergarten. No, he's not going to be close enough to it, in fact, so I don't think that's going to be a headache towards the end of the lap. The gap is 30 seconds back to Mauro Engel. And speaking of AMGs, we're delighted to welcome to the Global Broadcast Centre Philip Ellis from Schnitzelarm Racing. You're running in the Pro-Am division. How's it gone? Highs and lows in this year's race?
A bit of both. A bit of both.
A nice pause there.
Yeah, a big pause. Unfortunately, we had a little issue a few hours ago, so I had one of the oil lines go. So we are out of the race, but I just got a text message that the car went out again.
Okay.
With Kenneth in, since Kenneth hasn't been in the car yet. So we were like, well, we'll get it fixed, get it back out, and get him some laps in, and
This is
trying to finish the
Kenneth
race.
Higher, by the way.
Yes, yeah.
Who's driven in Mount Filter Mercedes in the past, and
Yeah, way too often. Like,
Way too often.
I think what was it? His 16th 24-hour here.
Here.
Here, yeah.
That's good
So,
going.
uh,
How many have you done here?
I think this is number 7 or 8.
Okay.
Somewhere around that.
Yeah, I like the fact that you've sort of lost
Yeah,
count.
yeah,
as well. But you'll celebrate your 10th, I hope. Somebody will tell you.
But somebody will tell me at AMG that this is my my 10th. Yes.
I remember J-Mo Hartling having a bit of a moment in the wet down at Arenberg,
Yep.
and the car went through the gravel. I mean, could that have potentially been the oil line problem?
Maybe.
Difficult to tell.
Maybe it's really hard to tell. We don't really know how it happened or what could have caused it. There's no like damage on the car. Initially, we thought that it was like riding a curb too hard or something, that it hit the engine, which is usually the weak spot for our car. But yeah, it ended up being the oil line, which was a little confusing, to be fair. And I mean, luckily it happened in a good spot. It actually happened right here, coming onto the Nordschleife, so it was a slow corner where it burst. So at least we were safe, and the car didn't get some extra damage.
Well, yeah, because temperatures are going to go off the scale if
Yep.
you're stuck on the Nordschleife somewhere with an oil leak.
Correct. So we were lucky in that I actually did have a little spin because of it, because I'm running on my own oil. But no, everything turned out relatively okay, given the circumstance. And as I just heard, the car's back out with, must be Kenneth in the car, just to get the laps in as well and show off the car to the fans.
What is your overriding image of this race thus far? Because it's unusually cold. To us, that seems to have produced some issues out on the track. People struggling to get heat in their tyres. Has been oil and gravel on the track, but has that been a major issue, or did you get on top of that quite quickly early on, thinking, OK, we know what to do. We'd love the track temperature to be another 10 degrees higher, but do you feel comfortable with the conditions?
Actually, we struggle a lot with the tyres to get them in the right window. More the rain tyres than the slicks, but even the slicks we couldn't really get them switched on the way we wanted.
Remind me the tyre manufacturer that Schlitz Alarm runs on?
The Goodyear.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have heard from other cars as well, so even the Winward cars, they were struggling a lot with temperatures, especially coming into the week. So I'm sure they had to work a lot on it, just because we've never really ran this temperature for the entire 24 hours. Usually it'll drop down like during the night and then it'll come back up at some point. But I don't even know where it is right now, but it feels pretty cold still. And it's been like this the entire race. So I'm sure that people have expected it to be different coming here at the beginning of the week, but yeah, nothing's changed. So at least we have that as a constant.
Yeah, and also, I guess, through practice, there was an awful lot of time when there was a degree of rain, not enough to be fully wet, so just everyone was sort of in between all the time, so it's quite hard to be definitive, isn't it?
Very, and you couldn't really gather data, because as you say, it's in between. You can't really go for the full wet, and it's too wet for the slick, and it's practice, so there's no real point in risking the car. So it was very tough preparing for the race the way it is now, and I think you could see the cars that got it right, setting up the car and getting that temperature in, also in the mixed conditions where the two Mercedes started pulling a huge gap onto everybody else when we had that mixed condition for an hour or so. So I think they just did a good job, and I'm surprised that there's a lot of variation of manufacturers actually on tire brands as well.
Yeah.
Up in front. I was battling for a long time with the Aston Martin on Pirellis, for example, and I'm on the Goodyear, and I think we had one of the Hancooks even was fast at some point. So yeah, it's good fun, good challenge for everyone. But yeah.
It is such a fascinating race from that perspective, though, isn't it? Because there's hardly any other championships or one-off events now that has this mixture of tyre manufacturer. I would so want this to continue in this way, because it keeps us guessing, and you, I guess.
For sure. Obviously, you always like to be on the brand that's the fastest at that point or that year. But no, it's good fun. It helps the tires as well to be developed more. Since the Goodyear's been run in WEC, for example, the Michelin's been run in IMSA and so on. So it helps them as well, and it's just interesting to see where they make up the time. Like, our tire is much better on GP, but then we kind of fall off the moment we get onto the Nordschleife, and vice versa. The Michelin might not be as strong on the GP, but yeah, it's just interesting to see. It's another little aspect outside of the car brand.
Now, this is a question that is sort of to do with racing, but we're looking at him now, Max Verstappen. Have you noticed much of a difference having him here this year?
To be fair, coming in, no. The first couple of days, there was not as much of a difference as I think a lot of people expected. But now, yes, definitely. It was, especially around 2, 3 a.m., it was much fuller than it usually is. Like in general, it's just full. It's super full.
But have you found that people you know who aren't into racing are contacting you because they're more aware of the race, or not yet?
Somewhat. I'm sure there's a lot of people that usually don't check in and watch this race have been checking in now through Max, which is great for us, I think, in general and for the sport itself.
Oh, for sure.
To help it grow. And it's just good to see that Max is enjoying his time here as well.
Well, he's doing what he wants, isn't he?
Exactly.
He's out there racing. I mean, he's a racing animal through and through, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Out of the car, he's doing iRacing. In the car, he wants to experience it all, which to me, as someone of many decades experience in the sport, I think that's great. I think everyone should do. And we saw it for a while with Fernando Alonso when he sort of left Formula One. He went and competed at Le Mans. We loved having him at Le Mans because it's also he was just fresh to it, and then went over and won the Daytona 500. 500, I think not. That would be fun. 24 hours. And again, when he was out of the car. I like that purity of someone who's a racer wanting to race.
Yeah, and every time I see Max as well, he's getting out of the car with a smile on. Every time.
Yeah.
So,
us too.
It's great.
Yeah, because he loves racing, and it doesn't have to be real racing either. It can be the digital stuff, and I know he maybe got himself into a bit of hot water at a Grand Prix at Imola. Was that last year or year before when he was also doing a 24-hour virtual race?
Yeah.
Prior to the Sunday race day. Can you tell us a little bit about the whole Schnitzelalm project? Because you've driven for these guys before, 2022 was it?
Yes, I think 22, and I think I did one in 23, just one race each in the NLS rounds as like preparation for them as well for the 24-hour that came later. But yeah, they are a super small team, basically a little family, and they have a junior group, so to speak. It's called the Young Driver Academy, where they try to help young drivers that have no budget to get into racing and help them out.
Almost like a development thing then.
Yes. Okay. So like I was on the car as a reference driver for Jamo and Giannis, who are both in that Young Driver Academy.
And they're both silver rated.
They're both silver, correct. Yeah. So they are young drivers, and the team Schnitzelalm with Thomas Anger as the lead are trying to train them up to the drivers that they want them to be, to then potentially become pro. And long time ago, in 2013, I was basically the first one that did that through them. So I've known the team since 14 years now.
Oh, wow.
And I did that back in go-karts, actually. We crossed paths coincidentally in Mallorca, and just connected, and since then always been in contact, did some races together, and then even do races together now for other stuff. And I'll come over and help them out, or be the reference driver or reference guy, and to show that it does work, what Thomas thinks is true and how it should be done. And I think it's a great thing. He puts those guys to hard work in the shop, so it's not that they just arrive and drive. They have to put in a lot of work. James was actually building the car, wrapping the car, fixing the car.
No way,
yes.
Right, wow.
So, for example, we did a damper change on Thursday, and he was the one changing the damper. So
I like that.
It's great. It's great. He knows way more than I do about the car.
We had the drift show on Friday night here, which is a traditional thing down on the bottom section of the Grand Prix circuit. I'm sure you know about it. Mm-hmm. And that is a category of racing, if I can call it that, where the driver, the drifter, has practically built the car themselves. So they know it front to back as well.
Yep.
They know where it might need improving from meeting to meeting. And that feels like it's almost a dying art these days, but it happens in club racing in the UK and other places as well. I'm sure, you rock up with your own car, a little trailer, you've built it yourself, and you go racing. And there's an element of that at Schnitzelalm then too.
Oh, for sure. I think it's fascinating. Again, I personally would like to know more about the car than I actually do. Like, sure, I can give feedback, and I know a lot about it, but not as detailed as Jamo, for example, who can literally tear apart the car and build it up himself, which to me is very astonishing. I think the guy is 23.
Wow.
So, and he's really fast as well. So, no, he's doing it right and proper. And basically, so back to the Young Driver Academy, it's they do it through a yearly fee, and now we had all the guys that do the yearly fee, they could sign on the car this year, on the 24-hour car. and we'll have it scanned and have model cars made with the signatures for the guys that joined to help out the young drivers.
But look, you started off in single-seaters, as people did in the age. People like JMO, they're coming straight into cars with roofs. It's a totally different environment. Obviously, it's worked really well for you since you came across the GT3, you know, global star. But it's a very different approach now, isn't it?
Very different. And actually, JMO started out in endurance go-kart racing. So that's where Schnitzelalm, the race team, originates from. And thank you. And they only, must have been 5 years ago, stepped up to GT racing. So they started with, I think they had BMW Cup cars and ran them here, multiple ones. Then they went up to GT4 and now to GT3. So, and everywhere they go, they're super competitive. They've done GT Masters, the ADAC GT4, the European GT4, and I'm pretty sure at some point we'll see them in the European GT3 as well.
Good ambitions.
Olsen at top speed. Dennis Olsen in the 67 Ford Mustang, and on the front of his Ford, the front wheels briefly lifting off the ground, heading into Schwedenkreuz. Very similar to Max Verstappen's moment on his approach to Flansgarten during his first stint, that was. We're maybe seeing this a little bit more often, Philip, about the air getting underneath the car, just briefly making the car do a wheelie, and you hope to goodness it's going to come back down to the ground as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, from what I've heard, the track dropped a little bit. This is actually the only race I've done here this year, and I've not done the 24-hour last year, so I haven't been here in between. So it's a bit hard to judge, but I mean, even in our car, it's much more than I remember how bad it was with getting underneath the car. So now you actually have to be pretty careful when you follow other cars coming down. It's one of those things, but...
So is that part of the aero wash almost? Because the air is displaced off the car in front of you, and then there is a chance that it'll just go underneath the splitter rather than across the top.
And it's much worse at the start of the stint when you have a full tank and the weight is on the rear. You feel it much more than, for example, your last lap of the stint. Then you don't really have that issue. But initially you definitely do. And it depends a bit on what springs you run as well, of course. How stiff is the rear, or how much does it give? But yeah, it's been more than I can remember for sure.
Interesting.
And how do you deal with that then? You just get off the throttle as quickly as possible?
Pretty much, you do a preemptive lift before you drop down. And it used to be only one where you have a little lift on the front and it was fine. Now you have two. So even when you watch Max's replay, it actually starts super early, the first one, where he gets airborne a little bit. So that's definitely new. But the only thing you can do is have a sharper angle, so you don't have as much turning to do once you actually land on your front tires, and just do a preemptive lift.
Wow.
Did you learn that technique from skiing?
I learned it actually from seeing Max almost crash and doing like actually we just saw it there.
The Ford of Dennis
Ford
Olsen,
lifting up as well.
So you reckon that rise before Schwedenkreuz has altered then from like last year? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe, but you see it right there again. And even here, he does a preemptive lift as well, just as he comes over the crest.
Yeah. And this is because he's right behind the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, also in the SB9 class. These two cars heading up towards Schwalbenschwanz. It's not a fight for position, because actually Dennis Olsen's trying to catch Joel Sturm in the dynamic Porsche.
They're a lap apart.
Yeah, okay. But Olsen's quicker, and this is Drudy, I assume, up ahead of him, yeah, in the 34 car. So Drudy will be 4 laps in to his stint, so about halfway through. Drudy pitted at the end of lap 122, whereas I've sort of lost track of the 67 Ford in terms of its pit stop window, pit stop strategy, but Olsen is down in 9th place, and the best of the Mustangs. We started with 3. Unfortunately, Argemini had that massive accident at Brunchen, going off on another Porsche, middle category Porsche's oil, and absolutely destroyed that Mustang. But Dennis Olsen is charging around and has a couple of minutes as a buffer back to Dan Arrow in the 48 car. What do you make of the strategy from Windward Racing, Philip Ellis? They were running nose to tail for hours on end, and I thought that was a bit risky. But then Adam Christodoulou came in and said, you can't really afford to alter the strategy that much, because the pace of this race is so relentless. You just want to be charging on, particularly in those early hours, and trying to get the break.
Yep, that's pretty much what it is. If you have too much of a gap, there's always a chance that you get hit by a code 60 and the other car doesn't. So it just naturally tears it apart even more.
Yeah.
So you just try to be as close together as you can. But I think where they really pulled it out of their hat with both cars was during the night when we had that rain for about an hour. And I think those two cars were just on the right tire when everybody else wasn't. And suddenly they pulled a big gap. And since then, they've basically been maintaining it outside of course, the penalties for other cars. So I think that's where they made it. And I mean, it's still 4 hours to go. It's still more than an entire NLS round.
True.
So who knows what's going to happen.
And the good news for fans of AMG, I was teasing you about the fact that maybe one of the AMG's latest pit stops was 0.7 of a second too quick. There is an image floating around of I'm not going to tell you which AMG it is, whether the 3 or the 80, but crossing the timing loop at the end of pit road with still 0.7 of a second on the clock of the 3 minutes and 17 seconds that they have to do. But the fact that that's not under investigation yet is obviously a good thing. I just don't know how busy they are in race control and how delayed everything is.
They might be very busy, or they might be lucky.
They might be lucky, yeah. And the official was looking the other way at the time that it happened. I don't know, in this modern day and age, where it's all tracked on the timing systems, there are not many places you can hide these days. So what's next for the rest of the year? You got some NLS stuff coming up?
Not sure yet, I hope so. Definitely we'll have the Ravenol car running more NLS races, so we know that. We just don't know who's driving that car yet. And then for me personally, of course, back to IMSA, overseas. Actually heading there tomorrow for a test at Watkins Glen with Russell. So looking forward to that.
What day is the test?
Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, great planning. And then, that's the next race I actually have on the schedule is Watkins Glen, the 6 hour. So it'll be good fun.
It was a good start to the year, though. Daytona 24.
Great start to the year.
Victory in the bag.
Yep.
Fiercely fought. But, when you have a season, obviously want to start it well, but it's just the confidence it gives you, isn't it, when you get an early win?
It's also you have like a big bag full of points, after the first round, which is probably the hardest one to do because there's so many one-off entrants as well, just doing Daytona, also in our class, which can be good and can be bad if they go in between the guys that do the full season. So that was perfect for us, obviously, but since then we didn't really strike a lot of luck. So we were unfortunately taken out in Sebring by a car that was spinning, and then I think in Long Beach we got caught out by a penalty, and then Laguna was kind of so-so where we finished 5th. So it's still a long season. We're still in the hunt, of course, trying to go for the triple championship there. But it's good fun. I'm enjoying my time over there.
But do you base yourself in the States?
Half and half, yes. So still out of Switzerland. If I do get to race in Europe, I did Paul Ricard, for example, a few weeks ago, and then of course the main program is in America at the moment. Yes.
Yeah, good stuff. Philip, it's been great having you along. Thanks you for sparing.
Thank you.
Staying awake and coming to see us.
Yep.
Are you in before the end of the race again? You still got another shot, or are you done?
I'm not sure. I'll have to go check in with Thomas what the plan is now after Kenneth. Maybe he'll take it for the next 4 hours because he's having so much fun. We'll see.
Well, I'm really sorry about the oil leak. That's kind of kiboshed any effort this year. But I didn't know a lot about the history of Schnitzel Alarm, so thank you for bringing that to my attention as well.
Definitely.
And we wish them all the best as a project moving forward. Philip Ellis, thank you so much for dropping by to the Global Broadcast Centre. You're tuned to the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Get in touch at RSL_studio on the socials using the hashtag RSLN24, and we are close to being 4 hours to go. 4 hours and 8 minutes, in fact, with Max Verstappen leading the way by 34 seconds, let's call it, over Mauro Engel. That was the gap at the start of this, the 128th lap. And whilst we were talking to Phil, we saw pit stops for the 84 Lamborghini for Red Bull Team Apt. They pitted after 126 laps. The same went for the 81 BMW M Motorsport M3 Touring. Conor Di Filippi taking that car over, and it returns to its more regular position of 6th place. Lawrence Vanthoor in the number 24 car. That car, according to the Lion Speed information stream, was carrying a little bit of damage, squeal of tyre, because one of the SP10 cars, BMW, is damaged as well. That sounded like it was understeering through Arenberg, and it's certainly missing or has a heavily damaged front left corner, headlight cracked. And it worked its way through Arenberg at still reasonable speed, but I'm not sure that all of the grip was there. Let me just get your latest on car 24. So, yes, this was actually about 6 o'clock this morning. Oh, it went in the barrier, did it? The BMW on Hatzenbach when it was side by side with a Porsche. So that's what's taken a fair chunk out of the bonnet and the top of the front left wheel arch. But yes, about 6 o'clock this morning, the 24 Porsche was needing some tender loving care to repair slight damage, but nothing major. And they have managed to maintain their pitting every 8 laps since. Lawrence Vanthoor is now in 7th place in the 24 Lion Speed GP. Still that little bit of moisture floating around on the approach to Bergwerk as Maro Engel, the 2nd placed AMG, has to go nice and tight to that high curb. And that's compromised his exit now along this crucial uphill climb through Klostertal and Kesselchen. Joe Bradley's back with us.
Percentage-wise, weather forecast, we're at the height of the percentage chance of rain here. So the rain's not going to disappear quite yet, but it is going to start petering out as we get towards midday. We're going to see the track evolve back with these drivers. We're going to see the track drying. We're going to see them having a more consistent track condition to race to the flag with, and I think to be honest, in my opinion, I think the weather has kind of spoiled this race. It took out a lot of the protagonists who were in contention for the overall win. The one that comes to mind firstly, of course, is Grello. I know he went off on oil, but I think it was exacerbated by the fact that the oil was on a wet track, which spreads the oil. You can see the oil line on a dry track, right, and you stay off it. You couldn't tell.
So the oil and water mix.
Yeah, well, you just can't see it as well. You can't see where it is.
It dilutes it.
When you're on a dry track, you can see a trail of liquid. When you're on a wet track, the whole track's liquid. So he couldn't see. So he might have stood a better chance. And I just think, you know, that those changeable, that crazy first 6 hours, like I said, it was like a Mario Kart event, wasn't it? It was crazy. We had cars flying off left, right and centre, just brought about by the weather. And sometimes the weather can make a race. This one has been kind of spoilt by it.
The one that wasn't weather related, and it was a strange one, was Alexander Sims into the back of, was it Jesse Krohn in the KCMG Mercedes on a restart or coming out of a Code 60?
Well, we're due to find out about that because I think we've got David Pittard coming in to join us, fellow driver with Jesse Krohn, who didn't really get much of a go in the race, but it was an extraordinary. Yes, there was a confusion. We haven't had the full clarity on it, but had the slow zone been cleared or whatever, who waved the green flag? But certainly we will find out a bit more. But again, that took out 2 of the front-running cars. Bear in mind that number 16 Audi had qualified 3rd. The number 47 Mercedes for KCMG was right up there as well. But these things can happen. But again, lots of penalties still coming through. By and large, though, the front-running cars have stayed clear. Hey, maybe that's why they're front-running cars, Jones. Answer your own questions. But certainly for the speed of sorting through all the penalties, the race stewards have an awful lot to consider. We get sort of thunderbursts of them when they suddenly get released. Now, staying out of the way is one thing. Staying off the track to stay out of the way is what the Dacia Logan just managed to do, but better safe than sorry. But then when someone goes off the track, of course, that brings dirt and other muck back onto the playing surface. But I don't know if that was just a simple mistake.
Well,
or something that just was untoward.
Ice curver has the name of that because of very much lack of traction, lack of grip, and yes, slithering its way off the road and bringing a bit more muck onto it, the Dacia Logan.
I told about that Dacia Logan, and it looks like a road car, looks like a street car from 10 metres. Look at the camber on the front of that car. Look at how engineered that suspension and running gear is. You know, very expensive damper systems on there. Maybe even 15,000 euros a corner, those dampers, which I saw. That's how much engineering's gone into that. So it might,
because it's been developed over years, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So they brought it here as more standard than it is, but actually don't be fooled. Yes, it looks like a road-going a street version of a Dacia Logan, but you take the body panels off and you'll realise, oh, hang on a minute, this is a purebred racing car, and it's built for the ring. A fun project, yes, but they are totally invested in a race finish here, and as high up as possible.
Yeah, they're running 6th in the SB3T class, 116th overall, 2 laps behind the car they're chasing, which is the number 63 HWA project car, the Evo R. So you couldn't have 2 cars that were any more different than those two, but that's the essence, and it always has been, of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, which started in 1970. This is the 54th running. We've had some wet ones, some dry ones, some hot ones, and of course the one a couple of years ago with all the mist. But the Dacia is something that's very much part of the party. And what I like is the fact it's a relatively contemporary car, but of course for years we had Volker Streichek with that Opel Manta that was firmly rooted in the late 1980s. And you know, we have a lot of historic races and it's now in those instead. But the Dacia Logan, far more contemporary and far more developed in so many, many ways.
Verstappen continues to lead in a kind of metronomic way. I'm pretty sure not be getting in any way or shape complacent with how he goes about lapping this traffic. The traffic keeps you awake, something he's not been used to in his career of a single-seater driver in the various single-seater formulas, even from karting all the way through to Formula One. Mixed-class racing is a different way of going about racing, and we know how much he loves this challenge, arguably the most challenging motorsport event in the world of motorsport. And he continues to pick his way through. Now, he's getting towards the final stages of what is a double stint here. And I'm going to ask the question, what's our opinion on whether, with 4 hours to go, he's going to be back in the car for the end, maybe, as a kind of a showcase finish, or is he going to leave it to his more experienced GT teammates?
It's a hard call.
It would be very nice to have him back in the car because of the photographs that are taken as the car potentially wins the race. But I don't know whether Winward, are they going to be swayed by the value in the publicity and the press releases, or do they just want to continue the rotation and stick to what they know?
That's what I mean. That's why
do it differently. Have him on the pit wall cheering a co-driver across the line. Then you've got his face, the checkered flag, all that celebration. That's another thing, of course, he can never do in Formula One. Of course, he's always in the car.
And that teamwork element
entirely
showing through. So there's a couple of media opportunities there, isn't there, Bruce?
I'll pop over and see them at coffee time.
Give them a call.
Yeah.
Give Russell a call. I've got an idea, Russell. Yeah. Two-edged sword this. In the car, massive media. Out of the car, on the pit wall, massive media. However, let's just add 4 hours of this race still to go. So we're ahead of ourselves. Yeah.
It's a minute to 11. So that'll mean 4 hours to go in a short moment or two, and Max Verstappen is on an in-lap, as is his teammate Maro Engel. This will tick off 130 laps here at the ring. "20 hours in to the 54th edition of the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, when at 3 o'clock yesterday, 49 cars in Startgruppe 1 worked their way through, and not without contact, notably between the two Red Bull-backed cars, the Lamborghini and the Mercedes, getting together, and also a much too eager start for Marco Mappelli in the Lamborghini that started on the left-hand side of the front row. 3 into 1 not going on the exit of the Goodyear Kera, and the car most delayed there was Dan Harper in the Rover Racing BMW. Quite a lot of negotiation required for different speeds of cars at the Caracciolo carousel. The SP9's taking to the drainage ditch, but if you were at the back end of start Group 3, you needed to be well aware that there were SP9s coming through, and at some cases 5, 6, 7 line astern very early on in the race. 2 wheels off the ground for Max Verstappen, nearly put him in the fence during his opening stint when the car was very full of fuel. Great to have the insight recently from Philip Ellis, another AMG driver, to say when the cars are full of fuel and that tank at the back of the car can actually lift the front of these Mercedes. Something to watch for later on in the race for sure. A very violent off for the 75 Max Cruiser Racing Audi R8 LMS at Schwedenkreuz, one of the runners in the alternatively fueled class. And sadly, the early demise of the 45 Realize Kondo Racing Ferrari when Thierry Vermeulen caught the wrong side of a Porsche Cayman in the hats and back. That speared him eventually left, ripping the front of that Ferrari to smithereens, and it eventually came to rest on the right-hand side. Also, Alexander Sims coming out of a Code 60, tagging the back of the KCMG Mercedes, and that would ruin the Scherer Sport PHX entry for 2026. Bonnet rippled back across the windscreen. One of the real fan favourite cars this year has been the M3 Touring 24H car, and it, during the halfway house conditions, slithering and sliding its way around, but a four-time Formula One world champion seems to have got to grips with them very quickly indeed, with a roof again over his head and the need for the windscreen wipers, something he won't be used to from single-seater racing. Kevin Estre and the Grello car sadly didn't last long at all after it caught some oil that had been laid down by, ironically enough, another Porsche from one of the middle category cars. And maybe the wet track surface contributed to that as well, but the money end of that car, where the flat six fits, it was also destroyed. It will have wrecked the mountings of the gearbox and the engine bay, and not long afterwards, on the same oil patch, Arjun Maini, the talented Indian racer for Haupt Racing Team and their Ford Mustang project, piling into the Brunchen barrier as well. Jules Gounon in one of the Mercedes, together with Conor De Filippi, were side by side at Schwedenkreuz. Gounon having to get off the throttle because of a backmarking BMW that semi-blocked his way. The BMW driver was doing nothing wrong as Conor De Filippi swept around the outside, and around the very next corner he would pick off the 80 Ravenol back Mercedes as well. Two Mercs in the space of about 5 corners. 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin still going very nicely indeed, but however, BMW getting caught a cropper by one of the older Z4s. That was Raffaele Marciello in the current GT3 car, the M4, and then Maurice Schuring up against the other BMW Z4 on the Dunlop tyres. Schuring going through a full rotation. This was a huge hit for Alessio Picariello in the 17 Dunlop shod Porsche as well. Two different, very different Porsches being run out of the same awning, if you like, at Schnabel Engineering. One the Falcon car, one the Dunlop car, which is new for 2026. But sadly, that car now out of the race. And then fun and games down at Arenberg at about the point where the sun was spectacularly setting yesterday evening. And still they came thundering their way down the hill and into the stones, bringing lots of gravel out onto the racetrack and causing a problem for some of the front runners, as around the outside of the Gorian RT car went the number 80 machine. Jens Klingmann in the M3 touring car would also go off-road, rally driving. Yes, it's an estate car, maybe used to campsites. Well, Klingmann almost found the campsite not far from Arenberg. This was a tyre failure for the 37 Aston Martin, dramatically spearing it to the left at pretty much full throttle. The Dumoulin prepared and in fact driven car, the number 37, which will take no further part. And at the end of the Grand Prix track, the 99 Rover Racing BMW was also slightly onto the grass, but it was neatly recovered. And the 99 car actually runs in 4th position as we speak, as Max Verstappen got back on board the number 3 Mercedes to do a double stint. That was the RPM racing car with Tracy Crone at the wheel, meaning that Max had to get off the throttle. And Dennis Olsen underneath the rear wing of the Mattia Drudi Aston Martin. That aero wash lifting the front wheels entirely off the ground of the Ford Mustang. It has all been happening here at the 54th edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. We're into 4 hours remaining, so this will be hour 21. And hearing that team orders have been applied at Winwood, as in, well, they're both pitted, as I rather suggested they might do at the end of lap 130. Did they switch positions as they came in, therefore? They are in the order of 3 and 80, suggesting they came in that order. Well, that was their order anyway, wasn't it? Max Verstappen, who will be getting out of the car, and Maro Engel will stay on board for a double. Turn your mic on, Joe.
Yeah, always best to turn yourself on. I think that's where the respective crews are positioned for those cars, the 3 towards pit out, the 80 behind. I just want to mention a comment that our mate Snowy made earlier on, and that reflection back on the that highlights reflection. Arenberg will win a BAFTA for this race. It's featured so much drama and intrigue in this race that it will get the BAFTA for this one. Phenomenal.
But Schwab and Schwantz is fighting back. We've got a car off there, and a slow zone has been increased to a code 60, and so still things keep on happening. I'm going to throw a figure at you. 34 seconds was the gap between the 3 and 80 Winward Mercedes when Max Verstappen came in. He's out of the car. He's going to change over teammate. Maro Engel has just done 1 stint, so he'll stay in. The traffic didn't work. Wasn't very kind to Maro Engel on his out lap. He lost, I think it was 14 seconds. Since then, he was checking, but, you know, Verstappen is just relentless in his application of overtaking wherever possible, as soon as possible, and his lap times have been astonishingly good, so that margin had been 13 seconds. After that first lap, it was about 27 seconds, but it was 34 seconds, so just with each lap of that stint, he was gaining another second or so pulling clear, plus the bonus of that initial gift of the 14 seconds on their respective outlaps. But 3 and 80, will it be 80 ahead of 3 at the end of the race? At the moment, as we count down, it may well not be.
Recent comments from Fabian Schiller rather suggests for the moment that is not the case, because he says we've essentially frozen the situation for now to ensure we don't end up fighting each other. The goal for Mercedes is to win here again for the first time in 10 years. Remember, 2016 was the last time an AMG won in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, when our earlier guest here in the Global Broadcast Centre, Adam Christodoulou, was part of a quartet that included Maro Engel, Manuel Metzger, as he was just burgeoning as the new name in Mercedes, and a certain Bernd Schneider in 2016.
And significantly, Verstappen stays in the car for a 3rd stint.
Oh, OK. I hadn't predicted that. And now, partly on the grass, is Maro Engel as he returns to the race. So this the outlap down into the Ravenol S.
So he hadn't even got to the first corner of his stint. He's on the grass, leaving the pit lane down to the first corner. Cannot afford to shed another fraction of a second. But that is the intensity these drivers are competing under.
So if Max is in for a 3rd stint in a row, that rather suggests he's not going to do the end of the race.
You'd think so.
I'm going to suggest. So Verstappen, this will be the in-lap at Flansgarten, as 2 Porsches got together right in front of him. And the Cayman goes left and surely hits the wall. This is the approach to Stefan Beloff S and the Schwabenschwanz, but Max Verstappen was very nearly cleaned out by what has happened here between 2 Porsches. He read that situation perfectly as one of the SP9 cars went to the right-hand side of a Cayman, and I don't know which car is therefore off the road. Might have to revert to your tracker in a second, Joe, to fully identify who has been involved there. I'm sure it'll be on the ticker in due course as well, but my word, I hadn't realised it was such a harum-scarum in-lap for Max Verstappen, because I was describing what had happened in the previous 20 hours of this race. David Pittard joins us now from KCMG AMG, and you might be able to shed some light on an incident that I'm still trying to work my way through, frankly. It was many, many hours ago now, but it involved your car and Alexander Sims in the Shearer Sport PHX coming out of a code 60, and it looked like one car just piling into the back of another. But I mean, how did you see it?
Good morning, first of all, everyone.
Sorry, I've thrown you a very tricky question.
Yes. Yes. Cheers, Johnny. Appreciate that.
All right, let's go back to basics. How are you?
Yeah. I'm far too well rested for this point in a 24 hours, which is a shame. Well, yeah, it is. The race hadn't even got started for us, which is a big shame. So, yeah, I don't want to be that negative guy, but yeah, I'm still not 100% sure what happened. There was some miscommunication where there was an acceleration and then a deceleration, and that message didn't get through to the other car, and yeah, there was contact, and both cars were out of route.
Well, that's the thing. It was also a sort of self-inflicting penalty for the 16.
Yeah.
you normally assess blame. I would normally assess blame to the chasing car that has driven in the back of the other one, but I never really got a clear camera angle of it. And they were two cars that were right on the pace, it seemed.
Yeah, we had a really good first stint. I was really up for it, as always. I mean, yeah, good old Snowy. I got the old pit ball out of the first couple of laps, and we had a good old scrap. Fair play to everyone on circuit, though. This was probably some of the maddest traffic I've ever had, especially that bit. There's a shot where we're all going through the carousel. We all come out the carousel, and there's about 20 GT3 cars all in a line, and everyone threads the needle, GT3 cars wise, as well as the other classes wise. So, and that whole stint, there was no code 60 for me, which was insane. So, hats off to all of the starting drivers, at least, anyway. So it was. Balls to the wall. I hope I'm allowed to say that, but it was all very well done.
Remind me where you started in that grid, and how far did you get through top qualifying?
P10, we pre-qualified, so from our NLS3 qualifying pace.
So you were already in top qualifying 3 before the week began?
Correct. So we had like no stress going into it. We just focused on race pace. We're sharing with Niri Fukuzumi and Norigamo as well, both Super GT drivers, professional drivers over in Japan, but quite new to this place. Gamo-san is a class winner back in 2013, I think it is. So he's slightly newer, but we could focus on giving those guys the track time. They had their first wet laps in that Q2 session when it absolutely chucked it down. So we did say that it's only going to get better than this, we promise. It doesn't get much worse than that. But no, they did a good job, and it was a shame not to give them more running over the race.
You know, when you have pre-qualified like that, does that compromise the running that you do in the weekend in any way, or do you feel like you did all the miles that were necessary, particularly with those lesser experienced drivers?
I mean, there's always the last little detail you need to nail for the week track conditions, effectively. So by not doing Q1, by not doing Q2, well, top Q1, top Q2.
You didn't go out in top Q1.
No.
So you were able to.
We were able to, yeah, but there was. We were only negatives for us to do that, so we didn't bother. But maybe you lose that last percentage of detail that you need to really nail top quality. But I mean, it's all for the glory, all for the ego, isn't it, at the end of the day? As long as we knew the worst we were going to start was P12, and that would enable us to go with the front group, which was all part of the plan. It was going quite well up until, it didn't.
You said, David, that enabled you guys to focus on race setup.
Yes.
All right, we knew it was going to be cold and wet throughout this week, but just how different is the race setup? I mean, on a technical level, camber, caster, all of that sort of thing, in comparison to, say, coming into this event when it's a hot summer. Is there a massive difference with camber settings and toe? I'm a geek. I need to know this sort of stuff.
If I told you, I'd have to kill you.
Of course.
No,
now that you sat here, you can tell us, because it's, we're not coming back until next year.
No. I mean, I'm a motorsport engineer as well, so I'm definitely fascinated in all those details. And it's how you sort of manage, I think, tyre temperatures. Like, at the end of the day, you're just trying to optimise tyre temperatures for the given track conditions. So when we were here in the quali race, it was kind of similar conditions, really, overcast, a little bit cool. And then NLS3 beforehand was actually quite warm, quite sunny. At the end of the day, you are varying those levels of camber to optimize the tire. Potentially, on the colder days, you would put more camber on to then really work those inner edges, so the inner edges of the tire are warmer for longer.
Right.
And then on the warmer days, maybe you need to spread that load over the tire for a little bit longer, so you're flattening the tire effectively to spread the load. So that would be a very simple explanation.
Yeah. Well, it was adequate as well. And the other thing is, you guys didn't have to. You knew that you were through qualifying, so you didn't have to optimise a setup that would optimise a lap, if there is such a thing as an optimised lap around the Nordschleife. So how different is the setup with regards to if you were having to qualify instead of already being there? Would the setup have been massively different, cambers, casters, etc.?
I mean, a pointy car is generally a fast car. There is a trade-off to that, and obviously a trade-off at a Grand Prix circuit versus here at the Nordschleife. So, you could definitely get away with a slightly pointier car, slightly more aggressively set up, stiffer. that will extract all of the grip from that tyre, but it may not last the whole race. Every car works its tyre differently. So, for example, coming from the Aston Martin, we'd always start the stint with a oversteer balance, because we knew that the rears would then fade to then become we start with an understeer balance because the rears would fade to then become an oversteer balance, and you want to minimise the oversteer, especially around here, effectively. Whereas the Merc, you lose the fronts more, so then you have to like switch. You can prioritise the tyre when it comes in for 2 laps in top quali, or you can prioritise it for 8 laps where it's a consistent, drivable, comfortable. Because yeah, we've seen even just in the last few minutes, like, you're doing some very funny things at some very odd parts of the circuit to avoid something that's happening in front of you, of which you don't want the car on a knife edge, because then it might spit you off.
That first 6 hours of this race is possibly the most nuts first 6 hours of any motor race I've ever witnessed. How difficult was it out there with regards to, you get into a rhythm, don't you? You get into the rhythm of the lap, you get into the rhythm of dealing with the traffic. But then when that rhythm is constantly truncated, surely the drivers out there were saying, not another one, not another one, and not another one, because we were literally code 60 after code 60, incident after incident. How difficult is it to refocus?
I think you never... So we talk like in sports psychology about being in flow state, being in the zone. And I think actually for us racing drivers, we have it reasonably easy because you're constantly attentive. There's a very rare occasion in which you are in conscious thought, effectively.
You mean you didn't notice the sundown, the beautiful sunset that we had? I don't know if you were in the car for that time. You don't notice any of that?
No, not really. Yeah. I mean, no, because you're in a bit of a tunnel vision, really, yes, in those points. So, and I think even in a code 60, you're still optimizing everything. So, like, how close am I on the limiters? Can I shortcut this corner? How many laps left to the stint? If there's less stint, if you're on your in-lap, you shortcut everywhere. You don't matter if there's loads of pickup on the tyre, but you know you could gain like half a second in those zones. You're constantly watching for the flags, because even though a lot of us have driven here for 10 plus years, there will still be a point where we'll just miss a flag signal. I think it was Neil Van Hagen in the touring one time. He stayed on the limiter, and Max saw it, and he lost a position as a result of it. And I think you're on tenterhooks the whole time, because you can't give up anything at any time, so you're constantly in flow state as a result of it.
Max Verstappen did get out of the number 3 car, by the way. It took a little while for the timing to catch up.
Right, okay.
We expected a driver change after a double for the Dutchman, and indeed that's what happened. So Danny Juncadei has now got back into the number 3 Verstappen Racing Mercedes-AMG. Danny started the race, remember. Mauro Engels stayed on board for a double stint, so they're alternating their drive. Well, one car gets a driver change, the other one doesn't, in one pit stop, and then those roles are reversed 8 laps later. But they came on in bang on time, 130 laps completed, so they'll be back in on 138. And thanks to a number of you on the collective who've put me right on that. Also from Davey Ovema, who is working for Lion Speed GP this week. He's just managed to get information on the attendance here this weekend. And Davey reckons 352,000 people. Now that might well be...
Is that across the weekend, Johnny?
Well, that's how the attendance
since
works.
Thursday.
So yes, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Well, since Tuesday, but the meeting officially started, of course, on Thursday. But yes,
campsites are open Sunday evening, I think, wasn't it? Monday morning.
So for a full week's worth of camping too. And I suppose as soon as you're on site and into a campsite, then you are classified as an attendee. And that's then recorded for the 4 days of the meeting. 352,000 people. What I don't know is whether that's a record, but I really wouldn't be surprised if it is a record, because of the Max Verstappen draw. 280,000, I'm being told, is the former previous best. So that's been beaten by 70,000 people. Driving around, you just said you're in the zone, so you're not really noticing, but can you see the crowds being busier than normal? And more about probably trying to get from point A to point B in the week before it. Has that been more difficult for you personally?
Yeah, I mean, I had to go and shake the car down Monday morning, and I live in Adenau now, so there was gridlock traffic in both directions on Adenau High Street at 7:30 Monday morning.
Was there really?
Yeah, camper vans, trailers, I know the German word. Thank you. Motorhomes.
What was the German word?
Wohnmobil.
You've been here too long, haven't you?
I have. And yeah.
You remember you are English, aren't you, David Pitter?
Yeah, just about.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh no, the 130.
130 Lamborghini is stopped is at the exit of Gaugenkopf.
Yes.
Onto the Dottinger
Good
Hohe.
eyes.
Yeah, it's years of doing NLS races in various weather conditions as well. So it has crawled out of the long right-hander, which is so crucial to a good lap time to head on to the Dottinger Hohe. An absolute dejection down at Red Bull Team Apt. What do we need to do?
Dejection.
Yeah, I inadvertently dropped in a mega pun there. The race didn't start well with a jump start for Marco Mappelli, and that has just fallen apart now. The Lambos have had such a quick car down the straights, it seemed. I was concerned that they might have trimmed them out a bit too much because they got an extra 5 kilos of ballast in the final ballast of performance change and a very small amount of a narrower restrictor by 0.5 millimetre. But I wonder whether that got them even more teetering on the edge through the twisty stuff. But I just don't think they've had the chance to show their speed from the front row.
Yeah, it's been quite odd because you saw the whole week that one lap pace, I suppose, as we were discussing, was always there. But in the time in which Abt had been coming with the Lamborghini, it's always been prone to a rear puncture or two.
Yes.
It just seems to be a bit of a car on a knife edge, and unfortunately, it's not stood the test. And yeah, they've had a very tough one for both cars.
What do you make of the strategy from Winward Racing? I mean, it's settled down now, and there is a quote from Fabian Schiller to say we're freezing the positions because they're separated by, well, last time through 3/4 of a minute. But for many, many hours, they were running about a car length apart, and I was tearing my hair out thinking, I'm not even involved with Winward Racing, but they're going through traffic, and if it goes wrong for one, it's going to go wrong for the other. That feels high risk, but maybe it's not, if you're in the industry.
Well, I think it's a blessing and a curse, isn't it, to have your two cars running 1-2, leading by 4, 5, 6 minutes, I think it's up to by now. But at that point, yeah, if you get struck with sudden showers of one side, there's no warning for either car because they're just following each other. One car can't help the other by giving the other car half a lap's heads up, for example. If there's oil down, it's the same thing. Like teams normally work together in that respect. If they have multiple cars out on circuit, one will report to the other. And again, if they're nose to tail, then they're just going to follow each other in, aren't they? So fair play to Winward for sort of allowing them to race as long as they have done, and it was pretty spectacular.
Did you see the moment when Maro Engel went side to side with Max Verstappen?
Oh, yes.
And that was almost akin to the Vantor brothers a few years ago into Tiergarten. It went okay, but I mean, Engel 2 wheels on the grass into Tiergarten.
Fair play. I think he pulled out and just kind of accepted his fate, straightened everything up, slowed it down as much as he could and just got it straight because that grass is so slippy.
Did he end up driving right across the grass at Tiergarten?
I think he just got it completely straight and, using all of his years of experience to just, go, not put any yaw in the car in any shape or form, otherwise he would have speared off in whichever direction the momentum was taking at that point. So, he called it. But, it was really good to watch. It was, 2 like-for-like cars, side for side, literally going for a 1-car gap. It was almost like something out of a movie, really. And but fair play. They came out unscathed. But if I was the boss of Winward and Mercedes, I would definitely be wincing on that one.
Do you think this is the thinking behind separating them out? Then they've got over 40 seconds now between them, and do you think that was deliberately done at the last pit stop for those reasons, David, going towards the last 3 hours?
Yeah, that's a good point. I noticed earlier on that the 3-car did its pit stop by 0.5 over the minimum time, and then the 80 was 7 seconds over. So potentially that was an artificial way to just separate them. Because at the end of the day, they're both factory cars, and at the end of the day, they're racing for the brand. The drivers are absolutely racing for themselves, but you sometimes remember who pays you.
Yeah, good point. Been telling Snowy that for years. He still hasn't grasped the concept. Hence he's in the comms box.
5 minutes ago, we had a decision about the number 80 Mercedes. They were investigating maybe some speeding in a code 60, but that's been checked now by the officials, and it is a no further action. Haven't seen anything about this potential short pit stop for one of the AMGs either, and one or two of you remarking on the collective that the graphics that tell us the countdown of a minimum pit stop reference time don't always sync with the timing system from Vega. So although there was this 0.7 of a second that looked like it hadn't been served in one of the pit stops, I think enough water has gone under the bridge now to say they're in the clear regarding that.
Johnny, I know we've only got a couple more minutes before Snowy and Hindhoff turn up. I just want to say hello to Sammy Moutran, one of the Moutran brothers, familiar to us in the Dubai 24 hours. He's found himself in hospital, telling me nothing serious, so he's just detention seeking. Get well soon, Sammy. We're keeping him sane while he's on his hospital bed, recovering from whatever it is, a big toe or something, an ingrown toenail probably. So stop your attention seeking, Sammy. Crack on, mate.
This race for this year, David Pittard, falling slightly earlier than it did last year because it goes with the bank holiday. So it was Ascension Day on Thursday in Germany and other places too, so I understand. It was a June race last year, but I suppose you're coming out of this now thinking there's still quite a lot of the motorsport year to go. So how does it look for you between now and the end of the year? Or is some of that undecided?
No, it's full gas now, which is mega. I mean, always
nice to have stuff in place and cemented.
It's better that way round than the other, definitely. So, yeah, I've got kind of four programs going on. KCMG will be back to do a couple of NLSs before the end of the year, which will be cool. I'm also racing a GT World Challenge Sprint for the new KPX team with a BMW. So that's a new outfit, an entity, which I'm sort of a lead driver for, trying to bring everyone on for that, which is really cool. Sprint Championship is super competitive and really, really good. Also active in driver coaching as well. I work with Darren Lung at WRT for his WEC program, as well as his Paradigm Competition GT World Challenge Endurance program.
Yes.
So Darren likes to keep me busy as well, as I follow the Paradigm team around on their calendar as well.
Darren's still loving it as much as he ever has?
Oh, yeah, he's mad for it. He's mad for it. And after a very strong start to the year, both at the Silverstone 500 and at Spa, that didn't yield results, I think he's even more motivated for Le Mans coming up. So, yeah, watch this space.
We really enjoy you dropping by the way. I'm sorry it's not in better circumstances.
Yeah, it's becoming a bit of a habit like that, unfortunately. So I like to come in, hopefully, with a bit more positive news next time.
Well, yeah, and the next time we're at a big event like this, I hope to almost not see you.
Yeah.
Because that means you'll be, in the working, and it'll be going far better as well.
Exactly.
But yeah, so many KCMG fans will be disappointed because we know you had a quick car this weekend. There'll always be another race though, just around the corner, and it sounds like there will be. For
Unfortunately.
You.
Yeah, I mean, I hate that saying, but yeah, you're right. So
I know that feeling. Thank you so much for popping by. David Pittard here in the Global Broadcast Centre. It's the 54th edition of the ADAC Ravenol 24 hours of the Nürburgring. And with Danny Juncadella leading in the number 3 AMG for Winward Racing. He now has a lead of 26 seconds over Mauro Engel in car number 80, one of the Supras on the Grand Prix track currently. By the way, the best placed Supra looks to be the 4th placed SP10 car, number 90 from Teichmann Racing. That might well have been it, actually. And the leader in VT2 for rear-wheel drive cars is the 500 car, which, remember, it's rear-wheel drive on it in its own category, and then front wheel and all-wheel drive in the other VT2 entry. And leading the rear wheel drive is the sub-7 BGT Adrenaline Motorsport 330i BMW. How's Cup 2 getting on? Because that's always close, even into the final hours. 900, the Black Falcon team Porsche continues to lead from Team Liquimolly's number 902 car. That was in amongst the top 4 of start Group 2, as now the Schaeffler-backed Lamborghini that suffered, it just looked like it kind of ground to a halt. I couldn't see a tyre down on the 130 Lamborghini at the start of the Dottinger Ruhr, but this car having to come back to pit lane on the end of a tow rope, sadly, for Nick Yellerly, who's been absolutely rapid through the course of this weekend. Peter Snowden coming back into one of the hot seats in the Global Broadcast Centre. It feels like now, Snowy, we're sort of on the home straight, but then I checked the watch and there's still 3.5 hours to go.
So we're only half an hour into a normal NLS race to go, that's all. And it's one of the things that you still find incomprehensible about this race, that you have to sort of reset your brain and recalibrate. We've said it so many times. We've had all these hours of racing because it's a day long. We think, oh, we're nearly at the end. But 3.5 hours is the bulk of an NLS race and effectively 2 Formula One races.
And
think about it that way.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Indeed.
As well.
Welcome back, John.
Good morning, everybody. Just after 11:30 as we grind our way towards the end, and the excitement, the front of the field we hear has been frozen. Out there, David Pittard stayed with us actually, and he's got no home to go to apparently. He's staying.
Yeah. Well, if he has, he's just down at Adenau. That's the point. He's got the closest to go.
You live in Adenau, and I've got to stay at the Centre Parks. Where was my invitation?
Well, after your schnitzel recipe that you were describing earlier on, you can come around any time. It sounded very tasty.
Next time I'll blag myself a little Ford Nugget or something like that and park when you drive. That's probably, and bring a bike or something to get
e-bike round here.
E-bike round here?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's pretty steep.
Oh yeah, good point, fair point. And I'm not in the first. Although I was a very keen cyclist in my youth, I'm not in the first flush of youth anymore. I got a problem for the number 909 touring back in. This is one of the
right rear puncture.
Cars. Another right rear puncture.
Carcass is still there, but looks like the inner sidewall's deflated or coming weights there. You just mentioned parties there, John, just very quick, and I'll be very careful where I go with this, but in 2023, this chap sitting next to us was one of the team that won this race in a non-German brand in the Ferrari. Epic one. I sent him a little message at the time just saying, congratulations, hope you have a good evening, etc., etc. And he took 3 days to respond. Funny that, isn't it? And why was that? Because where had Klaus taken you to?
Klaus Appelin, this was.
Oh, no, I didn't go. The mechanics that actually worked hard, they all flew to Ibiza, but I just...
What, straight after the race?
Monday.
Yes,
so
effectively.
Stripped everything out, took it back down the road because it's not that far away.
Yeah.
Threw it. I bet nothing got packed up right. Everything just got thrown in, and the next time they took out there was bits of cable and where's that span? Where's the 10mm spanner gone?
When it's all covered.
Yeah.
When it's all covered in champagne, who cares, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
absolutely. The big story has been the BMW M Touring, and the gap at the front of the field is coming down as the number 80 is catching up. It was supposed to have been frozen, is what we've heard. Maybe they're going to set up a grandstand finish with still the time to go. Max Verstappen got out of that car recently and spoke to our pit lane reporters. Let's have a listen to what he had to say. This was a little bit earlier on, so we're just queuing that up for you. We'll keep an eye on the times while you do that. That Porsche still making its way back. I'll tell you that Porsche was the 909 K Kramer Racing Porsche Cup car, sitting 9th in Cup 2. Slightly fewer Cup 2 cars than normal, but that's probably just as well given the amount of SP9 and SPX cars that we've got live and free around the world on RS1, part of the Radio Schiller network of channels. The World Feed TV available via Nürburgring 24 official YouTube channel. Here's Max Verstappen just after he got out of the car.
Okay, so can you give us a short summary about the last stint you just drove?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, back in the daylight, trying to keep it safe while, of course, still maintaining a decent pace. And it felt good. Like the car was working well, so it's just trying to stay out of trouble. Which on the final lap was very close. In front of me, 2 cars touched, but we luckily were safe there.
What do you like most about driving the GT3 car compared to the other cars you normally drive?
I think in general it's just the competition, the endurance style racing where you share with teammates. The 24-hour race here, the track is super challenging, so it's just the whole combo.
Just to 24-hour race so far as you expected it to be, also for you and the team?
So far, we couldn't wish for it to go any better, but it's still a few hours to go. So we just need to really stay focused, and then we'll see where we end up.
Are you already considering to come back next year to the 24-hour race? Did you fall in love with it?
Of course. I mean, I will for sure try. It always depends a bit on my schedule, but let's first enjoy now.
Thank you so much.
That's an excellent Max Verstappen impression by Tim Sherbuth there from Merlin Motorsport. Max Verstappen then, rookie, looking to be a rookie winner. There's been a change. There's been a change. It's all changed, and they're coming into the pit, and this is not a scheduled stop. They have only been out. It's Danny Juncadella who is in, and I reckon, what, 3 laps?
I think it's 2 laps.
Wow. It'll be 3 laps when they cross.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, when they cross the line. So through into the lead, Maro Engel in the 80. The Dolly Jacks go underneath that. Max Verstappen interview was recorded just after he got out of the car. So drama at the 54th ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. David Pittard in the booth with Peter Snowden and me, John Heindorf. They're working on one side here. That suggests possibly another puncture here, David, to me. Another AMG driver sitting just to the right. They are... Now that's going back to the garage. They've taken the right rear wheel off completely. So this could be suspension. Maybe something to do with a sensor under the back of there as well. What drama, David, this is. And might be getting an idea of what's going on. Engel goes past.
Yeah. I mean, the previous lap, Engel was 15 seconds a lap faster. And then at this point here, Juncadella is in get home mode. He's just trying to survive. So, yeah, we can only speculate what's wrong with that rear right corner. Yeah. I mean, if the mechanics, I mean, Winwood are a top bunch of guys. If they can get the car back out again, they could still salvage a podium. But, I mean, any extended length of time, they're never going to make that time up. And, yeah, well, Juncadella does not look happy.
I crunched some numbers earlier on, and I reckon it's a 4-way fight for third between the cars behind the Winwood cars. So that effectively, and I'll tell you why this is the case, because the 84 Red Bull Abt Lamborghini and Conor De Filippi's BMW Touring 24H, those guys are going to do one stop fewer than everyone else. They can get home on an exact number of stops, whereas everybody else needs a little splash at the end, including Nicky Team for Valkenhorst and the Rover Racing BMW. It's the same for the Winwood cars, but they had over 5 minutes on the field. So my thought was that they were home and hosed, all things being equal, which they aren't. Now,
well, that 84 car, John, is at Flansgarten now.
Yeah, so that's about to go into second.
Yeah.
So they're going to lose second place here. This could be a podium disappearing. They're working with purpose. I will say that. I like to see that, David. If you're a driver in the car, you don't want them scratching their heads and pointing at things. You want to hear them shouting like that. Oh, it's come down off the jacks. Now, is that a good sign or a bad sign? Not sure.
Yeah, I can only speculate. I mean, Danny, hopefully the team are keeping updated on the radio what's going on. It's going back on the higher jacks, so they call it the elephant feet, so they've really got to get underneath the back end of that car, yeah. So, yeah, it's potentially not going to be a big one.
Is there anything particular under the right rear wheel arch, like a control unit or a drive belt for something on the for a pump or something on the back of the...
I can only imagine it's drive shaft, the hub.
They get a hammer around here, don't they? They really do. Because you're running over curbs, but you also was talking to Max Martin earlier on, and he was saying we run up against a lot of curbs now that you can't ride because they're slightly steeper, and you actually use them to straighten the car up, which is why you often see little scuffs on the edge of the tyres, Snowy.
The cameraman just gone right in there, and you can just see that's kind of qualified that which Devi's just said. It's not brake, which is on the disc. Obviously, the caliper could work on there. He's got in on his back, right in, as if it's towards the inside of the drive shaft or something, which would suggest a joint or something there.
If you don't know the architecture the physiology, if you like, of these race cars. The engine is in the front of these cars. They're checking everything else as they go along. They've cleaned the windscreen. They'll clean out all of the air intakes. They've lost second place now as Engsley's gone through in the Lamborghini. No, they haven't quite yet, but he must be close.
Yeah, he's just coming to Tiergarten.
Yeah. The engine in the front drives a gearbox which is not straight off the back of the engine as you would have on most road cars. The gearbox and the rear differential are all at the back of the car, and the drive shafts go right in to that. It's called a transaxle. It helps balance the weight of the car. The engine is pushed far back. There goes the Lamborghini across the line in front of us, and second place has gone for the number 3 Windward car. Next, it will be Conor De Filippi for BMW in the XPX leader. The car that was the April Fool joke. Well, nobody is laughing now. We are loving this car. Loving it. What a project this is. I know it's not your manufacturer, but you've got to give them a chapeau, haven't you?
Well, they're my manufacturer in GT1 Challenge Sprint, and I think as any automotive fan, to make a fast touring is epic.
Everyone loves a fast wagon.
Absolutely.
That's a T-shirt. I've been seeing that all week.
Yeah, he's got the merchandising right already, John. He's way ahead of the game. Right. Andreas Roos said that it would be top 10 of that car. It's actually top 5 now.
This is coming down to the bridge at now. Oh dear. We can hear the onboard. Well, he's still changing gear. Oh, I don't like that squeaky.
Something's flailing on the overrun.
Suspension, something's grinding,
yeah.
I would suggest.
When he lifts, it's when he lifts. Is he getting a bit of rear wheel steer there, I wonder? And that's rubbing or grinding, as you say, passing some slower vehicles and the recovery vehicles and the Armco trucks coming up. Oh, I do not like that. That's exactly, David, the sound you don't want to hear when you're leading a motor race. You imagine sounds like that when you're going on to the last lap of a big race. This was getting on for 4 hours out. He's actually done pretty well to get that back. If that is a drive shaft that's either popped
it can't be a drive shaft. I reckon suspension. I think like something in the suspension's failed, which is now rubbing against the rim, which is that kind of squeaky noise you can
we
hear.
Didn't see them take the rim off. If we'd seen that and seen the swarf or any grinding on the inside of the rim, that would have given it away.
It's not a heavy metallic sound, is it, like a drive shaft? It's something relatively light, as you say, something catching.
If you've ever had
toe link failed or something, or
if you've ever had a stone or a pebble get in between your brake caliper and your alloy wheel, it's just that noise. It's just enough for you to go, what's that? And it'll grind a little.
This is the fight for third, as you rightly described. As the Touring's just gone through, here's the Aston Martin, and then only 4 seconds behind now is the Rover BMW. And yeah, a few hours back, they were nearly a minute back. So the Rover BMW's on a charge as well.
So with now 3 hours and a quarter to go, Mauro Engel in the number 80 Windward Racing, the Ravenol car in the Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, is leading the motor race by 5 minutes and 20 seconds. They have one more stop to do than the Lamborghini Huracan in second, but it's not a full stop. It's round about. It was 34 minutes, but the slight easing of the pace, I reckon it's probably about 30 minutes of fuel that they're going to need at their last stop. So that will easily be soaked up within that 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Then Conor De Filippi is in third place for the BMW, 1 minute and 30, call it 1 minute and 40 behind second place. He's got 11.5 seconds on Nicky Team and the Rover Racing BMW number 99. The problem for those two cars is they cannot make it to the end on the same number of stops as the two cars ahead. They are, again, 25 minutes short at the end, so there'll be a short stop. What kills you, David, as you know, and I'll come to you, Snow, in a second, it's not necessarily even how long you stop for in the pit lane, but it's slowing down and then getting back up to speed again as everybody else is going flat out down the front straight. You lose time there as well.
Yeah, I think the final pit stops is about 15 to 20 seconds between that. The closer to the end of the race you
Correct.
get, the shorter the pit stop rule is effectively. So the guys that can go the latest can, pit for the shortest amount of time effectively. That can sometimes overlap with how much fuel you actually need. You might end up overrunning your pit stop, but actually you need that fuel to get to the end of the race effectively. So,
and you always have to have a bit in hand here, because if you have to do one more lap, it's not a couple of miles. It's not even 4 miles, 7 kilometres at Spa. Not even 8.5 miles at Le Mans. It's a heck of a long way to have to soft pedal a car.
Yes.
You've had to do that, haven't you?
I have, yeah. When I was doing my permit, way back in the day. Way back in the day.
Would that have failed you on the permit?
Yeah, it would. I wouldn't have got my laps.
Right, yeah, good point.
It coughed at Bergwerk. And,
no!
Yeah, and then you had to...
All the way uphill?
Yeah, and then it was a...
That's David Pittard from KCMG AMG GT Mercedes. Peter Snowden is the other voice. Your point, Peter, is they're still working on this number 3.
Yeah, David, you're familiar with a lot of these cars, these SP9 GT3 category cars. You've driven quite a few different makes around here. Put yourself metaphorically in Danny Juncadère's seat right now. You've been in the car, you've heard the noises, that feeling, that horrible sinking feeling. Your engineers are talking to you, you're sitting in the pit box now, you're staying in the car, they're working on it. What's going through your mind from a driver's perspective as you sit there?
I think back to what did I do to that rear right that has now caused this, and the first thing that keeps to my mind is the Mauro Max Verstappen contact. That was right-hand side of the number 3 car, and you never know. That's all it takes to fatigue something.
Back in the night, that impact down the drive shaft as it come out hours later.
This is not your regular race track, ladies and gentlemen. Those watching and listening, and I accept there's an awful lot of you watching this for that car and for its rookie driver. And first of in this race, it's a rookie. In this race,
you're only stating facts, John.
Right, stating the facts. What I will say is he has more than pulled his weight this weekend. His times have been brilliant. It's so hard to compare anything here, because within an hour or 2 hours or a set of tyres or 3 yellow flags and a Code 60 or something else. But what you can say, and David, you've seen a lot of people jump into these cars, he's with a quality crew. Both of those cars have got high quality GT3 drivers that would be in the conversation with yourself for top GT3 drivers in the world, and he hasn't looked out of place at all, has he?
No, I think he's almost reinvented the game a little bit. I have to take my hat off and say...
In what respect? That's an interesting comment.
So I think he brings fresh ideas to the Nordschleife. So what he did in his first stint going into Tiergarten with the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin rolls out the throttle earlier than normal because he knows he's going to catch the slower class car through the final chicane.
Yeah.
But Max's instinct was, right, if you're lifting off, I'm going for it. I think every other driver would be like, right, okay, we're going to back off with that car because of the risk involved with that. But it just seems how fluid he made that decision to then get to the inside. I believe he's reinvented the game.
Right, do you think it will change the way people drive here at the top, in that top class?
Yeah, well,
because you can all do that. It's just that's not how your mindset was. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, Max still comes from a sprint racing background. His whole career has been sprint single-seater racing, and sometimes that pays off, sometimes that doesn't, as we've seen in Max's F1 career as well. And I think some of us more seasoned GT veterans, maybe we take a little less risk in that situation, but he's kind of proved it's possible. So let's see.
Is it fair to say then, we always talk about endurance racing, so when I do the long IMSA races, the 24 hours, the 12s, the 10s, when I do WEC, which is 6, 8, 10s and 24s at the moment, we talk about them being a series of sprint races as the second place cars should be coming in the pits, and I think they just have a series of sprint races separated by pit stops and sometimes driver change and tyre changes. Is this the slight outlier because of the nature of the circuit here, where you still have to keep a bit in hand, and is that now going to change?
Yeah, I mean, this is the biggest place where risk versus reward. Danny and Kadea out of the car.
Oh dear.
So I would say that this team, they want this car to finish. Mercedes will want this car to finish. So they'll do their utmost to get it out there. But it's whether they can do it in the 3 hours remaining in the rest of the race. But if the driver's out, it's not going to be a quick fix.
Yeah, indeed.
And
so
if people start hugging each other, then that's the kiss of death at that point.
yeah, because that's sorry, lads. And Danny Juncadella, I've known Danny for a very, very long time. He's normally very smiley. Everybody has been pushing so hard, and for Winward Racing, for Bryce Ward, for Russell Ward, for Christian Hohenadel, and for the rest of the team here in Germany who've put this together with AMG. Remember, they've taken over this part of the AMG portfolio from GetSpeed, who are off doing other things. And this is their first 24 hours as well, Peter. And it almost feels a bit unfair. But that is the nature of this race.
It's the reality, unfortunately, that this motor racing is tough, GT racing is tough, and this is the toughest race in that category. I've got a feeling that car is not going back out.
No, I think you're right.
I was intrigued, David, at your comments about Max and the Aston earlier on, and you were saying about the sort of, we've mentioned many a time during the show throughout the nearly 24 hours now, the 21 hours we've had or whatever, that it's finding that a driver's got to find that balance, whatever category, whatever class they're in, you've got to find that balance all the time of do I, don't do. We keep saying they've got to make split-second decisions, whether you're being approached, whether you're hunting or being hunted. And I think what you've said there is it's fascinating, is that in that kind of situation, Max has brought something like a different mentality. It's almost like send it, then sort it. That's great if you've got the skill.
Yeah.
And I think you've got to have that. You can get overconfident, people that maybe not do. I think he does have that amazing level of ability to be able to put the car in situations, and we all go, oh, he's done it.
Second and third in the pits on time. I'll come back to David Pittard at the moment. So Lamborghini, Lamborghini, Abt, Red Bull, and BMW. Conor Filippi's brought the SPX leader in, the BMW M3 Touring, the fast wagon in the Shell Helix colours. BMW on the crest of a wave at the moment, and the Logan. The Dacia Logan's lost a wheel. Three wheels on by Logan, and I'm not rolling along.
Two motorsport legends severely compromised. I don't think I can take much more.
You're going to have to go, aren't you? You've brought this on. You've brought this on. Everything's been going fine since. It has
actually been quite quiet, hasn't it? Up to this point.
Oh, three wheels on my wagon, and I'm not logging along. Engsler back out. Is it Engsler behind the wheel? Yes, it is. Luca Engsler. Then he goes out with 3 hours and 6 to go. When he next comes in, there'll be pretty much exactly 2 hours to go, which means he'll have just 2 stops now before the end of the race. And this is that advantage that I had the time in the last couple of hours, even my adult brain, to work out on a piece of paper and base 60 maths, that car and the BMW are within 2 more stops of home from right here. Now, right now, Valkenhorst and Rover Racing have moved up. Nicky Team and Sheldon van der Linde have moved up into 2nd and 3rd position. They've got a stop to do to put them on time with the ones we've just seen, but they need another one at the end. So effectively, they've got a little odd stop to come at the end.
Kind of half a stint out by the looks of things.
Yes, almost exactly half. It's a little bit less, I reckon.
So they'll stop at 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
1.5 hours, and then half an hour.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's going to be close.
And that's going to make things very, very interesting. I think it's advantage Engsler and Red Bull Team App, which for Lamborghini, who in pace terms, if you were just looking at lap times, Lamborghini have walked this race. They've disappeared into the distance. But that's not what happens in endurance racing. They've got by far the fastest lap of the race. In fact, a brand new lap record for the race. Oh, no, not quite. Sorry, 8:08.7. And it's an 8:08 flat. Daniel Kylvitz in the Ferrari, in the year Fricadelli one, in the other Ferrari, Daniel Kalvitz put that 808 flat in, and that was actually even faster than the qualifying runs that year. Is there a benefit, David, and I haven't worked this out because Johnny's got the table here somewhere, to the end of the race? Do you go as far into that last 69 minutes as you can, or do you stop the moment you know you can get to the end?
I mean, no, the closer to the end you can get. It's not like IMSA where like getting your final pit stop done early.
You want to get your last pit stop done first.
There's no reset. There's none of that. Your strategy is set from almost the first stop, effectively, and you just got to see where the end of the race
Because
is.
effectively, if you had a whole load of slow zones, I'm not saying you could save 20 minutes or 25 minutes, but that could skew, because there's big differences in lap times if you've got a big slow zone, a big code 60.
Agreed.
You can add 2 or 3 minutes on your lap time, and then all of a sudden, saving 7, 8, 9 minutes, that's possibly only 3 laps. You might have saved 9 or 10 minutes. Yeah, that makes sense. So you keep going. You run to your fuel plan rather than your time on your tyre. Well, tyres you're changing every single time through, aren't you?
Yeah.
You were on the... What tyre manufacturer were you on?
Michelin.
You are Michelin, yeah. So what did you have here? We've had a lot of people asking, because this is so unusual that it's an open tyre formula, which is great. First of all, I know why it doesn't happen, and it's a cost thing, and it's like arms race, lots more spending, but it's great. But not only do you have a choice of tyre manufacturers, you have a much wider variety of tyres from your manufacturer than you would normally have. What choices have you had this weekend, and what decisions have you had to make?
So yeah, we've had starting with slick tyres. We have the cold Michelin, the medium, and the hot.
Right.
And they're all basically tailored to specific track temperatures.
Right.
So up to about 8 or 9 degrees track temperature is the cold tyre, which we were potentially used overnight, but we didn't get that far, so I can't actually tell you if we used that or not. Medium has a huge window where it starts from about 10 degrees up to 25, and then the hot goes beyond then, effectively. Then it gets really interesting with the wets and drying wets, and
drying wets is what we used to call intermediates?
Intermediates, yeah.
Because that's quite unusual nowadays to have an intermediate. There are not a lot of championships, and particularly not GT championships. In fact, a lot of GT championships don't even have a choice of compound for your slicks. So are those drying wets, those intermediates, are they pre-cut or pre-moulded with the sipes, or are they getting hand-cut, or a bit of both?
I don't know if you've seen the Michelin hypercar tyres, but they look very similar to that, which actually looks like a road tyre. There's almost quite there's 3 grooves or a number of grooves on the inner edge. Then it's reasonably flat, slick on the outer edge. So I think as the grip comes, as the track dries and you roll over onto that outer edge, you have more slick available, more surface area, more grip. So yeah, there's some very intelligent thinking in those mixed conditions that have been put, and engineering that have been put into those tyres, which is always fascinating to try out. And we have a couple of compounds for those as well.
And then a wet tyre, or a wet tyre and a monsoon tyre? Or?
No, the monsoon tyre. Well, the full wet is the full wet, basically. It's what we had to use on Thursday evening. And it wasn't going to get much wetter than that.
You know the tyre that I would have been using on Thursday night would have been the one on my road car to get out to the hotel.
I was going to say a rubber ring, that
actually that would have been, and a paddle.
Yeah, exactly.
The only tyre that I wanted in contact with the road was the one on my road car to get the heck out of it. Yeah. That was incredible. Matt Campbell in the Grello, which perished many hours ago in a bizarre, slow, lazy spin with Kevin Estre at the wheel at Brunshan 2 after somebody had laid some contaminant down on the racetrack. Matt Campbell had to get a lap in because he was the reserve driver, so he didn't have a choice about not going out. He had to go around. I'm not sure what tyre it was on, but it was so wet it didn't make a blind bit of difference. I think he was on tick over for 3/4 of the lap. Did you see any of the onboard?
I was watching the onboard, and I used that as an argument not to go out at that point, because I was due to go out at that time. And I said to my team, look at that, let's not go out.
That's Matt Campbell in a Manthey Porsche, who know this place better than anyone else in a Porsche with a slight bias of weight over the driven wheels, and look at the way he's having to drive that.
Exactly, yeah.
I don't think he got out of second gear. It was tick over in second and third.
No, I mean, the tricky situation with that is getting on throttle, you aquaplane, but the scarier situation is when you come off throttle and then you have the engine brake and aquaplane, and it's like pulling the handbrake on spontaneously, and that's, yeah, exactly.
And then you're just sliding.
You end up clutching in, which is like very unnatural thing to do.
To get the wheels to start turning again.
Just to let them roll rather than engine brakes. So.
David Pittard, who's with us from KCMG Motorsport Group. Peter Snowden.
That's an RSL scoop, I think, there. A racing driver, no less than Pitbull Pittard, a man that won this race outright 3 years ago, has just admitted, I don't want to drive a racing car around the Nordschleife in the 24-hour race.
Well,
I'm very brave of you to admit that, mate.
It was in
brilliant.
It's this risk versus reward situation.
A measured decision, of course.
Well, what you didn't have to do was give the guys a harsh overnight to rebuild the car.
Exactly that.
You've already got enough work to go on.
I was thinking about the guys.
You two are good. You two are really good.
I'm good. I'm good.
This is where I do wish we had that studio cam, to see your two faces looking at one another, winking like, we've got this, they believe us. It's fine.
Sheldon van der Linde is on the charge.
Yeah, well...
This is where the best battle's
What else does he ever
good.
do?
Yeah, when is he not? There's 7 minutes between Engel in the Winward Racing leading car and the Valkenhorst Aston Martin. They both have the same number of stops to do, so let's put Engel to one side at the moment. I don't want to ignore Winward because obviously they've dominated for more than half of this race. The number 3 car's dropping down outside the top 10 now with that right rear issue, suspension, whatever it is. So now the battle is for second and third place, the other 2 steps on the podium at the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Valkenhorst Aston Martin, Nicky team, no better man to have in if there's a fight, because his Norse heritage will come to the fore, and he will be wringing the neck of that car if he has to, and he'll have his elbows out for sure. Then you've got Sheldon van der Linde. Those 2 guys are on the same pit strategy, and there are 5 seconds between them. 5 seconds between them is like basically it's Silverstone or any Grand Prix circuit. That's like being side by side round there. In here, in terms of the time difference.
Yeah, over such a distance as well. That's what's so epic about endurance racing, isn't it? The margins are just so fine when you look at averages and things like that. And I think that the Lambo, you're right, is in the fight as well. If there's a 4-lap split between them, there's roughly 20 to 15 seconds difference for those stops. It's about a minute.
Yeah.
So at the moment, I reckon the Lambo, the Aston, and the BMW are going to be duking it out for best of the rest.
I just think, unfortunately for the guys at BMW, oops, didn't want to do that, I'm getting tired. Just for the guys at BMW, I think that's just a little bit too far back to actually be in the fight, because they are, well, Engstler's, call it a minute and 17 behind second and a minute and 12, 13 behind third. Conor De Filippi is a little bit further back. He might... no, I think unless he's got some pace to play with. The good news is that they're on their 6th lap. They've got 2 more laps to go when they complete this one. But I think they can go full rich all the way to the end, whereas it will be an extra little splash in the pit lane. So those 4 cars are going to have a bit of a fight. What do we know about the Lamborghini Huracan? It's the fastest car on the track. Pole position, outside pole position. First time a Lamborghini's been on the front row, and they only locked out the front row for the start of the race yesterday. And that car's done an 8:08.7 against best times of 13s, 12s, 15s of the cars ahead of it. I mean, the extraordinary thing is that Rover Racing's BMW, the M4, its best lap is 7 seconds away from what the Lamborghini Huracan's done. Now, you're looking at perfect scenarios here, but that gives you, David Pittard, an idea. You wouldn't want to be at a 7-second disadvantage for one lap pace, you'd want to have that in your pocket, wouldn't you?
Yes, but yeah, I reckon that BMW's got it. It's got something.
I'm actually impressed that the M3 Touring has got a faster lap than the M4.
Yeah.
That to me, that's the start of the race if that stays like that.
Yeah.
Right now, David, before we let you can sit here as long as you like, but I want to ask you a question, and by all means, say, Hindhoff, I can't answer that, and why have you asked me, right? And this is about some testing that you've been doing with Toyota and the new car. It was your helmet I saw round here a little while ago doing a Thursday test. Is there anything you can tell me about that? Was it not you? Was it your helmet and somebody else was driving it? You can't tell me. Just tell me if you can't tell me. He's turned his back. That's your problem. Okay. You can't. That's no. You understand why I have to ask? Because I'm being asked as well, right? That's absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. We're not the sort of people who try and trick. This is not Meet the Press or Newsnight or anything like that. And I've known David too long to fall out with him. So,
no chance of that, John.
Well, thank you very much indeed. All right, Fred Vervies is also picking up the pace. 6th position for HRT at Ford Racing tonight.
I'm just going to ask David while we've got him here a potentially daft question, but it's always good to get a driver's angle. I'm going to ask you what's one of your favourite GT3 cars to drive. You're going to say anything that wins. You're going to say the 296, of course. Put the logical, initial, default racing driver question to answer to one side. What do you enjoy driving the most? What do you say really get you and go, yes, I'm looking forward to that again?
A car with 4 wheels and a steering wheel. No, I'm joking. No, I'm not tied to any manufacturer, so I can be actually quite open to that one at the moment.
Do they all have different characteristics?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So, like front engine stuff, generally they will overload the front axle in the slower speed stuff, so they don't rotate as well as the mid-engine Lamborghinis, who are always super fast on the Grand Prix circuit when you look at the sectors, because listening to like Nicky Katzberg talk about it, he says, I just have neutral steer, I don't have to do anything, it just turns itself effectively. Traction control, don't need that. Like, it's super impressive about that. The Aston has one of the best TC systems because it needs it. The traction's not amazing. The Merc has a very simple TC system because it's got so much grip, it doesn't need a complicated system. So yeah, they all have their strengths and weaknesses. But to answer your question, Snowy, the car I enjoy the most is the Porsche. The screaming flat six, 9,000 RPM engine.
No, so you've just ruined it because I hope you were going to
feistiest.
Aston Martin this side of the booth and Porsche that side of the booth. So you know who pays you, don't you? Yeah, exactly. Back to that again.
That final iteration of that flat six, which came out of the GTE car, so for almost 4.2 now they got that out there, and it's 4.187 or something like that. And I once asked one of the engineers, why is it not just 4.2? And there was an engine sitting there without the head on, and he went, have a look at that. And the gaps between the pistons were infinitesimally small. Crazy. You could not measure them. That's as much as they could take them out. Guys, we've got a great battle here. It's for 6th, but Vervies and Vanto in the line speed GP. That car's been quiet. That Porsche's been quiet. I expected to see that further up. It didn't have a perfect start to the week. They're coming through the neutralised zone, through the Kleine Carousel now, and up towards the Gallows Hill, the Galgenkopf, through this really tricky, looks easy on the track map, but it's a triple apex, effectively, triple pressure corner, you would call it in bobsleighing, and it's the last bit you've got to get right, David, to get the speed down on the Dottinger.
At this point, yeah, you're now full gas for 2.6 kilometres. Thank you very much, TV caption, for saving me some embarrassment. But yeah, it's fight on. You look at the way Nicky's attacking the traffic at the moment. He is trying to keep the Mustang behind him because he knows that Sheldon van der Linde in the BMW is coming. If he can keep a rear gunner in the Ford there, that helps him. But at the same time, the Ford wants to unlap itself and obviously achieve the best result it can as well. But you see that there's not much margin in the traffic that Nicky's taking at the moment. He's going for it.
So he could afford to let it through because it's a lap down, isn't it?
He could do, yes.
Unlap himself, and it's still not a battle for position yet.
Yeah.
I have some news on the number 3 car, and I don't think that car's coming out anytime soon. Whether they want to finish the race and take the checkered flag is something different. Stefan Wendel, who's the man at the head of customer racing for AMG and a really genuine chap. Loves his motor racing. Any time spent with Stefan talking is time well spent. As in for its pit stop on time comes the HRT Ford Racing Mustang. Don't worry, they're putting the dollies underneath. The fuel pistol grip is already in. They'll twist that back round to 45 degrees and park it nice and neatly. Stefan saying we received an ABS warning. Danny Hunkadea said he could handle it. Then noises and vibrations started. So 2 laps he tried to keep that going, made an unscheduled pit stop, and it was damage to the drive shaft, which has caused further collateral damage. We definitely want to get back into the race, so we are repairing it. So maybe a sensor.
You said a sensor, didn't you?
Yeah. Was that that would have been effect though if the drive shaft was going? The vibration might have taken.
Sounds like if it's collateral, maybe something's loose and just ripped a load of wiring, sensors.
Yeah. So
but fair play to Danny for doing a couple of laps with no ABS around the Nordschleife.
Yeah, I can handle it.
Fair play
Danny.
to him.
Yeah, very good indeed. So this then the Bundeswehr sponsored machine, the German army in the camo. Absolutely brilliant. And great to get them involved. It tells you a lot about the status of this event when you see the amount of manufacturers, the amount of real sponsors that are in there. Maro Engel coming in now. This is the leader. So he is almost a lap ahead then of that 67 of Frederick Vervisch. So this now has to be a very sensible pit stop. They will, I guarantee you, they will check everything on that car. They have time in hand, over 6 minutes in hand. 2/3 of a lap nearly here, around here. David, I am going to let you go this time. Thank you so much indeed.
No worries. No, always good to chat.
When do we see you
Hopefully
again?
we can do it in better circumstances.
Yeah, well, indeed.
I will be at Le Mans with Darren in WRT, so
Excellent.
maybe I'll swing past there.
Yeah, that'd be absolutely great. They've had a good start to the season with a win with Dan Harper in the other car, so that's really good. With the guys there, Tony McIntosh and Parker Thompson, wasn't it?
Correct.
From that, and I'm told Tony's got a different throwback livery for every car this year, and he's not saying what they are. So
fantastic.
I'm absolutely,
what a character. What a guy.
I'm loving it. And of course, BMW won outright at WRC last weekend. So there's a bit of momentum there because I know that it's hypercar versus GT, but the rising tide lifts all ships.
Yeah, well, everyone's motivated. Everyone's seen it happen. Everyone's seen it happen in-house, and they want to get that. I think Le Mans is about the only thing that WRT haven't won. They've won it in LMP2, but
even in odd circumstances when they had a sensor fail when they should have had a 1-2 in LMP2, and if a year, I still can't talk to him
a steering wheel change on the lead car.
Oh, good spot. But again, they've got the time. You do everything. Anything that's throwing up a fault code.
Still 45 seconds of the minimum pit stop time, but then they've still got 7 minutes on top of that.
Anything that's showing up an error code, you're not just going to clear it at this point. You're going to search for it.
Looks like it.
Why would they do that, David?
I don't know.
I mean, that's quite a major thing. You don't change that during a race. Normally, this whole column's movable and adjustable. What's precautionary about that?
There's not much software or there's hardware in terms of the basic stuff of changing gears, but the AMG wheel is so simple. There's not actually much on there at all.
Is there a driver information system on that? Is there a screen? No, so that's in front of you. That's on the normal.
It's so basic.
Right, so it's gear change or radio button.
Start button, flash button, drink button,
and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
I've just got one question I just wanted to ask David Waddick, and then we will let you go. We've established you've driven lots of these lovely GT3 cars around here and other places. Lots of variety. What's your daily driver?
My Seat Leon.
There you go. There you go.
So we've got...
Don't need anything special on the road when you drive these things.
Well, exactly.
I say it, Leon, is very special.
Very special.
Well, yours is, of course, yes. It's got provenance, yes.
Well, we've got a little Seat Ibiza as well, a little station wagon. It's great. Not a
Fantastic
fast
choice.
wagon, but it is a wagon. Very small wagon. David, thank you, mate.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thank you very much.
And
Thank you so
thanks for
much.
adding great context to what we've seen. As you know, there's a lot of people here watching for the first time. You've given invaluable insight to people, and maybe you've grabbed a few fans. And obviously, you can follow David and the rest of the WRT BMW team at Le Mans via Radio Le Mans, and RS1 will be down there all week. We even cover the test day as well. Might even come and see you then.
Yeah.
All right,
Sounds
mate.
good.
Have a good one.
Cheers, guys.
Not got far to go home.
And I'll be in the pits
Barbecue
coming to
will be
annoy him anyway.
Yeah, barbecue will be on later on. Indy qualifying tonight. Watch a bit of that. Yeah. One and done tonight because it got rained off yesterday.
John, that was a typical driver's response, yeah? Indy 500 qualifying's like, is it on? I'm not in the race, so why would I know about
good
it?
point. Good point. Well, let's just review what's been going on. An ABS and drive shaft problem for one of the two cars that's dominated more than half of the race. And the number 3, Winward Racing, Mercedes-AMG, the Verstappen.com racing car, with just under 4 hours to go. Danny Hunkadaya tried to get it back, but the damage has been done.
Not unsurprisingly, David made some very valuable points, but the one that got my interest there was the possibility, and it is speculation, we don't know, but the possibility of that late night contact between
early morning,
early morning contact. You're right. Sorry, between Max Verstappen when he was in the number 3 car and Mauro Engel in the number 80 car. That's now the two teammates. It was side on side. So, okay, if that's the cause, and we are speculating here. So there's lots of ifs here, I know. But if that were to be something that's collateral further down the line, how's the 80 getting on? What part of that car was damaged or not in that incident?
Well, Fabi Schiller will be finding out as he goes out now. These races are seldom won by the fastest car. Talking to some of my Australian colleagues earlier on, and Jackie Warnock made a very, very good point on one of the socials. This place, Le Mans, Bathurst and Mount Panorama, it's almost as if the circuit has its own personality, and we say sometimes Bathurst chooses, the mountain chooses, and the Nürburgring has a personality, has a character like that. Jochen from Frozen Speed is back with us. What drama? What drama we've had. What sort of a night did you have?
I had a great night. It's become rare over the last years that I'm able to do all my wished for night photography, and there was no interruption this night, and I got my hoped for shots with the long exposure at Weersdijk.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, and then at Carousel as well. That's just special. You're in the dark, in the cold, by yourself, and the cars are just buzzing by you, blinding you. It's a special feeling, and it pushes away your tiredness really quickly.
Nicky team in from 3rd position in the Valkenhorst Aston Martin on the Pirellis. I take it for those long exposures, you've got to have a monopod or a tripod, probably,
yes,
actually.
I have a tripod and a remote control on the flash and on the shutter.
Excellent.
Yeah.
It was very clear overnight, even when we came in at 4:15 this morning, where we were out just south of Kelberg, it was quite foggy, but as the closer we got, the fog disappeared, and the stars were fantastic, but it was cold.
It was very cold, and it wasn't so clear at Weersdijk, to be honest, because the barbecue smoke was quite thick. It was quite thick, and to give some atmosphere to the scene, if I can, at one point there was a group of fans that went down the hill, and I know that hill very well, that hillside, and credit to them, they have more coordination than me to get there, and probably also more alcohol, and they were just really low down in the fence, dancing to their own music from upstairs.
Nice.
And the marshals kind of started whistling at them to get out of there. And every time they came in the light of the cars, all you could see was them dancing. and they were totally oblivious of, they looked at the cars, fair play, but they were totally oblivious of their other surroundings, and they just didn't stop dancing there in the headlights of the cars, and it was hilarious.
We have a phrase in England, don't we, John, that's dance like no one's working or no one's watching.
Yeah,
as
exactly.
in just your own world. Yeah,
Absolutely.
brilliant.
Very, very good. Still 48 seconds of the mandatory pit time. Nicky team staying in the car, burning a bit of fuel at the back, running a little bit rich on the right-hand bank of that Aston.
Now, that's the car that we thought was slightly having a bit of overfill, wasn't it? Like,
oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That is right. Well done, Peter. That was a long time ago.
On our morning stint, it's 5:30 to 7:30. That does seem like a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. I'm hearing that the Milner Motorsport Porsche Cup 2 car, the number 918, that's the one that Michel Gatting is in, has had to call it a day. They've been driving without third gear for 4.5, 5 hours, which round here must have been difficult, and that is a paddle shift car as well, of course. It's not an H-pattern car.
I was just thinking that if you've got a manual paddle shift box, you can what they call block shift and miss it out. It's not ideal, but it saves it. But on a paddle shift, it's not as easy to go through a missing gear. On a manual lever, you can go 2 to 4 and miss it out.
Yeah, exactly so. Sequentials and paddle shifts, not that easy. The Subaru been leading its class. Now, it did drop out of the way of the lead in the class, the number 88, in the SP3T, isn't it, the number 88, I think. They're back in. Kota Sasaki behind the wheel. Just great exponents and supporters of this race down through the years. The bright blue STI Subaru Technica International WRX has its followers.
Yeah, I've got a fun detail on that car. I saw on one of the photos it's got a lot of Japanese writing on the bumper traditionally, and I put that through Google Translate, and it turns out to be the names of all the dealerships of Subaru in Japan, which I think is really cool. Yeah, I'm not
super cool.
I'm not 100% sure they have it again this year, but I suspect they do.
That is
they definitely
brilliant.
had it last year.
I love the little details like that. It's those wee stories that really make the difference. The reverse Grello, more green than yellow, is the 992. This is the SP Pro car. And the Greisman fuels machine. Manthey. Like, there's nothing much you can say about Manthey around here. They were actually, in 2006, the last team to get a 1-2 finish. In 2016, the last time AMG won, it was 2 AMGs, but they weren't the same team. Olaf and subsequently his son running that and could barely get much closer. There's a few local teams here, but they're from just up the road. Always used to just drive the cars down, never even put them in the trailer, put a flashing amber beacon on the top, and get a little police escort to come down early in the week. So the B195 Tribute, the Bitburger car, doesn't it work really well?
It does work
on the
really
McLaren.
Well. Yes. It's done by Berserk Design, who does great liveries since a long time at the Nordschleife.
Oh, no, we got a fire.
658, one of the BMWs. That's a 240i, isn't it?
It is indeed. It's the M240i Racing
Hakan Sari.
Club, yeah.
Now, not at the wheel of that, but I don't think he's aware that it is actually pretty well barbecuing underneath.
He is. He's going to get over the barrier, I think. And that's thick black smoke. It's caught.
It's now out the side as well, John.
It's caught on the grass as well. That needs the fire tender to it. Quickly, we saw a very lovely Opel Ascona A-code car in the DHLM. When was that? Friday. That's had an engine fire, which looked like a fuel fire, and that looked like a fuel fire as well. Jochen from Frozen Speed is here. So, Jochen, we talked about some of your assistants taking some great photos. How many people do you have working with you at an event like this?
At this event, I have one extra photographer, who's Florian Schmitz, who regularly helps me out at events, track days and races.
So, and it is your whole business now is photography. You don't have a quote-unquote day job. This is your day job.
No, motorsport photography has been my full-time day job since 2005. So, and before I used to be an automotive software engineer. And yeah, in 2005 I decided to give it a go. And I was in the lucky position where I could decide to give it a go and see 6 months and then see what happens. And I never looked back. And I haven't regretted it for 1 second.
How much has changed in that time in terms of how you work, the equipment that you use, the amount of events that you do?
It's a good question. It's definitely a game of adapt to all the change, and that's the game for a lot of businesses, I suppose. It's just keep adapting. The landscape has changed. I'm doing a lot of track days now, more than I used to. We cover a lot of track days. Since last year, I'm very happy and proud to be officially partnered with the racetrack Spa-Francorchamps, which as a Belgian gives an extra warm feeling. And yeah, I am lucky to be able to pick some great races besides the NLS, do the Spa 24, the Spa WEC, the N24 of course. I'm lucky to be invited by Goodwood regularly to shoot for them at their fantastic events.
2008, by the way, I knew that, I just said the wrong thing. 2008 for the last 1-2 team finish, it was still Manthey. Well, the fire is out on that BMW. Drivers left. We've got one of the intervention vehicles there as well, and that is coming up to the end of the lap. Only a short tow into the pit lane. The BMW in second position, the Rover BMW. The last year's winning car, the number 1, we had that perish earlier on in the race. There was a characteristic misjudgment by Raffaele Marciello, hit the back of the number 40 Z3 2013 car and came into the pits. Now, whether it's a direct result of that or something that had been bubbling under because they'd had some fueling issues in the pit lane, but a fuel problem is what we heard from that car, and it was pretty quickly pushed out the back of the garage and back into the paddock. So pit stop then for the number 99, coming in out of second, and that car then with, what have we got, 138 laps completed, and so we have 2 hours and 31 minutes to go. Take about 1 hour and 7 off that for the next stint. That gives you 1 hour and 24. Take 1 hour and 7 off that, and that gives you let me see, gives you 18 minutes, doesn't it? 17, 18 minutes, so they're just short. Oh, dear me. That's going to be tight. So they can't make it on an exact number of stops. That number 99, the 99 and the number 34, which is the Nicky Team Valkenhorst car, which was in just a few moments ago. They're a little further on the wrong side of it. However, by my very rough and tired calculations, both the Red Bull Team App Lamborghini and the BMW M Motorsport M3 Touring 24H, the 81 car, currently in 5th, they could go at the end on an exact number of stops, so no little splash at the end. The leader has to splash at the end as well, but their current lead is well over 4 minutes. Let's call it 4.5 minutes at the moment. But the battle for second and third is absolutely on. And a little bit of rain or a little bit of neutralised track, and you stretch those stints from 1 hour and 7 to 1 hour and 10. Oh, hang on, then all of a sudden it's 1 hour and 15, and it starts to come down very quickly. Jochen from Frozen Speed.
Yes, John, if I can quickly come back to the question you asked me, what changed with my business. I realized that the biggest change that has happened in my business is that it changed from being the one-man Jochen show to a team effort. And that kind of happened, I think, around 10, 15 years ago, when I decided to start getting people involved that I had a great feeling with. Usually well, without exception, they are friends, and they have a great feeling with them, and I admire their photography, and they've become really. They are really strong photographers helping me out. I've had people help me on the office side. I have people help me on the sales side. I have people helping me with the business advisor side, and all of them have pushed Frozen Speed to a different level. Yeah. And that's the biggest change, that it's not the one-man show anymore.
That's quite brave, isn't it? We went through the same thing. Oh, here's the rain. Excellent. And let's just roll the dice. We've rolled a 6, so let's draw a chance card. Coming down through the Stefan Belloff is Fabian Schiller, now leader of the race on slick tyres. It's not heavy rain, but it's more than a little bit of mist in the air. I think all small businesses, all one-man shows, or as it was with even I for Radio Schulman, it was, you know, the two of us. You get to a point where you've got to decide, do we stay where we are or do we expand? But then if we expand, we can't do everything ourselves. That's quite scary, isn't it?
It definitely was. But when you go out of your comfort zone, that's when you get the best results, I think. Also with creativity. Yeah, it was scary, but it's only paid off. It was without a doubt the right decision.
And you still enjoy it? You're still an enthusiast for not only what you do with the photography, but for motorsport in general?
Absolutely, yes. I love motorsport, and being at events like this, it just gives you that buzz.
I wish you could see the smile on Jochen's face at the moment. What's the next job for you? What's the next gig?
We have track days at Spa again with RSR Spa.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Very, very well established and well known set of people. That company's been doing track days here as well, actually.
Yes.
And they've got a fantastic reputation. So effectively you're there potentially taking pictures for the people who are on the track days, and they can come and order pictures from you?
Yes, we have a team of 3 photographers at the event and someone on the sales desk, which more often than not is me nowadays. And we take photos of all the cars, and you can, when you book the track day, you can pre-order the photo package, or you can just wander by in the morning or in the evening and check out your photos and take them with you then and there.
Brilliant. And that's technology, that has changed.
Absolutely, yes. The instant delivery and the instant delivery for social media and all those things that's key, and that you have to adapt to.
So when you look back to, as you said, the one-man Jochen show, how many times have you changed lenses? Good glass lasts forever,
yes.
But camera backs have changed a lot in that time. How many different iterations of bodies of cameras have you been through?
Oh, well, I started with a Minolta A2, which was a fake DSLR, but it was great because it simulated the functionality of a DSLR, and I learned everything with that. And then I bought a Nikon D200, which was the best body at the time for motorsport. Then I went to the D300, then I think it was 310, then the D800, which was a fantastic camera. The D810 was an improvement. The D850 was a fantastic camera. I still love that camera. Then I went to the first Nikon mirrorless, the big one, which didn't work at all.
Oh, really?
Yes, no, that was not ready for motorsport photography. I had to give it back at a loss. And then I switched to Sony mirrorless, which was, I had then that in the backpack, which was good, the A9, but also wasn't perfect. None of them are, but it wasn't totally fulfilling. And then finally I switched to Nikon Z9. So now the mirrorless. The only negative comment about that camera I have is it's too heavy, but it's a brilliant camera. If you have 2 of those in your backpack with the big lenses, you know about it.
Well, coming from someone who, back in the days of film, used to shoot with Canon, and Canon by name, Canon by nature, they were always heavy cameras, but shooting rally, as I used to do in those days, if you banged them off a tree by accident, you knew they were going to be okay.
Yes, that's important.
Some of the polycarbonate bodies that were coming out around those times, I'm talking quite a long time ago, I had A1s with motor drives, and shooting film, as I said, that dates me rather. And they could take a bit of a hit in those days. Good little cameras. Jochen?
Yes, and the last camera I bought last year, I treated myself to a Leica Q3, which is lighter than the Z9, and it's a great camera. It's very focused in application, but it's a great camera. What it does is portrait shots, pit lane shots,
Yes.
and it definitely brings something extra there as well.
But like someone who likes guitars, if you like cameras, you've got to at some stage have a Leica, haven't you? You almost have to. It's like having a Fender Strat or a Fender Telecaster or a Les Paul Standard or whatever as a guitar player. Eventually you've got to own it, at least for a while.
Now that I have one, I have to agree. It's a very impractical camera. The design, the ergonomics are not good in my opinion, but it does bring something extra. It does produce some special images for sure.
Good luck. Good to see you. As I said when we spoke yesterday, good to see you looking well.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's always a pleasure, Jochen, you know that.
As you can imagine, I feel a lot less in my element behind the microphone than behind the camera. But I got some really very kind words from all the listeners yesterday, and I'm grateful for that. And I got a lot of photography questions, which I will do my best to answer after the event.
Oh, smashing.
And to finish, I want to give a big shout out to the Radio Show Limited team. You guys really lift this epic event to another level, and that's all the fans and we by Trackside. It's really a big joy. And I want to make a special note about the Nordschleife level of expertise of the whole team, which without exception is really at a really high level. The only other, and I know that comes only with big dedication, it's not easy. The only other commentator I see at that level of Nordschleife expertise is Oli Martini, and he grew up here, so you know.
That's massive. Yeah. Thank you. Well, thank you very much indeed.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Always what we do is try to convey our enthusiasm and our love for this event, and one of the real Blue Ribbon events around the world, and also try to bring people up to that level as well. And there's an awful lot of people who haven't seen this event watching and listening this weekend, and I hope we've been able to convey some of the really different qualities that this brings. This is not your average endurance race. It is a one-off, and it's loved and sometimes hated in equal measure by the people that come here. But it's a hard mistress, this place. It's not Le Mans, it's not Daytona, it's not Spa, it's not any of the other 24-hour races. And thank goodness for that, because variety is the spice of life, Snowy.
Can I just add one thing in sort of finishing, Jochen? In not your native tongue, you are far better behind the microphone than I would ever be behind the camera. So rest assured, you're doing a brilliant job.
Thank you.
On both sides.
Cheers, mate. Good to see you again.
Likewise.
See you later in the year. That's Jochen from Frozen Speed. Look it up. The website is there. He's taking questions, apparently. He'll be busy with processing his pictures next week.
Just whilst we finish with Jochen there, we've got the BSL Racing Porsche Cayman from the Cup 3 class. That's number 977 off into the gravel at the end of the pit straight, i.e. turn 1, and that's right up against the barriers.
That's the first time we've seen somebody stuck there. We used to see a whole load of people in there, didn't we?
But that's because it's got all the way across the gravel. So whether it's had a brake failure or something to get that far across.
977?
977, yes. BSL Racing it's a 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Type 982 for you Porsche aficionados, which I know you are, John. I just want to get in. Only because it says on the screen. I didn't know that.
Very good.
Well, they've pulled it out now with
very well
the
done.
John Deere.
Nothing runs like Deere, they say. Right, let's pick up some of the stories for people perhaps just joining us 20 minutes before 1 o'clock Central European at summertime. And it is the battle for the positions behind our lead car on the podium. We've got Perm NE2 from, I think, 4. Outside bet maybe for Conor De Filippi. And for the Rover Racing BMW, the number 99 car, I honestly think it's between the Red Bull Team Apt car and the Valkenhorst Motorsport. Aston might just be too far out of it, but Engstler in a very strong position at the moment, in second position, and he, what have we got to go, 2:19, and he has been out there juggling about 4 screens here at the moment, so I apologise for that. And we have to sometimes swap feeds to do this here in the Global Broadcast Centre, right at the finish line. If there's a photo finish, we'll be able to call it for you here. Might not have Jochen's skill, but I'll get my camera out just in case. Engstler's on his 6th lap. Nicky Thiem is on his 3rd lap. Conor De Phillippi on his 6th lap. And the Rover Racing, Van der Linde, because that triple stint for Sheldon van der Linde. He's on his 1st lap out. Hello to Chris Suku. Great to learn about the Leica Q3 and Jochen's camera history. Can't say this when he's here. Jochen is an absolute stonewall legend.
He is,
around
genuinely.
Here. Genuinely a legend.
That's a word that, John, you and I would both agree with is overused.
Absolutely agree.
And in that case, it's absolutely understated for him. Some of his work is just incredible. You and I watch many race cars and look at the driver sometimes and go, oh,
yeah.
We're used to a very high level. It seems to me that catches your eye. Jochen's work always catches my eye.
We are blessed, and I really mean this, in endurance motor racing, to have photographers of a very high standard. Jochen is right up there among the very best, specialises here, of course. Belgian by birth, lives in this area of the Eifel now. And somebody once said to me a very long time ago, you can't be... you have to decide what sort of photographer you're going to be. Are you going to be an arty photographer, or are you going to be a newsy photographer, somebody who just records what's going on? Well, we are
a photojournalist.
Yeah, almost. Yeah. In this branch of motorsport, we have a number of people who, like Colossus, straddle those two things and make a news photograph that is perfectly adequate to put on a website. And you know, here's what was happening after the first 3 hours, to have a headline banner photograph. But the composition, the lighting, you would have almost thought sometimes that they have been studio produced or AI produced, and they're not. Do they get a little bit of processing and tidying up sometimes? Yes, but not always. Sometimes there isn't time. Those guys shoot with eyes that see things that us normal folk don't. And I've spent enough time behind the lens of a camera to know, the viewfinder of a camera, to know that those guys work on a different level. In the same way, actually, as we all drive cars every day, but some of us have driven racing cars. You, Snowy, have raced racing cars. I never say I've raced racing cars. I drive them around. Sometimes it's in a race. But I cannot even begin to understand the thought process that these guys are running right now in these GT3 cars on this circuit in particular. And that's the same for me for people like Jochen, who they're just clocked at a different speed.
I don't think, I mean, all his work is totally authentic. You make a very, very valid and strong point about the not AI, not digitally manipulated, whatever. Of course, there's filters and stuff. That's always been the way with photography. But I genuinely think Jochen doesn't realise how good he is.
I agree with that.
And your bit about driving cars, it's actually, again, a very good point, John. Driving cars on the road is one thing. Driving cars on the track is another thing. Racing cars on the track is a whole different universe.
Now, I've been neglecting to look at the bulletins, and we have got a significant penalty, and many thanks to, hang on, oh, where's it gone? Sorry, I've lost it now. Non-respect of a code 60, and it's a big penalty, and I don't think it's been served yet because they haven't had a pit stop since. So they are still working through penalties here. And it is the number 84 car in second position. So if that hasn't been served yet, because it's a long penalty, 86 seconds and 2 DMSB points on the licence. So that was pulled out at about 5 minutes ago. That came through from race control. So that is huge. And so that changes my calculations for the Red Bull team Abt Engsler car, which I thought was in the box seat for second place. But that's going to level things up and bring Connor De Filippi right back into it for second. And Nicky team, and we've got the Vantor battle as well in fourth and fifth.
Not again. Yeah, John, just take stock of what you've just said. That brings Connor De Filippi back into the battle for second position.
Yeah.
When we had Andreas Rusin here, we were saying to him that you said, a decent result for this April Fool project, a year on, etc. We know it's not a joke, but what it became, how it evolved, would be a top 10 finish. And he just looked at you and totally calmly said, no, top 5.
Yeah.
Didn't bat an eyelid. It's now potential for being second place. One of the things I do love about this is you've said, John, quite a few times this weekend that with the advent of certain people in this race who's not having the best race at the moment, but it's brought a whole new fan base, etc. to it. I'm amazed at how quickly people absorb information. I've just been sent a message, and if you can bear with this, you're going to laugh on this. Somebody who wasn't particularly into racing at all, F1 or let alone GT racing, until probably about this time last year, late last year, got into Formula 1 a little bit, really then got into Formula 1. Big Max Verstappen fan because of his effect here now, is now been following him here, and has just sent me a message just saying it's been absolutely fascinating watching this race, and all the good cars have gone out now. So sad to see that Verstappen's dropped down the order, that Greta went out so earlier, and now even the Dacia. She's 15, she's my daughter, Zara.
Hello, Zara. See, now you know what your dad does.
Yes.
And how he brings his passion and his knowledge and spreads that to people who are coming in like you.
Yeah.
So, I know you're not. I know. You're 15. You're not supposed to listen to what your dad says. It's your job description. I absolutely know that. But thank you.
She should be doing her homework anyway.
Yeah.
That's me dumbing to get back now.
Oh, you were so close there.
I know.
So close, Peter.
Just pulled it back from the jaws of victory, didn't I?
It was Luca Engsler, 116 kilometres an hour in a code 60. So it was Engsler who was clocked. That was in his earlier stint, so the offence was an hour or so ago, in fact a little over that, till the decision was being made, race control going through them. That changes the... I think that changes the whole look at the top of the timing screen. Fabi Schiller, quite happily, just carrying on, and he'll do what he needs to do. He's got a 3 minutes 30-second lead. And now what's been going on with Fred Vervisch as he comes up behind the BMW wagon. That's the 8th place number 67 Ford unlapping itself from that car. Or has Connor De Filippi got a problem? I don't think he has. It's not. That's 8:25 last time around. So there's some dampness out on the circuit. I daren't even say this, Peter, but I'm going to have to say it.
Oh, here we go.
We've got to play this with a straight bat and tell everybody what's going on. The weather here has not followed the weather prediction apps, the radar or anything since the end of really Thursday night, Friday morning. And this race was meant to have had rain from yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening, overnight. The weather normally comes, bad weather normally comes from down at the first corner. If you remember when the German Grand Prix was here and Winkelhock was on pole position and the rain swept up like a curtain up the grid and actually had to delay the start, didn't they? And looking down there at the moment, the clouds are gathering. We do get pop-up storms here because of the height in the Eifel region, and they are a bit dark and threatening. It's not as if they're carrying baseball bats and speaking in gruff accents quite yet, but the clouds... All right, mate. The clouds...
Meant to get you.
...are there. You will notice, by the way, that around the circuit there are far fewer fans of the, whatever it was, we said 352,000 that have been here this week. People have journeys to go back to. They are dismantling their viewing platforms, tents, spa baths. And no, I'm not joking.
No.
Heated jacuzzis, speaker
hot tubs,
stacks,
dry ice discos,
and the
we've seen it
whole
all.
9 yards, absolutely. They're being dismantled. Rubbish is being collected and put into bin bags. They will go to collection points, and people are making their way home. The odd spread of dates for this event is because Thursday here was a bank holiday, and it's either this bank holiday or Corpus Christi. And so it's what the Germans call a bridge weekend. You only have to take 1 day off to make a 4-day weekend, really. But that means people are back at work on Monday. So anyone with a long journey is starting to think the campsites are starting to thin out. People will be starting to go. They're listening on the local radio station and make their way home. As I said, almost 22 hours ago, this race is all about the beginning for the fans, all about that formation lap, all about paying tribute. It's almost gladiatorial, isn't it? Paying tribute to the heroes who are in those cars.
Delete almost.
Yeah. And, you know, we think as well of a competitor who isn't here, who has been a lot, and that's Juha, the Kelvin racing driver, Juha Meitinen, who lost his life here on the first of 2 races over the qualifying weekend. A driver with an impeccable record in Nürburgring racing. You've heard us talking about how difficult this race is to win overall or within class, and an exemplary record for Juha. Started off as a rallycross driver, drifted away from motorsport, came back, and with people who became firm friends, competed here a lot. And his stats, by the way, over 10% win ratio. Pretty much exactly, actually, 10% win ratio.
That's pretty good, to say the least.
And a 30% podium ratio here. I know in class, class champion a couple of times, winners in all of the big NLS races. And
I mean, honestly, John, if you said to me, I'm just processing what you've just said. If you'd said to me, for the amount of races that he did, or anybody did around here, but his number, if you'd got a 10% finishing record,
correct,
you'd have gone like, oh, well played. Yeah, that's good.
10% win.
A 30% podium record is...
It's 29 point something. I've rounded it up, right?
Okay.
But honestly, not by very much. And that, I didn't know him. Jochen knew him a little bit, Jochen from Frozen Speed, and I've spoken to a number of people, some of whom we've had in the booth this weekend. And Juha was the sort of driver who anybody could go and ask a question of, and he would give you the benefit of his experience. Exactly the sort of people that this race actually is really all about, and the stories that we've tried to pull out from the other classes this weekend.
Totally secure in his own abilities.
Indeed so.
Yeah.
Indeed so. And he would have loved this race. He would have loved to have been a part of this race with the Kelvin guys. We think of them, we think of Juha's family, but this has been a good way to one of them. It really has. Coming in now to the last 2 hours then, Snowy, 352,000 visitors over the event. It's thinning out now. Do not think what you're seeing or hearing in the terms of the cheering and the clapping that perhaps isn't happening. It was earlier on because of what I've told you about people having to make their way home. And
you saying about making the way home is there's many things that you could put you could get a hat and put a whole load of little bits of paper in written on things that astound you about the Nürburgring this weekend, the whole event, on, off the track and everything. One of the things that just always gets me is we travel the world. We're very privileged and lucky to go to different events. We've mentioned Le Mans, 24 Hours, other races, all the race series that we cover with you, John, in RSL. And there's something about a race circuit at the end when it's all over.
Yeah.
But one of the things that often gets you is the amount of litter that's left behind when a race meeting's finished, yeah?
Normally, I'd say yes.
That's exactly my point. Not here. Not here. We've got 352,000 this year, did you say, a new record? And as you said, people are clearing up now, and they take it with you. Yes, the mud might be, the grass might be a little bit marked up from tyres.
2 weeks' time, you won't know.
But you won't know.
No.
But there will not be litter. You will not walk. You will not drive by tonight and see car parks full of. There'll be bags, all neatly put away, ready to be taken away, and it's an absolute credit to all the fans that come here.
People who have parked on the verges in lay-bys where there might be a litter bin, well, that'll be full. Yeah. But around it, tied up,
correct,
will be rubbish sacks.
Yeah.
And I remember saying this a few years ago. I don't know what it is about the crowd here. It's not always the same for other events here, interestingly enough. I was talking to somebody who was at one of the rock events and saying it's not the same for that. So well done to the endurance fans. Well done to the endurance fans for that. Let's give you what's going on. Winward Mercedes with Fabi Schiller behind the wheel, and he's well within the capabilities of that car at the moment, lapping in around about 8:30, halfway through his stint. Take him to around about an hour and a half to go, and then the next stint will take him to round about 20 minutes to go. So a short stint at the end for the leader. The lead to Luca Engstler for Red Bull is down to 3.5 minutes, but Luca Engstler will be coming in at the end of this stop and serving that penalty. He'll have to go into the penalty box at the start of the pit lane because it's a more than 60-second penalty. No moment for the number 67, Frederick Vervisch, HRT Ford racing car. When's Felipe due in as well? Yeah, he's due in at the end of this lap as well. So they will have just on 2 hours to go. So they'll be inside an hour when they come in next time around. So it's coming down to it. After this stop, they've only got one more.
Where, as you say, John, we're just coming up to the last 2 hours to go, and the other Winward car that's led so much of this and had so much attention this weekend from fans and media, including ourselves, Danny Junkadea brought that car in with that what turned out to be a drive shaft failure with a ABS sensor as well. That is now just dropped outside of the top 20 into 21st position. It is now 8 laps awry, unfortunately, and I've yet to see any sign of that car returning to the race. I am sure it will, and I'm sure they'll want to, for various reasons, get that car back in and complete the distance, but it depends what else has been done. I mean, if it was a simple drive shaft to replace, that probably would have been done by now, I would have thought. So, great team down at Winward, so if they could have done that by now, they would have done. So there's obviously a little bit more to it.
We've been following a couple of the smaller teams as well. Cheney Motorsport with Peter Kate and his 24th Nürburgring 24 Hours. Also the Brakel Racing machine. Give you some news on that in a moment. 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, Central European summertime, and we're heading into the last 2 hours. Seems like a lifetime ago when the two Lamborghinis lined up, locking out the front row. Lamborghini had never been on the front row before. They've done it in style. Didn't start well for either of them. A jump start for the outside front row, the green and white number 130. Didn't jump the lights, but did get ahead of the pole sitter before the starting line. The pole sitter then subsequently got a tap from the number 3 Windward car and had to come into the pit lane. They caught traffic partway through their second lap, but Group 3's first lap. And we mentioned at the time, it looked like a police chase as they were coming through the early laps. If you weren't with us earlier on, the good news is that the YouTube archive gets updated, and we've got our audio archive as well. Max Verstappen, and the first of two very, very close calls for the number 3 car. His front wheels off the ground and going towards the barrier, but just about missed it. The Realized Condor Racing Ferrari wheels on damp grass do not mix. Tyres good on tarmac, not so good on damp grass. Keep it on the green with the Yokohama Advance. One of the more bizarre incidents I've seen, not the fact that the clamshell popped up on Alexander Sims on the Audi, but the fact that he ran into the back of someone else with a bit of confusion going on. Max Verstappen did a double stint in the daylight hours and brought the car in the lead. Could they hang on to the lead? That was the question we were asking ourselves before we went into the darkness. Well, a lot of the main competitors had some bad luck or shot themselves in the foot. For Grello, the number 911 Manthey Porsche, and for Kevin Estre, he was one of 2 victims from the sharp end of the field on what was effectively an oil slick at Brunchen 2. Arjun Maini in the Ford, same accident, went in forwards rather than backwards. When we were green, when it was dry, the battling at the front of the field just before sunset was spellbinding. Not everybody having a clean run, but we barely mentioned the Valkenhorst Aston Martin in the early running. Last year's champions here, hitting one of the BMW Z4s. The Falcon Motorsport Porsche hitting the other one. 2 very similar accidents when they got their right side tyres on the grass and paid heavy, heavy prices. But Alessio Picciarello, and the number 17 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche, well, he had an even bigger one doing exactly the same thing, which made those little indiscretions by Danny Hunkedale. Was 2 wheels on the grass, and so was Verstappen after the front wheels off the ground. My goodness, you thought, is it really going to be their day? Another contaminated piece of track, and the BMW M Touring 24H, Jens Klingmann at Arenberg at the top of the foxhole somehow managed to keep it going. Bizarre failure for the Aston Martin for Pro Sport on a dead straight piece of track. We surmised at the time it was some kind of suspension failure at the back of that car. Nobody's really had a clean run other than that number 80 Fabi Schiller car, although there was a coming together between Mauro Engel and Max Verstappen after it got dark. Verstappen showed his class in the rain. Another close moment with the 777 Tracy Krohn Porsche, and the uncompromising style that we expect from Max Verstappen being translated into endurance racing. David Pittard saying it's going to change the way top GT3 drivers think about risk versus reward. Simple as that. And then the issue with 2 of the favourites here. First of all, it was that number 3 Windward Racing, Verstappen.com, Danny Hunkadea with a shrug of the shoulders with that technical defect, and the Dacia Logan with 3 wheels only. So with just under 2 hours to go, 1 minute 55, let's call it. Here's how it stands. The gap at the front of the field is back out to 5.5 minutes after the stop for the second place car a few moments ago. So it's Nicky Thiem who cycles into second position in the Aston Martin. Also in the pit lane, Conor De Filippi. Fred Vervies has come in from 6th position as well. As far as pit times and pit stop cycles are concerned, Fabi Schiller is on his 6th of 8 laps. Nicky Thiem is on his 6th of 8 laps. And who's in the Rover Racing machine? Did we have both Vantors out at one stage there? Yeah.
Sorry, yes, we have in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, OK. Oh dear, that could get messy as well. And that's Red Bull Team app car's just made its stop. So that only has 1 more stop to go. Quite a full stop required, but I think they'll fill it brimful of fuel just in case there's an extra lap. An extra lap round here can be an extra 10 minutes if you're caught up in all kinds of code 60s, etc.
Sorry, John, I got ahead of myself there. The second place car, the Red Bull Team Lamborghini Huracan, the 84 entry, you mentioned that got a significant penalty to serve.
Yeah.
Now, presumably that will have served that in this pit stop. Will come into the penalty box first, or will it be added on at the end?
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? I didn't see it in the penalty box.
I didn't, exactly my point. Conor De Filippi takes the M Touring out, and that's going to have a driver change. Sorry, my apologies. Conor De Filippi brought it in.
Yeah.
He will not be taking it out. It has a driver change, which is going to be, well, it says Conor De Filippi still. Too. I'll refresh my screen and see what it says. And by the wonders of technical magic, it tells me it's Conor De Filippi still, which it is.
Really?
No, it's Klingman back in.
No,
it's updated.
Then it's updated. Yes,
Then
updated.
Updated. It's a two-stage thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Where has the Red Bull Team app car come out? It can be added on at the end.
At the wheel of it now, John.
Correct. And he's fast. He has got the fastest lap of the race in 8 minutes, 8.75 seconds. It's one of the really front-running front-wheel drive touring cars, the number 800. I've called their name a couple of times. Under 2 hours to go now, Snowy. You've been in this position in big races where you've been asked to bring the car home.
This race round here,
yes. Yeah. And I mean, the simple thing is, you say, well, we've done 22 hours, then we just keep doing what we've been doing for 22 hours. But surely your mind must just wander to, I mustn't lose concentration. I know I'm not as fresh as I was yesterday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, or do you just have to completely put it out of your mind and focus?
Absolutely spot on. It is the mind plays tricks on you, and this is where the top drivers don't fall for that. I do not put myself in that category at all. Quite the opposite end of that. What they will do is they will not. If look at the people we've had in this box over the last few hours. What's the one thing that comes across all the time? Calm, confident. They know what they're doing. They've got a plan. We heard Maxime Martin saying, no, we stick to 8 laps for a reason, and why. And it's all justified. There's no if, but variables. What they say is, you run your race and let the race come to you. You stick to your strategy. And that's what you've got to do now. It's 2 hours to go. So, OK, it's just a 2-hour race. Yeah. It becomes a 1-hour race. It becomes a 30-minute race. Yeah. Just keep doing...
a 2-lap, a 1-lap.
Correct. Yeah. Just keep it going. Yeah. Don't think about anything else.
Break it down.
And absorb it later, afterwards.
Yeah.
If you get the result, you get the result. If you start thinking about what could go wrong, that's not helpful. Even worse is to think, I've got this, I've won it. That's when it does go wrong.
It's the old joke, isn't it, about the guy who says he'll eat the elephant, and somebody says, how do you eat the elephant? And he says, 1 bite at a time. Yeah. And that is literally how you've got to do it. We've been following some of the smaller teams as well that bring such colour and personality to this race. Brickell Racing have got a couple of cars in there. Porsche had a problem earlier on, but has been brought back and got going. And Aidan Mulready, we spoke to earlier on, this is the young man who stepped up from Fiesta 1.25 litre racing in Ireland into an M2 BMW. In the middle of the night, both bonnet pins sheared on the BMW at 220 kilometres an hour, just heading down the foxhole.
Yeah, but doesn't he fly planes for a living? Though?
Well, exactly what his dad Declan has said. His pilot training kicked in. He managed to bring the car to a controlled stop with no additional damage. The car was taken back to the pits and
a safe landing.
Yeah, very safe landing in the foxhole. Brickell got him back to the garage, replaced the windscreen, did the ancillary damage, and got him back out. It's been a tough race, but they're still going. And I have a feeling, and that was a very cool, calm, collected young man that we had in here, only in his mid-20s, already a full airline captain. And I think we'll hear from him again. I really do.
There was somebody that you and I both know that you've commentated on, that I've raced with. In fact, you commentated on here and I winning a race together at Croft 20-something years ago. And he was a British Airways jumbo captain. And I once asked him, off record, what's the definition of a good pilot? And he just looked at me absolutely deadpan and just went, one that has an equal number of landings as they have takeoffs.
Yeah.
Yes. I've never forgotten that. Yeah. Absolutely spot on.
Yes, absolutely. It's easy to break things down,
exactly.
Isn't it?
It proves your point. Exactly.
It really does.
Yes, eating that elephant. It's break it down. Don't get overwhelmed by it.
Snowy and I are coming towards the end, the last 20 minutes or so of our time with you. It'll be Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Bruce Jones who'll take it to the end of this race. So just in case something else happens and we don't get to do this, thank you very, very much indeed to all of you who've taken this journey with us, whether you're seasoned endurance fans and enthusiasts and listen and watch our coverage of endurance racing from around the world all the time, or whether you are finding this for the first time. And if you've come because Max Verstappen's here and that's who you're supporting, well, thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you for your input, for the genuine positivity and the inquiring comments and questions that you've had. There's been a few on both sides of the line, the endurance line and the F1 line, who have been a little less positive, and we can do without that. But thankfully, the rest of the community, and we count you all now in our endurance community, you only have to come in once to be part of the family, and we hope you'll come back again. And to you, our regulars, thank you, and thank you for extending the hand of friendship and that we call collective wisdom to those when we haven't always been able to answer the socials or get it out on the air because there was too much going on. I've seen an awful lot of, we can help you with that, and that's exactly what we want to see. That's motorsport, that's endurance motorsport, that's the family. And here's Mirko Bortolotti, 4th position. Now 6 minutes down. I think he has taken that penalty. You know. I haven't got a screen.
I hope so, from the point of view that then it's the race finish is an authentic race finish, not something added on afterwards. I dislike that.
It happens very, very quickly. The Dacia, by the way, the Logan with its left front wheel missing. It looks like it's sheared off, I'm afraid. That's a 4-stud car as well, and I'm sure they'll have to change the hub to get that out. They'll give it a go, but that's back in the paddock at least. The Rover Racing BMW.
Point being there, it's in the paddock, not in the graveyard.
Correct.
Where it's retired.
Oh, yes, very good point.
By Sabine Schmidt.
It's not in the dead car.
Correct. It's in the paddock where they can still be repaired.
Very good point. Clark Duffy says, can we all agree we would love to have an M3 Touring 24 podium? I'm sorry, take a deep breath and say it with me. What do we all love? We all love a fast wagon. And I've just been absolutely entranced by that project. And we've learned more about it this weekend than we thought we would, to be honest. third place at the moment, 43 seconds away from second. Now that Valkenhorst car has to make one more pit stop than the ROWE Racing BMW and the BMW M3 Touring. Just a little bit further back, sorry. But it's only going to be a short stop. It's not a full stop. Well, crunching the numbers, now I'm looking at the relative times. Please help me out if you think I'm wrong, but I'm not sure that Red Bull Lambo has taken its stop.
Well, I certainly didn't see it in the penalty box. That doesn't mean to say it didn't go into the penalty box. It just means that I'm not being aware and doing my job. But somebody put a load of screens in front of the window here.
Oh, that was me.
Oh, yeah, it was. Sorry, yes.
It didn't say it was a stop and hold, so they can do it.
But how long was it, John? Because you identified it. It was quite a long penalty, wasn't it? Something.
Yeah.
Was it? I hate to say 80-something seconds, but wasn't it?
It was more than a minute, so they have to serve it in the penalty box. Fabi Schiller leads the race. Had a steering wheel change at the last stop, or actually the stop before last, and whatever that was for, they haven't felt the need to do it again.
Just thought we asked David Pittard what that was being. He said it's very, very simple on there. There's not a lot to it, so another thing to do. There's no. You asked is there a monitor or anything? No, that's to the right-hand side. I tell you what, it could be as simple as radio communication to the pits. If it's interfering or crackling.
The buttons are drink, radio, headlamp flash.
Oh, that was high tech when I was racing. You were lucky to have a pit limiter. You had a drinks bottle that they actually, literally, the first time I had a drinks bottle in a GT car, I had a brand new RI GP5 crash helmet, and they went, oh, we need to adapt it for your drinks bottle.
Which means
great.
Drill a hole.
And it was literally, this mechanic took it away and took my brand new helmet and drilled a hole through the front and put a tube in it. And I sat there just crying in the Spa pit box, just going, huh? That's 3 months mortgage just there.
I got asked in a 24-hour race, would you like a drinks bottle? I went, no. Well, are you sure? It's going to be very hot. We were in Texas. And I said, no. We can put a tube underneath. We don't have to drill the helmet. Which what made me think, no, why not? I said, I can't drink. When I'm concentrating too hard on the driving part, I would forget to do it, or it would go all over, or I would forget the way to suck the tube properly or whatever, because I just don't have any mental capacity left. I'm driving a GT4 car. Dries van Toor, third position at the moment. Nicky Team, second position, owing us a pit stop, not this time around, but the next time around. And our leader is Fabi Schiller. There's 100 minutes to go. But remember, this is all about when the time runs out and where the leader is. So keep an eye on the time. ROWE Racing BMW back in the shout. In with the shouts in third position with Dries van Toor carving his way through traffic. The red, white and black Rover Oils backed machine. What a supporter of this event they have been. Some 6 minutes back from the leader. Sounds a lot, you know, but 3/4 of a lap, isn't it, really?
Now, I'm going to put a lot of ifs to you, John. You're going to laugh at me, not for the first time in my, I'm not sure you can call it a commentary career, but in my ramblings in your studio. There's an hour and 40 to go.
Yeah.
There have been cars that have dominated this race that are now dropped right down the order. That, unfortunately, is motorsport. It's the nature of any race, let alone something of this distance around here. You can take different views on that, and we'll talk about that forevermore. What has absolutely amazed me is, and I'll allow for one other factor here, is the Nicky Team factor. I would not have expected at this point, with an hour and 40 to go, and I don't want to jinx it because he'll shoot me, but I would not have expected to see an Aston Martin running second, given the bop they had and the tyres they've got. It's just
very
not
heavy.
It's just not a top. I would not have said in the top 10 would have been an absolute miracle to see it that far up with this far to go. Shall I get my coat now, shall I?
No, well, you may never be invited to Gaydon again, I'll tell you that. The Aston Martin headquarters. Walkenhorst Motorsport are, like a number of the teams here, might not be internationally known, although quite a lot of the teams now are. But, you know, the Mantais of this world, Walkenhorst, Abt, even Dole Motorsport, Schubert, certainly HRT, they have been for a long time Nürburgring specialists, Nordschleife specialists. I'm not saying that's all they do, but they do know how to get a car to finish. And this, in some respects, Peter, has been a bit of a 21st century old-fashioned endurance race. We've had cars that are stonkingly quick. Step forward Lamborghini, their fastest lap 4 seconds quicker than the next best. Now, even round an 8.25 minute lap, that's still 4 seconds. That's a bit of time. And yet, right now, they are not going to win the race. As into the pit lane comes Nicky Team. And was that an 8? I hope that was an 8 lap race.
Was that the 99 BMW into the pits?
Also,
well?
Indeed. So, Nicky Team's in the pit lane now.
So that's second and third, because that's Team and Van Tor.
Right, so these are the two cars that can't make it to the end from here. They need the short stop at the end. They need the splash and go, if you will. And as David Pittard eloquently explained earlier on, there is a sliding scale. I'm going to leave that to Johnny Palmer. But they will now take brand new tyres, Michelin for the Rover Racing number 99 BMW, and they'll brim fill that tank. And with a bit of luck, they'll be somewhere near their target time when they come in. What have they got? About a minute to go. 1:37, 1:36. That's going to be 30. It's going to be half an hour. It's going to be half an hour, which is pretty much what I said 4 hours ago. So it's balanced itself out. I had 34 minutes, 32 minutes, 28 minutes. So that was just looking at an average stint time. Thank goodness we have statistical computers to work us through all of this. But bizarrely, I still work that out on a piece of paper.
Old school.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, Dries Van Tor, Nicky Team. Johnny Palmer, who's got all the numbers, puts on the screen in front of me as he's in our ready room. Pitting with 30 minutes to go is about a minute and 45 pit stop. Plus the slow down and speed up. Well,
now we've got a stationary car at Schwalbenschwanz, which is the Teichmann Racing Toyota Supra.
All right.
From SP10 class, number 90. And that has just stopped at, well, I say Schwalben, yes, it has just stopped on the exit of Schwalbenschwanz. At the moment, it's not a code 60, it's just waved yellow, so it may well should have got itself parked behind a barrier.
Leader's in the pit lane. Leader in the pit lane, almost a full lap ahead of those cars now. But of course, he'll take the pit stop. He can't get home from here. Again, round about 30 minutes. So 1:45 is the number that we've got with about half an hour to go. Will be the scratch time, if you will, in the pit lane, the mandatory time in the pit lane. That's from pit in to pit out. They'll probably be able to get done what they want to do. It'll be a question of 2 or 4 tyres, perhaps, but they'll also lose a little bit of time slowing down and speeding up. So the Red Bull team at Lamborghini Huracan, which will stop in about 35 minutes with about an hour to go, needs to come in. That'll be a slightly longer stop, and actually longer still because they've got that penalty, unless they're just going to run till the end. Jens Klingmann is 2 minutes and 21 behind the leader. That's not what we're looking for. It is 35 seconds behind Vanthoor. That weird noise was not me eating my lunch. That was fabulous. That was a tear off on the windscreen. And still, the rain we were expecting has not arrived. Not in any great gobs of precipitation, at least.
And for those new to this form of racing, you've just described a tear-off on the windscreen. You have your windscreen, which probably isn't glass anyway these days.
No, polycarbonate.
You have layers on top of it of very thin film. It's not like cling film. It's much thicker, obviously, but not dissimilar. And you have a tag at each end, and basically they get so much detritus thrown up during the race that you can't see it, you can't clean it off. So what they do is they literally tear a layer off, which is what you heard in the background there, that crinkling noise of it being torn off.
I've never heard that up close, as close as that, as the cameraman was there with the microphone. If you're a motorcyclist, or you watch MotoGP, World Superbikes, if you watch single-seater racing, it's exactly the same as on the visor.
Yeah, just scaled up.
Exactly. Of the helmet, just, 20 times bigger, 40 times, 100 times, whatever it is. The skill is putting them on.
Okay, not getting bubbles in them, but then block your view, exactly. Yes, air bubbles trapped in it.
And the other skill is the companies that make them to make sure they are optically correct. Rolling, the leader, out of the pit lane. One more short stop to go. An hour and 33 as he leaves the pit lane. They can do about an hour and 7, so that's going to leave them 26 minutes short of the checkered flag. But I think they're okay. I think they can soak up that additional pit stop without too much problem. The real scrap is for second and third, the last 2 steps on the box. And there are 4 contenders. The Red Bull team at Lamborghini, notwithstanding that long penalty they've got. The Valkenhorst Aston Martin, currently with Luca Trudi behind the wheel. Johnny Palmer's arriving with pages of calculations for stops, times, laps, etc. So I'm going to leave that to him. Excellent. Well done, Mr. Palmer. We've got Dries Vanthoor in the Rover Racing BMW and Jens Klingmann in 5th. Second through to 5th, which is the BMW M3 Touring. I think another 2 minutes further back is just too far for Laurent Heinrich in the number 24 Lion Speed car. But if somebody stumbles, then it could be that there's an opportunity. Snowy, what a race. It's been a genuine honour to watch this one, hasn't it?
From start to end, I mean, it couldn't have got more frenetic at the start. The first 2, 3, 4 hours, I didn't think you could pack that much into it. It was unbelievable. Some of the losses and incidents we had, some of the major runners like the Manthey Grello Porsche. I didn't think that would, you don't want those cars going out, but it's just the amount that went out early on and some of the stuff that happened was quite extraordinary. But we do have a little way to go yet. Quite a decent length of an ordinary race, but you just never know. We're joined by Bruce Jones.
Hello, Bruce.
And it's my time to say goodbye for this bit, apart from the very, very end. Bring it home, boys.
Yeah, Bruce Jones.
Good morning, good afternoon. Here we are. What happened? I left the commentary booth just after 11:30, walked over to the media centre, and then just happened to see something on the screen. There's that number 3 Mercedes sitting in its pit garage.
You left us in charge of a motor race that was going very nicely. And unfortunately, we've messed it up for you.
You did, and in fact, Tom Hornsby from Intercontinental GT Challenge said, I sat here for 11 hours, I popped out to get a bite to eat, and suddenly the world explodes. Yeah. But it does that in motor racing.
It absolutely does. It is the absolute epitome, isn't it, of the financial services ad. Past performance does not guarantee what will happen in the future. And it is, as I said, it's a hard mistress across the line for Mirko Bortolotti with a penalty to serve for speeding. 116 in the code 60 and 2 DMSB as well. Joe Bradley is joining us in the far side of the studio as well. Not so much bonkers as just dramatic. Nick Damon, it couldn't be more dramatic than this, and he tends to be, which we love him for. It only needed a musical soundtrack and we would have been there.
I mentioned this earlier. The first 6 hours was like a Mario Kart game. There was so much incident. There were so many banana skins being put down. Probably one of the craziest starts to a 24-hour race I think I've ever seen, and I've seen quite a lot of 24-hour racing. And it had nothing to do with the drivers, the teams. Everybody was going about their business, minding their own business, and were just caught out by really the thing that played the part, the thing that had the dark character of any pantomime. The thing that was dressed in black was indeed the weather. Because we've been talking about the weather all week since we got here. We knew the weather was going to play its part. It certainly played its part at the beginning of this race. Thankfully, though, Bruce, I think its part has been played. It's gone off now. It hasn't got any other lines to play in this script.
Yeah, I just remember we came here and it was already very much colder than normal. I mean, much colder. We were seeing temperatures of 3 degrees overnight, whereas if this race sometimes is a couple of weeks later, it feels like summer. This one hasn't. That's been a massive factor. But just coming into the race, I looked ahead at my weather app, and for every single one of the 24 hours, there was the potential for rain. And yet, by the time we got to yesterday evening, they started saying it's going to be raining between 7 and 9 o'clock. It actually came marginally earlier, and then dry through the night. I thought that is a very, very different equation. But it was what shaped this race was what went on in the first couple of hours, and then it continued shaping the race for the first 6 hours. At that point, we're just going into darkness. And then we suddenly had the steamroller, the Winwood Racing steam on a pillow, and then, well, had one each actually, but, you know, coming back to the circuit this morning, it was still the two Winwood Racing Mercedes, number 3 and number 80, steamrolling the opposition that had proved they could be just as fast, if not faster. And then the application of penalties. That's what's changed it this morning. And then, of course, the number 3 Mercedes parking up in the garage to be fixed.
And, of course, that sort of thing that the number 3 encountered, a mechanical problem, you know, fundamentally, after all it is out there that we're watching, that we are so passionate about, is just chunks of metal going round and round, up and down, and things can break. I mean, I know attrition plays less of a part in modern motor racing, and even in modern endurance motor racing, it plays less of a part. The technology is better than 20, 30 years ago by far. The engineering, the technology that we see on these cars. However, it can still play a part, and I would suggest, Bruce, that it's not quite over yet. We've still got just under 90 minutes of this race remaining. So 90 minutes, you know, that's a Formula 1 Grand Prix distance, where, you know, we get drama and intrigue and controversy. This race is not quite over. There is, and it'll never will be until we fully see that checkered flag. I take you back to the 2016 Le Mans 24 hours. Toyota, one more lap to go, pulls up in front of its pit on trackside.
And you were lining up to do the post-race victory interview with the Toyota team, and suddenly it was a curveball, and I was up on a balcony above the track. I wasn't commentating at that stage of the race. I'd finished. You could hear the sharp intake of breath, and everyone's suddenly checking whatever device they have to go, did that really happen, what we're just seeing? And then the odyssey around that final lap. Poor Kazuki Nakajima.
I stood there when that happened, and the atmosphere, everyone, nobody spoke to one another. They didn't look, they just kept looking at the TV screen as if it wasn't really happening. And then I scuttled off to Porsche, because they then took over the lead, and they had a box of T-shirts out saying Le Mans 2016 champions, and they were putting them on. And then the team manager came along and went, take them off, have some dignity. They're our competitors that has happened to. Have some dignity. And I thought that was the atmosphere, Bruce, the tension. This race is like that insofar as endurance racing's like that. The tiredness kicks in, the emotion kicks in. You're going to see emotion at the end of this race that you maybe have not seen before if you are new to endurance racing. If this is your first Nürburgring 24 hours, you know, you're going to see literally grown men cry in pleasure, let alone...
I mean, entirely. but between now and then, I'm still constantly looking at a screen that has the penalty times. The one that's got me was Luca Engster, the guy who claimed pole position for Red Bull Team Abt. He dropped the ball. He's transgressed to 90 seconds. This is for the car that fought back, having got a puncture even before they got on the Nordschleife on the opening lap of the race, and dropped right to the back of the pack. And all night it's been chipping away. The number 84 Lamborghini, Mirko Bortolotti, is at the wheel now. He was the driver who was clipped by the number 3 Mercedes to pick up that puncture. And now a penalty for transgressing. We've had people transgressing in slow zones, in code 60s and faster ones. But some of the transgressions have been enough for drivers to have their ring permit removed because they've accumulated so many penalty points through the course of the race. Sometimes you get speeding in the pit lane. Sometimes you get people undercutting their own minimum pit stop time. But some of the transgressions, unfortunately, haven't been... Oh, I was doing 31 miles an hour in a 30 zone. This was 116 kilometers an hour, not in a 120 zone, in a 60k zone. So it really is a massive blunder. But for a team that spent, the best part of 22 hours now fighting its way back into the mix, that is a hammer blow. Hammer blow for the number 84 Lamborghini. He's sitting in second place at the moment, but we'll have to work out shortly how far down that will drop them. But if it hadn't been for the puncture, Johnny Palmer, Mirko Bortolotti's car would have been in the mix the whole way through, quite plainly with the Mercedes, the Winward Racing Mercedes, and then we'd have seen the speed that the Lamborghinis had along the Duttinger Höhe and in the other fast parts of the circuit. Not so good, much twitchier. Who were we talking to earlier? Was it Philip Ellis talking about how the Lamborghinis have a tendency to go well but pick up punctures?
It was David Pitto.
It was Pitto, wasn't it? Yeah, because we've seen that a lot in the LLS.
The thing we were denied was the Lamborghinis also formation flying, like the AMGs have been doing lap after lap after lap. I mean, I know they've been separated now because of, well, initially they were separated because according to Fabian Schiller, they were 45 seconds apart, they were locked into position. And then there's the massive drama for the number 3 AMG, which takes it out of the race. But could Lamborghini have played a similar game, switching their spots first to second just to race one another into a supreme pace? They were teetering on the edge through the twists and turns of Sector 7 for sure, but there was not a car to match them down the Dottinger Höhe. And of course the jump start from Apelli kiboshed that from the off, then the puncture at the end of the Grand Prix lap for the pole-sitting car. And for Lamborghini fans of the race, pretty much a dream result ruined on the spot. How far can this 84 car get?
It might have been harder for the Lamborghinis to emulate the Winward Mercedes. Their performance advantage is most definitely was evident in a straight line. Their speed down the Dottinger Höhe, their speed down the long stretches of flat-out motor racing that goes on the Nordschleife, even though you are going through turns and kinks, there's still a flat-out section. Maybe the cars weren't as comfortably balanced in the twisty bits for those cars to be able to do that sort of formation flying. But yeah, I think, you know what, at the end of any race, you kind of look back to incurring penalties, whether or not how much time you lost in the pits, add that to your race time, or take that off your race time, I should say, and you'll see where you potentially would have come, which doesn't really help. And I've never really ever done that in any of my races to see where I could have came, team-wise or driving. You never do that. You're just going to rub salt in the wound, to be honest.
The two GR Yaris's, Toyotas obviously, have emerged probably deliberately out of pit lane now together. This one driven by Maurizio. It's an all-Japanese lineup, including Daisuke Toyoda and Hiroyuki Ishiura as well. So some fabulous photograph opportunities for Toyota and the Gazoo rookie racing squad as they head through Flugplatz now. And brilliant sunshine at 22:02 in the afternoon. So we're inside the final 90 minutes. And when we get to 69 minutes remaining, this is where the pit stop reference time switches to the number of minutes to go to the checkered flag. Not necessarily to the end of the race, of course, because, yes, we're counting down 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute to go. But where's the race leader at that point? And how many extra minutes are we going to have to that point? But this reference time is all mapped to exactly 3 p.m.
You were speculating as to what the gap is between first and second, Bruce. So Stoltz in the number 80 is 2 minutes 53. Might as well call that 2 minutes 54 ahead of the Bortolotti Lamborghini. That's the number 84, first and second. So just under 3 minutes. Now, a 3-minute gap on a conventional track would be a lap and a half potentially. Not so at the Nordschleife. That's just a third of the lap around maybe.
Yeah, but just remember what I was talking about. The number 84 Lamborghini has got an 86-second penalty for speeding in a code 60 and penalty points as well. But the main thing, add 86 seconds on, that puts it as 4.25 minutes or thereabouts. And as well as they've been driving Bortolotti and the gang, that ain't going to help them, I'm afraid.
There clearly was a 7-lap stint somewhere for the number 80 car, because as we left the scene, it had pitted on lap 122, then 130, and I predicted 138 as the next time it would need to come in. It either did and then did a 7-lap stint to lap 145, or it's done a 7 plus an 8. Anyway, the last time the 80 car pitted was a lap earlier than I might have expected. I think they're just playing it very conservatively now, and an opportunity to pit, perhaps where there was a little bit of code 60 out on the racetrack. And Lucas Stoltz is now on lap 147 with a near enough 3-minute lead over Mirko Bortolotti. I can't find any firm evidence to suggest that they have served the 86-second penalty. Maybe they're still arguing that up in race control, because they will have had a summons to discuss and maybe provide their own evidence with onboard cameras or similar. But you sort of bang to rights, aren't you, with, what was it, Engstler doing 116?
116 in a 60.
In a 60. Yeah,
Knots close,
I'm
no cigar.
very surprised if they get their way out of that. But like I say, I don't believe, well, I haven't seen any evidence yet that tells me they have served that, but I'm willing to be proved wrong in that respect.
Simon Strang's just reminded us, hello Simon, Maurizio is the boss of Toyota.
No less.
Yes. On his day off, racing in the M24.
Yeah. Incredible.
Commendable.
Well, no one can tell him not to.
No, absolutely
You're the top man. I'm going over to race in Germany. But, you know, the Japanese love affair with the Nürburgring 24 Hours has gone on for decades. It started small, but it's always been a presence here. And it's just great to see the manufacturer still cracking on.
Japanese company, you could argue, put this race, this track on the global map by way of a computer game with Gran Turismo on the Sony PlayStation. So it was the Japanese that fell in love with this place and put it out to the world to share.
Well, it's one that just suits their psyche entirely, isn't it? A massive challenge with their endless elements of difficulty. How many days of your life have you lost to playing on the Nordschleife on Gran Turismo?
They like their endurance game shows, don't they?
They do.
Some 24-hour races I've wished I'd get voted off so I could go home. But not this one, though. I'm quite happy to sit here to the checkered flag.
Christopher Meese in the 67 Mustang from HRT, heading down into the foxhole. He's sitting in 7th position and still only within 5 minutes of the next car on the road, which is the 24 Porsche of Lion Speed GP with Lauren Heinrich at the wheel.
Except step back several steps because the number 67 non-respect of double wave yellows. Time penalty 87 seconds at this late stage in the race, and that's also 2 penalty points for the driver who accrued that. I don't know if it was Christopher or one of the other drivers. A real shame for Ford. They've shown great pace in this. One of the cars, the 67, has always been the fastest of their cars. The number 64 went slamming off at Brunchen early in the race for poor Aijun Maini, but the pace is there. This is the car. Earlier this morning, about 9:30, we saw the front end of the car coming up behind another rival, as we've seen over the decades at Nürburgring over the rises, but luckily came back down. And who was it who made that really interesting point this morning to us? Was it...
that was Philip Ellis.
Philip Ellis, about when the cars go out at the start of their stint, they've got... The weight of the fuel is... The tank is full and it's at the back of the car, so if it really sort of holds it down and the front is free to, relatively rise up.
He described preemptive lifts slight lifts off the throttle just to keep the nose down as they go over those rises when they get behind the wash of the car in front. It's as if this place isn't complex enough to drive around and race on. Just add in a little bit more complexity there when you just happen to get behind a car with a bit of aero wash.
A Code 60 had appeared at Callan-Hard, but then Christopher Mies has just gone through Metzgersfeld and the right-hander at Callan-Hard, and it's all clear. So I think that's a bit of misinformation. And I wonder whether the whole of the track may well be green at this stage. As an ice curver, Mirko Bortolotti in the Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini, timed at 2 minutes and 50 seconds adrift of the Mercedes, car number 80. Now, going back to my notes from earlier on, I had the Lamborghini pitting on lap 126, therefore it stopped again on lap 134. 142 it should have been in, and its next stop will be in 5 laps time, 4 laps time in fact, because the Bortolotti car is about to complete lap number 147. So once it does that, another 3, and the Lamborghini will need to come in. Is that the stage when the car will need to serve a penalty? And the team looking after this car are going to have to be really on the ball, because the minimum stop time changes every single minute for the final 69 minutes, and you've got to know what time the car reaches pit lane. It's in whole minutes, so I think rounded up to the nearest minute. But if you pit, for instance, with 30 minutes to go, you've got to be in the pits for 1 minute and 47 seconds. 25 minutes to go is 93 seconds, but it changes with every single minute that is elapsing between now and the end of the race. We're not quite in that phase, but we will be in 5 minutes' time.
I think the thing is that a similar rule is used in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race, but they're only 4 hours long, so you know if you pit early and get a quick first pit stop, you're going to be pitting further from the end of the race there for your final pit stop, and therefore have a longer pit stop. But you can remember what happened at the start. But, you know, here we are with you know, approaching the end of 24 hours and trying to remember what happened in the first part of the race. It's a tricky business.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, hasn't there?
I can't, frankly. I remember the big shunts, unfortunately, for Kevin Estre and for Argent Miney. And Alessio Picariello had a monster crash as well in the night in the number 17 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche. There are some very badly damaged GT3 cars that may need to be being raced quite soon. Is there not a prologue at Spa in the coming week for the Spa 24 hours? Tuesday or Wednesday?
I think you're right. Yeah, I think it's very, very soon.
So if you plan to take a GT3 car from here to there and it's in bits, you're going to have to get on the phone and find a replacement.
It's relentless, isn't it, the season? European motorsport season, endurance season, that is, kicking up underway. We've got, when is Spa this year before Le Mans?
No.
All right, it's just the prologue. That's
last year we had these on consecutive weekends: Le Mans, Nürburgring, Spa. This time the order's completely shuffled with gaps in between. Just remember though, the top GT3 drivers like Lucas Stoltz, we're looking at him at the moment in the race leading number 80 Winward Racing Team Ravenol Mercedes. They could be anywhere on the planet pretty much racing GT3 cars. Contracted to Mercedes, could be appearing, for example, in GT World Challenge Asia, could be GT World Challenge Australia, GT World Challenge America. They could also be International GT Open, national championships like British GT. They clock up the air miles, trust me, Joe.
Philip Ellis on the way to Watkins Glen for a test for the 6 hours.
For Tuesday and Wednesday.
In the American series, the IMSA series.
The Intercontinental GT Challenge, 5 races, of which this is round 2. So we started with the Maguire's Bathurst 12-hour on the 15th of February. This is the second round. Third race is the end of June for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa across the 27th and 28th of June. But practice sessions begin on the Thursday, the 25th. Then the Suzuka 1,000 kilometres, which is the second weekend of September, and the Indianapolis 8-hour, presented by AWS, is the 8th, 9th and 10th of October. And then, of course, there are 2 of those races form part of other championships, like the GT World Challenge Europe and the GT World Challenge America. You've got to remember which mode you're in through the course of the GT3 year.
Right, confirmation. Thank you very much, Emma, spearing the prologue for the CrowdStrike 24 Hours of Spa next week, 19th and 20th of May. So some teams will have to take more than a sponge and bucket of hot water, won't they, to get their cars back ship shape for that. But
19th, that is Tuesday and Wednesday.
Shall we wave as we go past on the way back?
I mean, it may...
In fact, I'm going there on Thursday, having been back home in the UK.
We can get some stories ahead of the race at the end of June. To be honest, it makes sense, because what is the drive from here to Spa? 90 minutes?
Yeah, thereabouts.
So many of the GT3 drivers are here anyway, with hopefully cars that are still straight. So why not just piggyback the test days, the prologue days, and extend the weekend yet further?
And of course, you mentioned the drivers, Johnny. More importantly, the trucks are here to transport the cars and all the kit and equipment for the teams to operate on that 2-day test at Spa-Francorchamps.
Different countries, same cars, different beers. It's what's not to like.
True enough.
But also 2 epic circuits. You know, coming off this, which just never fails. Number of races I've done here or commentating from abroad, you just got to love it. I could sit all day watching onboard laps because you're still trying to vaguely learn. And then Spa-Francorchamps, again, one of the classic circuits. That, of course, is an all GT3 race, and it's just the figures are huge. Just a few weeks ago, we had, of course, last weekend, wasn't it, Johnny? We were commentating on it, Spa-Francorchamps World Endurance Championship, and they had over 100,000 spectators. We've had over 320,000, was it, here over the course, or 340,000 here, the Nürburgring, and the crowd strike 24 hours of Spa is going to be another belting time. You know, these are great days in racing at the moment, and for me, this element of Max Verstappen going, I don't want to only do Formula One, which I'm not enjoying desperately at the moment, but I want to come and do the classic races. I absolutely love that. And he's got on. I know. Just shown how good he is.
352,000 people.
352,000. Wow, we're heading towards 400,000. I was going to say, Max Verstappen is the sort of guy who will definitely be taking the racing line in the supermarket with his supermarket trolley through the cold meats into the tin stuff and onto the bakery, and he'll probably be shaving some time off his lap time as he picks which loaf of sourdough he wants.
It's rude not to, isn't it?
No question.
Life should be like that.
He's a racer. and he's mixed it up with these high-level professional GT endurance drivers, and did not look out of place at any part of this. Been phenomenal to watch him.
The 2 GR Yaris are about to be caught by Mattia Drudi in the third-placed Aston Martin Vantage from Valkenhorst, and also Mattia's got a Porsche, Pirelli-shod Porsche, immediately in front of him at Adenauer Forst. So the Toyotas do the gentlemanly thing there. They are still formation flying from possibly their last pit stop. They might have to come in for just a quick blast of fuel to get them to the finish. But we now have 69 minutes of the race to go, about to be 68. So we are now into this second document where the maximum amount of time you spend in the pit lane is 3.5 minutes. The shortest time, if you come in with 1 minute to go, you only need to spend 28 seconds in the pit lane. But there's this massive sliding scale of, as I say, every single minute has a different amount of time. And I'm expecting the 80 Mercedes to need some more fuel on lap 153 as if the pattern is playing out. As I say, the last stint may well have only been 7 laps. And are they just trying to shorten slightly each of these final stints because it just makes it more of a rhythm to keep to? They're not having to push like crazy, though, here, Bruce, because, you know, you'd very much enjoy going into the final hour of a 24-hour race with a lead of over 2.5 minutes from your nearest rival.
Absolutely you do. And many a race here, it's been, you know, absolutely neck-and-neck racing into the final hour, and therefore your scope for adapting your tactics is really removed. You've got to be either proactive, reactive to someone who's immediately around you. Then, of course, there are the moments where if someone's close enough and you get the wrong side of a yellow flag zone that gets lifted before they get there, suddenly what looks like a comfortable lead. And we've seen the very fastest cars, through no fault of their own, losing 14 seconds to arrive just on 1 lap. That was before we got to sunset last night. So you can't rest on your laurels, but with a 2 and a bit minute lead and the knowledge that the car in second place, the number 84 Lamborghini from Red Bull Team Labs, has got a penalty coming up of, what was it, 87 seconds. Surely you're safe. But then again, 3 hours ago, surely the number 3 Mercedes Winward Racing, the car that Max Verstappen has driven so well with Danny Juncadella and the gang. Surely that was heading to victory. And then it came in for what we thought might be a vaguely standard pit stop. He went back out with Danny Juncadella. Next time in the pits was far too soon, and suddenly the rug was pulled out from under its feet. So for Max Verstappen, Jules Gounon, Lucas Ayer and Danny Juncadella, the day was good, the night was fantastic, and then this day, the Sunday, not so good. It's 24-hour racing.
There's some intense conversation going on down at a Red Bull team apt, surely concerning the 84 car. It was mainly team members chatting amongst themselves rather than an event official in there. But I still wonder whether this penalty hanging over the 84 is waiting to be served. It's still going to stay out. When am I expecting the Lamborghini to next need to pit? That was the completion of lap 148. So it'll do 2 more laps from this point, and then we'll see it in for some fuel. And 2 more laps from here is 16 minutes, so that will be its final pit stop. But the massive question is, does it also have to serve a penalty that's almost 90 seconds in addition to the time prescribed in the regulations? Down the hill goes Bortolotti into the Paget left-hand corner, and then down the hill. Now, are the Red Bull apt mechanics talking amongst themselves? Yeah, it just looks like they are. But
I think that's a pre-pit stop briefing.
all right, just serious faces, but and normally you wouldn't have to have this conversation because it's all very well rehearsed. Everybody knows what they're doing. Unless it's a conversation of, right, this is how many minutes that to go there will be, so this is a rough amount of time that we're going to need to stop for and try and be as quick as possible. What did I say, 16 minutes, that'll take us to about 14 minutes past the hour, so I reckon 46 minutes to go, so that's about a 2.5 minute pit stop, 2 minutes 30, nice round figure.
Or are they preparing to address a problem that the driver might have? Brake pedal going wrong, right, we're going to bleed the brakes is what we need to do.
Bortolotti's onto the Nordschleife, so he doesn't need to think about pitting. Not that he would at this stage. I think he'd drive the wheels off the thing, literally, before he is tempted into the backdoor entry of the pit lane, because the lap you've just started a minute and a half ago would immediately be deleted and have to do it again. They want to just keep pounding round and hope that things go well, but there's only 1 hour and 4 minutes still to go, and Bortolotti's going to be slightly delayed here by one of the Cup 3 Porsche Caymans, which has lots of untidy tank tape across the nose cover of that car in an attempt to keep it down at the higher speeds.
Right, what we've got, the gap between second, which is that Bortolotti-driven number 86 Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini, and the car behind, which is the 34 Walker North Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage, Matteo Drudi at the wheel. That is 2 minutes and 1 second. The time penalty coming up for the 84 Lamborghini is 86 seconds, 1 minute and 26 seconds. It could be incredibly close between the pair of them. And even at a late stage in the race, Huber Racing, Porsche being shoveled off the track in avoidance coming out of the Vidal chicane. So minding its own business, 3 other cars around it at the time, none of which were in the same class. None of them are in Cup 2. So jeopardy is still there. A little switch from the car in front. I think slightly distracted the driver of 925. And that's
John Miller, by the way.
Oh, yeah, OK, good.
So
5th in class, so it's looking like a good result. Lost a bit of time, but luckily, thus far, it doesn't look as though it's picked up a puncture by going across the rough stuff.
Through goes the race leader, Lucas Stoltz, and he is just trying to work out precisely where on the track, nearing Brunchen. Yeah, that's this right-hander here. In fact, this is the run down into Flansgarten, more accurately, so not very far away from the approach to Stefan Beloff S and the Schwalbenschwanz, and then let that mighty 6.2-litre V8 do its stuff down the Dottinger Hohe. Lauren Heinrich in the Porsche hasn't given up necessarily catching cars ahead, because he's trying to pressurise, at least put some timing screen pressure onto Jens Klingmann in the BMW M3 Touring. There is a tight gap still between Chris Mies and Bastian Boos in their Ford Mustang and Porsches, respectively. Just 12 seconds separate the 67 and the 54 cars for 7th and 8th.
12 seconds on a normal circuit that didn't have 161 cars starting on it would still be a comfortable margin. But round here, we've seen the fact, an incident, and that can go in the space of just a lap, maybe even half a lap. Something slows the car in front, and then suddenly a car can attack from behind. And actually, what's remarkable, we started, as I say, with 159 cars. Sorry for my over-exaggeration there, but I think we've still got about 120. Yeah, 120 cars still in the race. That's not a bad call, is it?
Well, yeah, just working my way up to find a definite retirement. Raffaele Marciello's BMW is out of the race, isn't it? Which is listed as 139th after it had a moment catching one of the BMW Z4s in the night time. Also Morris Schuring's Falcon Motorsports Porsche, the SP9 car, had a pirouette on the grass. He's 137th place. And yeah, and others. Anyway, but many fans will be very happy that the Dacia Logan is still running. And Lucas Stoltz in the number 80 Winward racing car still leads here at the ring. If you weren't around almost 24 hours ago, 23 to be exact, then a huge crowd assembled both here at the grandstand area of the Grand Prix Strecke, but then in the massive campsites around the Nürburgring, which house huge structures, camper vans, marquees, and then the start-finish straight, which was flooded with the cars that would be starting in Startgruppe 1. And remember, an open starting grid to members of the public to get very, very close to the various cars on very different rubber as well. Fans able to meet drivers before we actually got going, those drivers that weren't selected for the opening stints, of course. The flares going off, creating visibility problems, and how close can you stand to the edge of the track at Hatzenbach? Very reminiscent of a Finnish rally stage. But everybody would be put to a safe location in time for the racing laps, as so many different flares and also the barbecues as well, adding to the smoke prior to the 3 o'clock start on Saturday of the 54th edition of the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. And things got very busy very quickly, with cars jinking out of line ahead of the lights going out, but Marco Mappelli way too eager. David Pittard's in the middle of this, by the way, in the blue and white KCMG Mercedes, starting from 10th spot, and he did gain 1 or 2 positions up alongside one of the Ford Mustangs. Marco Mappelli's green and white Lamborghini going way too early versus its teammate from the front row. So actually that green car should have been in second place, but was leading over the start line and would be penalised heavily. Then the pincer movement, which was most damaging for the BMW on the outside line of Dan Harper. It really didn't take too long for the leaders in SP9 to catch the tail-enders in the final of 3 start groups, and just getting through was Marco Mappelli bending the door mirrors back. Kevin Estre wasted no time at all in forcing his way by Maximilian Paul at Ice Curver, but Paul would have his revenge, using the toe from Grello and down the inside before Antonius Bucher to get the position back again. Looking in front at Max Verstappen, who ran wide after 2 wheels lifted off the road of his Mercedes. He put that straight out of his mind, though, with a fairly forceful overtake on Christian Engelhardt, but judged as fair by the race officials, doing that at Sabine Schmidt's curve. And the M Touring BMW, a real favourite to this point. Unfortunately for Thierry Vermeulen, who'd recently taken over the Realize Ferrari from starting driver Thomas Neubauer off into the barrier very heavily indeed after he chose the wrong side to go of a Cup 3 Porsche, destroying the front of that 296, and we wouldn't see that again, nor would we see Alexander Sims's Audi R8 LMS. A little too eager, perhaps, coming out of a Code 60, drilling the rear of the KCMG Mercedes and also wrecking the front of the Audi R8. Max Verstappen in fairly early on, actually, as a second stint run, and he would do a double. Very happy with his work and just chuffed on his weekend off to be having fun here at the Nürburgring. Now, how many fans here wanted to see a Grello victory? That hope was ended with Kevin Estre's spin on oil from another Porsche, and he desperately tried to get it back, but whacking the barrier with the rear of the car. And also almost involved was Dennis Olsen's 67 Ford Mustang, which slithered and slid its way past the wreck of Kevin Estre's Porsche. He would be out on the spot and going home. And then Arjun Maini arrived on the scene in the 64 Ford Mustang. That was a heap of bolts and bits, sadly, after heavy contact with the barrier. Connor De Filippi ganging up on the two Windward Racing AMGs. This was yesterday evening, but the M3 Touring 24-hour to the high side of the Verstappen Racing Mercedes after Jules Gounon got a bit boxed in amongst traffic. He would pick off the 80 Mercedes as well around the very next corner. And then the two Mercedes going side by side through Schwedenkreuz. A brave overtake to the outside for Luki Auer on Fabian Schiller, which he just about pulled off in time for Arenberg, but there was still drizzle in the air. There was an awesome sunset at 9 o'clock last night, with rain pounding down at the same time. Raffaele Marciello in the defending champion car, 3/4 of its lineup, but that was out of the race, as was Maurice Schuring in the 44 Falcon Motorsports car. Both of those SP9 top runners catching different BMW Z4s, and whether they were indecisive or the BMWs were stuck in the middle of the road, tough to say, but it accounted for both of those, as did this incident with Alessio Picariello's Dunlop Motorsport car hitting the barrier hard at Bergwerk. Then, after a long night and a matter of survival, the early morning mist posed problems for a few. Jens Klingmann would be off in the gravel at Arenberg in the M3 Touring again. But the estate model, no stranger to the odd campsite here and there in a street-going version, did manage to get out of the stones. Horrible moment to witness for the 37 Aston Martin, the Dumoulin prepared and indeed driven Aston, which suffered a right rear tyre failure, firing it left at high speed on the Dottinger Hohe and violently into the barrier. Grass tracking its way through the Vidal chicane and out the other side. The other, and now sole surviving, Rover Racing BMW, as driver changes were being done every other stint. Max Verstappen going back on board the number 3 Team Verstappen Racing car. It was all going fine up until this point, but Verstappen then had to go to the right and to the left. Wasn't sure where Tracy Crone was going to go next in the RPM racing car, but did eventually get through. And that was down into the foxhole and Adenauer Forst. But at this point, the 3 appeared to be plain sailing. It had a 45-second lead over the sister car. Then this happened right in front of the 4-time Formula 1 world champion, with a Cayman turned left by another Porsche. But then all of a sudden, the number 3 Mercedes had it seemingly no power going up Klostertal and Kesselchen. It was overtaken by the number 80 AMG, which put that car into the lead, and the 3 car was out of the race. Heartbreak for Danny Juncadella, and of course for all Max Verstappen fans wanting him to do so well in his first ever Nürburgring 24 hours. Surely that means he's got unfinished business here to come back in future years. The 99 Rover Racing BMW still flirting with a podium at this point. It runs 4th. Then the 34 car of Mattia Trudi, the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin, is 3rd. 84 Lamborghini, has it served its penalty or not, but it is 2nd on the road. They're all behind Lucas Stoltz in the Windward Racing Mercedes-AMG. Car number 80 leads on lap 150. Eight minutes past 2. Conditions more or less perfect. We have quite a lot of cloud cover around the Eiffel, but thankfully, well, as I peer out of the commentary box, no rain in the immediate vicinity of the commentary position. And the lead is 2 minutes and 37 seconds for Lucas Stoltz in his number 80 car. And at this lap, I'm going to expect the 80 car in at the completion of this in the next 3 laps, but this should see the 84 Lamborghini reaching the end of an 8-lap stint, Mirko Bortolotti. I reckon he'll be into pit lane to do his final stop in the next... Where is he on the track? Well, actually, on the Dottinger Hor. No, a bit further around. So maybe in the next 5 minutes, that car will be coming in, Joe Bradley. Now, we postponed the class check because obviously there was a lot to update people with. They may be joining us for the final hour, but we always like to make everyone make sure that they're all up to speed with the class leaders. And I know you've got that covered.
We've got our class leader run down. Just going to give you who is leading each class with less than an hour to go to the flag. We're going to start down the order. SP3 class is currently 150th overall in the running. It's car 277. It's driven by Michael Harris from Southampton. It's a BMW 318 Ti. And then we go up the order to find our next class leader, which is the SP8T class. It's car 59. It's in 124th place. It's the Dar Motorsport McLaren that we've just seen in the pits, actually. That was a nice bit of synergy there. Further up the field overall, in 110th place, we've got the number 380. That's the SP2T leader. That's an Opel Corsa GS. That is in that position in SP2T. Leading SP4, it's the number 152. It's a BMW 325Ci, no team name. It is currently 107th in the running overall. And then further up the field, we go to find our next class leader, which is the number 100. It's in 78th place overall. It's the BMW 325i class, and it is the number 1 BMW 325. No, sorry, it's the number 100 currently in that class lead. Further along, we've got the TCR leader, and that is the number 89. It's a Volkswagen Golf GTI. No team name for that one, and not far behind it is the second car in TCR. So that's a class battle, 37-second gap going towards the flag in the last 50 minutes or so. So TCR not over. They're currently 74th and 75th in the overall running order. Tom Coronel is still showing at the wheel of the number 19. That's leading the AT1 class. That's the Max Cruiser Racing Audi R8. And then in the V5 class, car 444 in 70th overall, it's the Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman. In first place in VT2 front wheel category, car 474, it's in 66th place overall. It's a Volkswagen Golf GTI, again, no team name. SP3T has the Audi TT, car 317, leading SP Pro, the number 992. It's in 63rd overall. It's a Manthey Porsche. And then leading V6 in 50th place overall. It's car 448. And that is a Porsche Cayman. Again, no team name associated to that. The BMW M240i class is being led by the number 650. It's currently 54th overall. It's Adrenaline Motorsports BMW M240i, that's why it's in that class. However, that's a 3-car battle going to the flag in 54th, 55th and 56th overall. In second place in that BMW class is the number 665, that's the GT Tyres BMW. It's 19 seconds in arrears, and then over 3 minutes behind is the number 669, the Kelvin Motorsport BMW. So a 3-car battle going for BMW M240i. I
hope you can hear the round of applause just to interject.
Is that for my class update?
It's for your class rundown, Joe. And it's also for Kurt Ecker, who's just thrown the car graphic by Kurt Ecker Motorsport Porsche into the gravel, accidentally, I assume. Maybe he did it deliberately just to get a rapturous round of applause, but he managed to reverse out of there, quite a deep gravel trap, get it going again, and the crowd went wild. He is something like 7th position in Cup 2. So not on course for a podium at
How
the
do you
moment.
spell his surname, Johnny? Because the next class in the order is the VT2 Hecker class, which means rear-wheel drive and, of course, four-wheel drive.
Yeah.
So was it ER or A?
It's Eka, so E-C-K-E. I mean, I sort of
quite.
know where you're going with this,
Yeah.
as in Ekentrieb. It's got an H on the front, hasn't it? Anyway, carry on.
That number 500 is the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i, 52nd place overall. Further up the field, 49th place, we've got the BMW class being led by the number 878. That's the SRS team, Sorg Rennsport BMW M2. And then we have got in the pits the leader of SP7. I think it's been in the pits for some time. It is the Reiter Engineering Porsche, 45th overall. And then looking up the order for the SP4T class leader, the number 88, 32nd place overall. That's the Subaru WRX. That's in SP4T. And then we've got Cup 3 in 27th overall, car 962, the W&S Porsche 718 Cayman. The BMW M4 of Rilla and Schauk Power, that's leading SP10 in 26th place overall. And then we've got the Cup 2 class leader in the form of the number 900, and that's the Black Falcon Porsche. We're in SP9, but before we get to our overall leader, who is indeed our SP9 class leader, we've got SPX running in 5th place overall, and that is, of course, the number 81, the BMW M Motorsport Touring, the estate car, that BMW project doing tremendously well overall there, running 5th overall. And then, of course, the SP9 class leader is indeed our overall leader, and that at the moment is the number 80, the Winward Racing Mercedes. Lucas Stoltz at the wheel of that car with just over 46 minutes to go on the clock. It is, it's 45, just ticked by quite nicely there.
So Red Bull Team Apt pitted their Mirko Bortolotti-driven Lamborghini Huracan. Bang on the money, as I suggested, 150 laps because they last pitted on 142. So I'm tracking this just about. I can do my 8 times table, although it's slightly out, of course. So 49 minutes were left on the clock. Therefore, it should have done a 2 minutes and 38-second pit stop. And I felt that was too fast to incorporate any sort of penalty.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Matt Riddle's out there in the country, timed there at 2 minutes 15. And he's suggesting that that is no penalty has been taken there.
Okay.
Okay, we'll keep looking at the penalty aboard screen. There's a lot of cheering from Red Bull Team Abt as they got the car back out. It's listed as 3rd at the moment, but by the time the Walkenhorst Matthias Drudy driven number 34 Aston Martin comes in for its pit stop, those positions should be reversed. But I thought that it'd be very close if they'd served the penalty time, but they do not appear to have served the 86 seconds that were going to be added onto their time.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on the screens.
2 minutes and 15 is going to worry me, Joe, because it shouldn't have been that short, even without the penalty.
Well, I'm going to reach out to Matt Riddles again. How accurate are you, Matt? He's out there in the countryside. He's a stalwart spectator here, coming to this festival for the last decade or so for Matt. He's always here.
Well, I could have been a minute out, but I reckon it came in with 49 minutes to go. Therefore, it's a 2 minute and 38-second stop. If not, 2 minutes 35, but 2:15
is if you come in with 40 to 41 minutes remaining in the race, and we're not even at that point. So let's leave that one out there. Oh, build the drama into the end of the race.
Yeah. It may already be carrying a penalty for the Lamborghini. Let's hope not, but are they going to look at that pit stop again?
Let's put some more drama in. As soon as the number 84 Lamborghini went out onto the track, its windscreen wiper was going, so down the Grand Prix circuit. Now we're riding on board with Lucas Stoltz in the number 80 Mercedes that's leading outright down the start-finish straight. Intermittent windscreen wiper action. And the Cayman, it's just passing there, both flapping their screens dry. So hold on, where are we on the percentage of rain?
That's not in the script. The script was for no further weather taking any further part in this race. It caused absolute chaos at the start. We're not having it. Send that script back.
It's way too out there, far too fanciful. But it's the Nürburgring and it's the 24 hours, and it always has a sting in the tail. Just ask one half of Windward Racing. They still lead, but now Lucas Stoltz is having to have the windscreen wipers on a pretty regular setting.
Right, here's a little thing. Martin Pearson on a WhatsApp group saying Ab Lambo might be protesting the penalty like Grello did last year. Another theory, are they allowed to serve that penalty in the pits during the at the final stop, in the final hour? or does it get added on at the end?
Yeah, there is.
No, that's that other element. But let's see. It could well be that they're fighting it, not physically, but up in the control tower, speaking to the race stewards. But definitely a little thing that's just going to keep them on their toes. Don't relax yet, boys and girls out there, because the rain is becoming a little heavier. Not enough really for umbrellas, but certainly enough for screens that are already pretty dirty after 23.5 hours of being out on the track.
And it's
just going to add another little element.
It's whether or not the rain comes. We've actually got a bit of heat into the track temps now, so the tyres are well up to operating temperature. If the rain comes enough to start taking that tyre temp away from these cars at certain parts of the track, that's when it starts taking an effect. Yes, the wipers are going. That means they have got that psychological rain, but whether it's having any effect on the feel as the cars turn into the corner, that's the first time. You go on the brakes, the car locks up, or does it lock up? You've got an ABS setting on these cars, remember, certainly on the GT3 cars, but it's how you can kind of feel the grip through the steering. And right now, I'm not seeing any of those cars going onto what I would call a wet line, where you go off the more rubbered, conventional textbook racing line. They're not doing that now, so there's plenty of grip there. Where this, we're watching on the stream, the Mercedes, the Windward car, seems to be running this lap as he would do.
But it's raining at Hatzenbach as well now, and I don't think it's significant enough to be creating spray from cars in front. But I do notice there are 3 or 4 running nose to tail that Lukas Stolz is surely going to be catching. Maybe the other side of Arenberg. He's going through the double right-hander at Flugplatz now. This is still full throttle, but the windscreen wiper does need to be on this setting. It's coming down at a fair rate of knots. Meanwhile, Mattia Drudi, all 4 wheels off at Flansgarden. He's pushing like crazy here. Drudi in the currently second-placed Aston Martin. Now, 150 laps, 51 laps completed for the Aston. That, therefore, I've yet to update my the pattern of pit stops, but I reckon the next time this car will need to stop is 154. So about to complete number 151. 3 more laps to go, and it will need some fuel, because 8, 16, 24, yeah, it's going to need about half an hour's worth of fuel, probably. No, not that much. Maybe 10 minutes of fuel. This is quite close. I need to...
No, I know. I can just see the crease in your brow. Right, we've got 39 minutes remaining on the clock, but don't forget, if the race leader comes through at 23 hours, 59 minutes and 40 seconds still to go, that means they all have to do another lap. And for some, the embarrassment of being stuck at Adenauer Bridge because you run out of fuel because you've just short calculated. So I think for all the teams, they have to put in pretty close to an extra lap's worth of fuel on those tanks. And we've been taking a look at how much fuel's been going on aboard. For a lot of them, it's a full tank to the end, and therefore it's about 100 litres, 95, 100 litres of fuel. And just remember, these aren't quick fill. These are from a pistol grip, petrol station style nozzle. So you don't want to put any extra fuel in, but you sort of need to. So they've really got to work out, where is the race leading car likely, when is it going to get to the finish line? Will there be a further lap? And at the moment, the lead is gargantuan for the number 80 Windward Racing Mercedes. They don't have to worry about anything too much, but what they do have to worry about is how much fuel to put in at their final stop. But they've got things under control.
Yeah, so the Mercedes, because it's got such a lead, is going to come into pit lane with way more minutes left on the clock compared to the Aston Martin. So that gap's going to come down for Mattia Drudi. But as he completes lap 151, according to my calculation, 3 more laps. That's 8, 16, 24 minutes from now. So it's going to be about 15 minutes or so that Mattia Drudi is going to have fuel for. And 15 minutes is about a minute's worth of a stop. Whereas when's the Mercedes going to come in and lose a bit of time? But the thing is, it's a 4.5-minute advantage. So even if it lost 2 minutes of that, it's not going to be a major drama for the Lukas Stolz-driven Mercedes.
Well, Mirko Bortolotti, the driver who started the 84 Lamborghini from pole position, is the driver who's going to take it through to the end of the race. It's had its final pit stop. He's there. He did the previous stint, so he's conversant with how the track conditions are. Yes, we've got a lot of windscreen wiper action, but it's not heavy rain yet, but that doesn't come in until, well, about 7.5 minutes from now, once we get in the final half hour, of course, just to give another twist this race. This race that we thought when we went left here at about 2 o'clock this morning, we thought, well, it's all set for two Winward Racing Mercedes to fight it out at the end. We came in this morning, they were still in the lead of the race, and then it seemed the advantage had been ceded to the number 3 car, and the number 80 crew were just going to have to sort of sit back 45 seconds further back and come through to second place. But then, of course, the number 3 Mercedes parked up in the garage. It's still there now, and the race keeps on changing, is my point, Joe.
We're on slick tyres, so it doesn't really take much. It doesn't take much rain to start affecting track surface conditions. And on slicks, it doesn't take much rain to start affecting your lap time. And already we're seeing the cars skittering around and sliding a lot more than what we've just been seeing recently. It's become, as ever, what is it? What have we got? 36-minute sprint race, hasn't it? As ever in a 24-hour race, we get there to the point. It's whether or not you can keep pushing. Your car is underneath you. Is it still solid? Does it still feel right? Gone are the days of attrition when it came to gearboxes and stick shifts and manual gearboxes, when the style of driving affected the attrition rate of whether your gearbox held together. It's all done by computer now, and the driver only has to flick a paddle on the paddle shift, so less jeopardy in that respect. And of course, modern day engineering is a lot better than what we had 20, 30 years ago. So attrition less of a factor. It's more incident and drama that causes the attrition rate these days, but still, you're driving around, last half an hour or so, you're listening for different noises. Your imagination runs away with you. You think that is that a diff whine? Did that gear go in? Did I hear a clunk there? That sort of psychology. But as far as these drivers are concerned, these are the ultimate pros in endurance racing, and they are pushing all the way to the end, hoping that something befalls the cars in front of them.
Well, a real example of someone's pushing. Looking at him on screen right now, Dries van Tor, his ROWE Racing BMW, up into third position. He's only 18 seconds down on Matthias Drudy's Walkenhorst Aston Martin. However, he needs a pit visit. So the 84 Lamborghini, which has had its pit visit, should be going back out and moving up into third place. But again, a little bit of debris in the track. It's a splitter off someone's car. That could lead to a puncture. And then all the work you've done, and along the Dottinger with the race leader, Lukas Stoltz, the rain is definitely heavy. We're not making it up to add drama. It's warmer than we've had pretty much throughout. 11 degrees. I think the highest we've seen in 4 days here has been 13 degrees, and that was for about 2 nanoseconds before it headed down again. But for Lukas Stoltz, yes, he doesn't have to lap as fast as the rivals. They've got this race surely in the bag, but it's going to be Maro Engel that takes it through to the end of the race. There's Maro in the pit garage at the moment, helmeted up. But the pit stop coming right here, right now. Hands device in, and for the crew at Winward Racing, they thought they were going to have parallel drivers, parallel crews. Number 3, number 80 coming through to first and second, but the number 3 car parked up in the background of the shot as Maro Engel, who was a driver who said no to teammate Max Verstappen. You're not coming through. We're going to fight for this. Exactly how it should be, in my view. But suddenly, with mechanical failure, just around 11:40 this morning for the number 3 Mercedes, that's parked up. But the sister car, number 80, this is their final pit stop. But the weather map is suddenly looking a little bit more lively. Just as we talk, we're not talking it up. It's on its way in. The big question is, Joe, take a look at the tyres going on. A fresh set of tyres going on.
Now, that didn't look like a full wet.
It doesn't. It's an intermediate tyre.
Yeah, and very clever tread pattern as well, with 3 stripes around the tyre, but then the outer edge has these lateral slats to it, or lateral grooves. The car came in, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, with 34 minutes of the race to go, so that is basically a 2-minute pit stop, hence the reason why they're rushing, and actually different tyres now.
Different tyres.
The car.
Okay, they took off slicks. They came out with the sort of what looked like wet tyres, but we think are intermediates. Now they've got cut slicks. Would you call those cut slicks?
Yeah, I would call that a cut slick.
So that's how marginal it is, how much rain is coming. And they guessed one way, and they suddenly thought, literally, someone in the garage going, no, I'm looking at the weather app. It's changing in front of my face. The weather map, the clouds coming in, not clouds, the rain clouds. Still raining in the pit lane. Well, this could be super marginal.
But again, this is a short stop, I should make a short stint, shorter stint, because it's only 7 laps rather than the 8. So are they wanting to actually have a bit more time to play with? Have they pitted in another 8 minutes time? You're looking at more like a a 90-second stop rather than the 2 minutes. So I think this is just buying themselves a bit of time. 4.5 minutes is the leading margin over Mattia Drudi. The engine is refired, so that's a big sigh of relief. And away goes new driver Maro Engel, who did look to be getting the hands device and the helmet on at fairly last minute. I thought, oh, he's got another lap yet.
Yeah, I think he did too, because definitely you normally see people got the helmets on, but it's when the hands device goes on, you know they're just absolutely getting ready. And I think they called that in, and thus there was the confusion. The first set of tyres were ready for him to come in the following lap, and then they said, no, you're coming in now. And then they quickly had to get the other ones out of the tyre ovens at the back and bring them forward. But sitting on a comfortable lead, and it's going to be really quite a story to see how they can progress from here through to the end of the race. Can they keep it on the island? It's not fully wet yet, but certainly with those windscreen wipers on full speed down the Dottinger Höhe, there is some rain in the air, and it could yet have a twist. But I would say for Winward Racing, that was sort of just management of the situation. They weren't too pressured. Might as well do belts and braces.
Well, discretion, the better part of valor by not going to full slicks. Or their weather app is a lot better than mine. I've already thrown mine out the door because it's useless. It's rubbish. It's in 10% chance of rain, where we can clearly see it's wrong. There is rain coming out of the sky. It's a light rain, yes, but it is having an effect to the point where Lucas Stoltz has gone under cut slicks in that leading number 80.
Well, Stoltz was losing time to certainly the previous lap he'd done, and also the previous sector times for Mattia Drudi and Dries Vanthoor in the 99 BMW. Mirko Bortolotti pitted after 146 laps, wasn't it? No, 150 laps. So if we get to 158, he'll need to come in again, but I don't think we will. The end of the race will come before the Lamborghini needs to head down pit road. So the next question is, with what Winward Racing will hope is the final stop and the correct choice of tyre, and remember, you're having to choose a tyre that is good across the piece of a 25-kilometre circuit. This track has a massive footprint as it travels from village to a small town and another village, and then loops back again down the Dottinger Höhe, parallel with a main public road. And in the end, Winward didn't have much time to be fully committed to their tyre choice, really relying on the information that Lucas Stoltz could feed back to them, probably on the in-lap, and Maro Engel chosen as the man to just have the feel for this out-lap. Mattia Drudi, this will complete lap 152 for the Aston Martin, and he's going to come in now as well. So this again is, let's have a look, 34 car. Yeah, it's about 2 laps earlier than I was expecting. But again, pitting earlier gives them more time in the pit stop. I would sense they're going to change tyres on this Aston as well.
I hope we get a look at what tyres go on the Aston. What the cut slicks do, it gives you the grip performance of a slick tyre. However, the grooves allow you to get rid of the water. The water that is squeezed off the track from underneath the flat, bald tread of the slick tyre gets into the groove, so you dissipate the water out of your path. So that enables the tyre to bite into the tarmac and kind of in a molecular scientific way. The molecules of the tyre grip onto the molecules of the tarmac. That's pretty much how it works under a microscope scientifically. And those grooves allow that water to dissipate and get out of the way.
The number 3 Mercedes is going to finish the race, or at least come out and attempt to do so, because helmet on, driver in. This is the car that's been sitting in the pit garage for, where are we now? Best part of 3 hours getting on towards that after its problem. Another thing I just want to throw in.
Juncadere, it looks like.
Juncadere, yeah, who literally went out and came pretty much straight back in. Just a little some stats I can throw at you. If the number 80 Winward Racing Mercedes with goes on to finish this race with Maro Engel out to do that final stint, he took victory at the start of this year, again with Maxime Martin, down at Bathurst in the 12 hours, won that from 29th on the grid. Today, they started, yesterday, they started 25th on the grid. So don't give up, children, if your car's not at the sharp end for these long-distance races. It hasn't happened yet, but you have to say that Maro Engel and the gang have got this one, almost at their fingertips. Lucas Stoltz, Fabian Schiller and Maxime Martin. Now, the big question is, to me, that penalty, the time penalty that was hanging over the number 84 Lamborghini, the Red Bull team apt entry, we don't think they served it. Can we do it after the end of the race?
We've also got speculation that they have. And I've lost it now off my screen.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Sort of thing I do.
Away goes the Aston Martin. Away goes the BMW. I'll hold back on active drivers just in case there have been changes there. What I don't know is how long Mattia Drudi's been at the wheel of that car, because there is a 3-hour drive time limit in any one go, I believe. But I'm sure those at Walkenhorst Motorsport had worked out how many hours there were to go when they put, as he's known in the team, the Italian Stallion in car number 34, and likewise for Dries Vanthoor. So Mirko Bortolotti moves up to second position now, and this 84 car, if there is still a penalty hanging over it, clearly they're taking the Grello approach from 2025 and say, well, we'll finish where we finish and then argue the toss afterwards as to whether we can get a podium result or not.
And I tell you what, either side of their pit stop, it's been Mirko Bortolotti in the car, and he's been appreciably quicker than the other cars around him, the other drivers around him. The only other person who's been sort of close to matching those tyres has been Mattia Drudi in the Walkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. Aston Martin feeling very comfortable. They're heading towards their best result here. 20 years of trying, and anything above fourth is the best result ever. And at the moment, you have to say they're heading, or are they, to third place overall? Or indeed, will it be second? Because we've still got that penalty to be served, as far as we understand, for the 84 Lamborghini that's holding down second place overall. There is also the other element still in the pits, though, with a seemingly a slightly longer pit stop, is the fourth place ROWE Racing number 99 BMW. Dries Vanthoor was really getting up to pace in that just towards the end of his stint. So 4 cars really in the overall mix. Next one down is Jens Klingmann. That's in the famous BMW M3 Touring 24H. That's the touring, the estate model BMW, in a different class, but still just hot on their heels.
Keep an eye out on track and keep an eye on the attitude of the cars as they get up towards the carousel end of the circuit. Brian Fenton reporting rain heavier up there.
Ooh.
So
there has been an incident at the carousel, which is now cleared, but there were yellow flags at Marshall posts 143 and 144 as Danny Juncadella is sitting in the number 3 Verstappen Racing Mercedes-AMG, ready to get going again. And here it is, tippy-toe stuff for Mauro Engel, and this is at Brunchen on his cut slick tyres for the number 80 car, but he's having to really be careful going through ice curva, which is slippery at the best of times. So he's already gone through the carousel, and now the marshals are warning Mauro that there's potential change of surface ahead of him with the red and yellow striped flags. Goes through Flansgarten. There's some traffic up ahead as well, which in itself will be struggling for grip. As now on towards the Stefan Bellof S, and Schwalbenschwanz looks slightly better from a rainfall point of view now, so he survived the danger for this lap, but we still got 25 minutes to go.
This is a race that we thought was going to be peppered with rain throughout. We've had remarkably little rain, but it's always added to the jeopardy. Track conditions warmer than they have been for the vast majority of this race, and that may just help the drivers. But just remember, for this crew, they didn't know which set of tyres to put on, which type of tyres to put on. We saw one decision being made and then countermanded. Then we went to these cut slicks. Was it the right choice? Oh dear, we've got someone parked at the side of the circuit, smoking away one of the cut 2 Porsches there, and will that lead to a slow zone? Because that's sitting just off the edge of the track.
My concern is that that car is on fire, and it's coming from the engine end of the Porsche as well, so the marshals will have to get to that very quickly. Has it been in the wall to cause the fire, or is there another issue? I'm getting word that that's actually Max Verstappen in the car.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It is. We saw him get in.
It looks way more like Danny Juncadella.
Yeah, much whiter on the helmet. Can't see the red and blue on the flank because
anyway,
of the tint
ticker,
on the window.
the live event and official ticker telling us that Max Verstappen's getting back in the car, but to me, that was the outgoing driver, Danny Juncadella. We will find out just as soon as the car returns to the racetrack.
So the mystery of the number 84 penalty, Robin Bills has... he obviously seen the screen that I did, and I haven't just dreamt it. It said that the 84 is to serve the 86-second penalty after the race. So that's what I thought I dreamt. But no, Robin confirms that I didn't. I actually saw that.
Yeah. And the fire is gathering pace at Brunchen. So this, unfortunately, is a race car going up in smoke. The driver is out and sitting on the top of the bank, so we don't have to worry about said driver. Now, what happened for the Pirelli-shod Porsche? Did it clatter into the barrier? It had already got this... Oh, no, it did go into the barrier at very, very high speed.
Brunchen strikes again.
55 it is, and that car immediately catching fire then for that entry from...
That's up at Brunchen as well. Brunchen just coming out of Brunchen.
Dynamic GT, and it might be your timing screen's still working because mine's decided to have a final 20-minute meltdown.
I'm wondering if that's cause or effect, because cars these days don't tend to burst into flames when they hit barriers, but whether or not that's maybe an oil pipe union that's snapped and broken as the car has gone off, and because of this spray of oil, and then the oil has taken a had.
Alessandro Giretti, the driver of that one, young French racer, doing great things in GT racing around the world, running in 11th, so make that 12th place. It was 11th before he slid off the side of the circuit, but to get that deep into the race, and again, just got to stretch 25 kilometres around the circuit. You can't always have the fire tenders at the right place, but they're getting there as fast as they can. Driver out of the car. I think your point about it going off on its own oil is a very, very prescient one there, Joe, because it wasn't that wet or slippery. I mean, we've had the rain, but the fact that the top teams are quite happy to go out on cut slicks means they don't think there's too much. But the yellow Porsche is sitting at the side of the circuit, and already they've got the extinguishant on it, over and out for them. But again, these things could just change the proceedings in the race.
I mean, the thing is, Bruce, he did whack the barrier with the left-hand side, which can dislodge the drive shaft, which can then have a spray of gearbox on it. Pure speculation here, by the way, everybody. Yet to be confirmed. But it's very rare to see a car just burst into flames like that. Remember, the engine on a Porsche 911 is at the back. It's all at the back, engine, gearbox, etc. And, yeah, it's very rare to see things like that happen. But, yeah, undoubtedly that car out of the race there, unfortunately.
And Alessandro Giretti making a very quick exit. What a real shame for him and for Michele Beretta, Joel Sturm and Loic Hartog sharing the Dynamic GT Porsche. They almost got to the end of the race with their Evo 26 GT3R, and I have to check the regulations to find out whether they've done enough of a percentage of the race to still be classified. It's not like Le Mans here, where you have to cross the finish line in order to be a finisher, as per the results. Obviously, it'll be laps down. It was laps down anyway, having completed 149. The race leader now going on to lap 154, as Nicky Team is already handing out the sweets, perhaps in celebration of a podium. Or is he doing that a little too early?
Well, is he? OK, right, your name is Mirko Bortolotti. I know it's not, it's Johnny Palmer. However, you have one job to do now. That is to stretch every second advantage you can have. Just had the full confirmation on the screen. That number 84 Lamborghini that he's driving for Red Bull Team Abt is going to have that penalty added to its time after the race. So what he's got to do, I'm waiting for the next timing interval to be crossed to see his margin back to Matteo Drudy's Aston Martin, the number 34 car entered by Walkenhorst Motorsport. When we get to the next timing interval, hopefully we can tell you, has he got 86-second advantage, or has he got a 3-minute advantage, or a 1 minute 50? We'll find out.
From Simon Strang at Aston Martin, it's been 20 years since the Aston Martin brand debuted at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Anything above 4th place is a best result ever. Well, they're on course at the moment for a 3rd. Previous record is 10 class victories, 33 podium appearances, including those wins within categories, but never an overall podium. The best previous result was for an SP9T win, so a class win in SP9T, 2018, and they were 4th overall with the Vantage V12 GT3, which had Darren Turner, Nicky Team, Maxime Martin, and Marco
Bortolotti?
No, Aston driver.
Oh, sorry.
Sorensen. Marco Sorensen?
Yeah,
Marco
yeah,
Sorensen.
yeah.
See, Strangy puts messages in with the first names of everybody, and my memories, of course, a lot of those drivers aren't in this race this year. Well, I've kind of got into a mould of the 2026 running.
You didn't get enough sleep, Johnny.
Well, that's true.
You're a 16-hour-a-day boy.
I'm a 16-year-old.
You are in disguise, yeah. 16-hour-a-day. That rain's looking even heavier out there through those sweeps just out of Bergwerk.
Yeah, but the absolute conundrum at the moment is we just need to define that gap. 86 seconds to be added to Mirko Bortolotti's time. He cannot back off, because I'm just waiting. Is the car behind the chasing Matteo Drudi? Is he 87 seconds behind or more? We'll find out. So both of them, in the number 84 Lamborghini and the number 34 Aston Martin from Red Bull and Walkenhorst, they have got to just keep that pedal flat to the metal, and between them they're swapping.
Measured, it's 87.
It is 87 seconds. Ho, 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 you can't make it up.
The other thing to remark is that we here at the Radio Show Limited network of channels love bringing this race to you annually, wherever it fits in the motorsport calendar, and this is now 20 years consecutively that we've been able to bring this race to you. In the early days, with a lot of help from Aston Martin Racing, and they've always been huge enthusiasts of what we do, with thanks to David King in previous years, providing hospitality for us, and now on the world feed. So very, very happy to be celebrating 20 years with so many of you as well, who've been watching it and enjoying it with us. And I hope that our service can rather amplify, increase your enjoyment of it by sprinkling a little bit of knowledge here and there. It's a little bit.
It's what we call alternative knowledge.
Something
we
like
give
that,
it a good
yeah.
crack. Right, the gap between first and second, the number 80 Mauro Engel-driven Windward Racing Mercedes, just going around another lap. He's just under 2.5 minutes clear. However, just remember that figure, 86 seconds, and he has to slow down. He hasn't got a problem coming up to Brunchen, but they're all going to have to pass it. But just think, if you've had to come past, the car is then cleared up, and the person who's chasing you has got the green flag wave, they can go past with more vim and vigour than you can. But the gap between second and third is 87.6 seconds. The extra time being added to the car in second, the 84 Lamborghini, is 8.6 seconds. So what's left on the clock? 15.5 minutes, and we're dealing with 1.5 seconds effectively between second and third place. Bring it on.
Away goes Mauro Engel, heading for Flansgarten, and therefore the towards the end of the lap, the start of the Dottinger Hoor on lap 154. He's all good for fuel, having pitted that little bit early, and they had the margin to do that. And of course, the earlier you stop, the more actual wiggle room you get for the pit stop point-to-point, timing loop in to out. And it was a relatively hurried stop in the end. Mauro Engel getting a fairly late call that he would be going in the car, and on that lap that Lucas Stoltz was heading in. Plus they had, well, they were a little bit torn between two decisions regarding which tyres to bolt to the Mercedes, but all looks fine for the time being, as the number 3 is now being fitted with Michelin tyres, so it can do the final lap. And no doubt Winward will time it so that they can run maybe in the vicinity of car number 80 and get that excellent publicity shot of the two Mercs crossing the line together.
And all those cynics and skeptics out there that said that Max Verstappen would be on his way and have left early, no. Well, I didn't believe that for one moment. I knew he would want to be there at the end with the team, no matter where they were in the field. He'd have been there, either in the car or at the garage door, to see that car over the line. He understands. He is a pure racer, that boy, and he understands it's not necessarily about where you finish a 24-hour race. The challenge is getting the car across the line. And you know what? Applause just for a bit of a ceremonial getting the car across the line for that number 3. And that number 3 was looking strong for a overall race win, remember?
Oh, 100%. It's now lost 20 laps. And I tell you, it's suddenly nail-biting stuff for Red Bull Team AB, because the driver who cannot afford to lose another second, Mirko Bortolotti, in second place, knowing his Lamborghini's getting 86 seconds. He's got a trio of cars ahead of him. He's got that yellow flag zone, no overtaking. Waiting, and as soon as he get released, there's the green flag. He's got to jump past as many as possible.
I'm sorry to burst that bubble. Through sector 3, the Lamborghini ahead of it was a 1:05.4, 1:07.6 through sector 3 for the Aston. Sector 5, 1:48.5 for the Lamborghini, 1:51.8. So the Aston Martin is losing ground to the Lamborghini ahead of it. Sorry. I know we were building tension at the end.
No, I'm just going to stick with the tension. I'm sticking with the tension right through to the end. So, whatever interrupts one car can easily interrupt another. We don't have a lot of minutes left on the clock. Just under 13 minutes remain. Therefore, I guess we've got to work out where exactly Mauro Engel will be. He's got this lap and surely the next one as well to get under his belt to complete the 24 hours. But the chase is still on between the number 84 Lamborghini in second place and the number 34 Matthias Drudy Walkenhorst Aston Martin Vantage in third overall. It's yin and yang.
The next thing is Drudy's pace concerning at all with Dries Vanthoor not that far away in the Rover Racing BMW? 17 seconds the gap, according to some sources.
Well, it's coming down all the time. I think the traffic's falling better. And, you know, Dries Vanthoor's a driver who really likes a bit of a chase. And at the end of the race, why not go for it? And famously, of course, he and his brother Lawrence didn't have any brotherly love here so many years ago. So he's a determined racer, that's for sure.
Well, of those three cars in second, third and fourth, through sector 3, the Vanthoor BMW was quicker. Slightly quicker than the car ahead of it, so the BMW quicker than the Aston ahead of it in third, not as quick through sector 5 as the second place Lamborghini. So there's a bit of what you could call a bit of a scrap there with, I mean, all right, there's huge gaps there considering we've only got just over 10 minutes to go, but it's still, all it would take, and especially considering the adverse conditions and the inconsistent grip that we've got out there, it doesn't really take, you take your eye off the ball for a second, you miss your braking point, that gap can be absolutely just in a blink of an eye disappear.
154 laps just being ticked off by the race leader, and with 12 minutes still to go, this therefore cannot be the final lap because Mauro Engel doesn't have enough time up his sleeve to back the pace off that much. 12 minutes that would need to be as a lap to ensure he crosses the line at 3, so it's going to be round this time and then one more, as the Lamborghini of Bortolotti was delayed slightly up alongside. In fact, was there contact with the Renazzo Cayman? There certainly was. That day-glow yellow Porsche battling with a Mühlner Motorsport car. I don't think those two Porsches were on the same lap, in fact, but one of the Mühlner Cup 2 cars. Breathe in, Mirko Bortolotti and Red Bull Team Apt. Didn't like that either, as he was squeezed a bit up the curb. Over the line in a moment or two will go Matthias Drudy, and then we'll get another snapshot on this gap between 34 Aston third and the 99 Rover Racing BMW, eager to snatch a podium very late on in the piece. We're starting the penultimate lap for car 34 Drudy.
And it's so difficult with that 7th timing sector taking them a very, very long time. You wait and wait and wait for them to come through it, and when they do get through, the difference between them, when I say them, I mean the 84 Lamborghini and the chasing Rover Racing, sorry, Walkenhorst Aston Martin, absolutely down to hundredths of seconds. Still rain speckles on the camera lenses. Windscreen wipers going, it's just there, but it's that rain of the mind in many ways, isn't it, Joe? Easy for us to say in the commentary box.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the Lamborghini struggling for grip out on track as well, just coming towards the... it's just completed the lap, hasn't it? Just over 2 minutes, 2 minutes and 8 seconds now behind the leading Mercedes. We're going to wait for the Aston Martin to come through as well. It will complete 154 laps next time by, and we'll be able to check that gap. What we saw monitoring the sector times, though, the Aston was losing ground to the Lamborghini and indeed was being caught by the BMW of Rover Racing behind it.
Well, please, my facial identity is not totally shot. That was Danny Juncadella getting back into the number 3 car. And he's gone back out for the final 50 minutes. It would have been the dream, don't get me wrong.
Good helmet recognition, Johnny.
No, it's just on the eyes. The eyes of the Spaniard are totally different from Max Verstappen. You know, I've met and spoken to Danny Juncadella many times. I haven't yet met Max Verstappen, but I've seen plenty of images of him over this weekend, and it just didn't look like him. But there you go. Juncadella back in, and that's quite nice for him to be able to end the race after that major failure on the rear of the number 3 car. Was it a failure? Was it a breakage after a lot of damage, or a lot of abuse through so many hours of action?
Here's a question for you both. What is smaller than 86? 85.545, and that is the gap. So at the moment, if they cross the line exactly as they are, the Walker Horse Aston Martin, by dint of really very not much at all of a second, will take that second place. So the jeopardy is still there. We've got this lap and one further lap thereafter. We've seen how it seesawed. I mean, we're only talking about a shift of a second either way around a 25-kilometre lap. We've got 2 of them. So what can they do across 50 kilometres? How many interruptions will they have? Will the rain get worse? But this is a chase to the finish. For Maro Engel, he should be able to cruise through and would therefore take maximum points along with Maxime Martin in the first and the second rounds of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Victory in the Megai's 12 Hours of Bathurst. And surely, as we go within the final 10 minutes, this one's in the bag as well for the Winward crew. Isn't it?
Bruce, what have you done? There's still 7.5 minutes on the clock, and then there's another lap probably coming around. If they get around and across the line before the clock is zeroed, then we will continue.
I reckon Engel will cross the line at about 5:02, 4 minutes 2, so that won't be when the checkered flag is shown, and he'll have to go around for one more lap. Therefore, we'll finish at about 3:05 for the race leader, and then enough time will be given to everybody else in the race behind Maro Engel to do their final lap. So there's a bit of time to go yet, and there's still scope for some heart-in-mouth moments for AMG fans, for Lamborghini fans, for Aston Martin fans, maybe for BMW fans, although actually the gap between the Aston and the BMW is growing now. It was 17 seconds. It's stretched out to 22.8 seconds. But yeah, Bruce's point about a minute and 15 now between the Lamborghini and the Aston Martin is a very interesting one. That's just 75 seconds difference.
Hard to draw your eyes away. Just going to have a very quick look down through the classes. I think we can safely say that SPX will be won by the car that's dominating that. 5th place overall, the BMW M3 Touring, Jens Klingmann at the wheel. Just going to go down to the next classes down the order, and car 900 is winning Cup 2. That's the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. That's a Black Falcon team by a margin of plenty, 8 minutes. I think that one's in the bag. Joe at SP10, which is for what we call GT4 cars elsewhere, looks very much as though that's going to go to the Riller and Schnauk BMW M4 GT4. I'd like to go down through the classes a bit more, but I really think I need to do some maths and take a look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd position. At the start of the lap, it was down to 85.54 seconds. Bear in mind, 86 seconds will be added to the time of the Lamborghini at the end of the race, and that is a bigger number being added than the number of the differences between them. So very, very, very tight indeed. And they're both being caught by the 4th place BMW of Rover Racing.
Here's some way more reliable information from the official event ticker, and it says that the 84 Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti is fighting against the clock. The apt Lamborghini will have to carry over a 1 minute and 24 second penalty. It needs to maintain at least this gap over its pursuer Mattia Drudi, but the problem is that gap's already come down beneath that. So 1 minute and 24, the lead is now 1 minute and 9. And the other thing to remember is that Bortolotti's on slick tyres, according to the live ticker, with the competitors around him on cut slicks. So the time is coming down because Drudy's on a much more suitable tyre for these conditions.
Yes, but when you get towards the latter stages of the lap, the Lamborghini slick tyres work better. So the time he loses out because of the slick tyres, he kind of gains, or the gap stabilises when those the slick tyres can really do their job on a more consistently dry track.
You know, we're talking about, is it rain in the mud? No, those windscreen wipers have been going for 4 or 5 laps, and certainly there is a dry line now just finally manifesting itself. But any movement for the Lamborghini that's been twitchy from the very outset of this race, very much easier for him to slide off the line than the chasing Aston Martin. But Mirko Bortolotti is not leaving anything out there. He's skittering around the circuit.
Mercedes onto the start-finish straight, and we'll get the last lap board this time around at 4 minutes to 3. It's very, very busy down at the Ravenol S, though, so Maro Engel is going to have to just ease his way through and make sure that all of this traffic has seen him. Before the Bathurst 12 Hours this year, Mercedes hadn't won an Intercontinental GT Challenge race since 2023. Now it might have 2 in a row after that great win at the start of the year in Bathurst. and Mercedes on course to have 10 IGTC wins, one fewer than the record holders BMW, but they still have 24 kilometres to complete safely in order to mop up those records.
And what you didn't see at the very start, just coming to start the final lap, the number 80 Winward Racing Mercedes was in the middle of the track down the start-finish straight, and there was a Porsche to the left that suddenly, no, it was a little Toyota, something came off it, bit of bodywork, bit of tubing, something, and it bounced across the track. Imagine the irony of that, if that just caught out the car that, until its teammate met its problems and parked up, was right in the lead battle. Since then, almost home and hosed, but until that checkered flag is greeted, things can still happen here at the Nürburgring. Greasy circuit. Are you on the right tyres? Mirko Bortolotti's got no choice whatsoever other than to thread the eye of the needle, which he does as he comes up towards the end of another lap. He's just coming up towards Tiergarten. He's got to pick his lines. It's a much slower car. Has he seen it? He had to go to one side and then the other. Eventually, it got out of the way. But just bear in mind, we've been dealing in tenths of a second here. He's holding on to second place. 86 seconds to be added to his time at the end of the race. And the chasing Walker Horse Motorsport Aston Martin is there or thereabouts on the time. It's down to this final lap.
The other thing is about the BMW number 99. How close does that need to get to the Aston Martin to snatch third position away from the 84 Lamborghini?
It needs to gain nearly 20 seconds, right? Even with the great Laurent, Dries Van Toor, don't think that's happening.
Well, a minute and 11 takes us, with the 26 seconds, it's trailing the Aston Martin. That's over a minute and a half. I'm not sure it's quite as many as 20, but it's still probably okay for the Lamborghini. Assuming, of course, that all of the timings on the various graphics that I can see are accurate. A minute and 14 seconds is now the gap that separates 84 Lamborghini from the 34 Aston Martin. And it looks to be about 26 seconds still for, it's 28 seconds now, so that for Lambo to get a car on the podium is heading in the right direction, and it will slot in between the 34 Walkenhorst car and the chasing Rover Racing BMW.
Yeah, certainly the last lap was very, very good for Matteo Drudi. He's got slightly more suitable tyres. He's got cut slicks versus the slicks on the 84 Lamborghini. And in one of the longer timing sectors, he gained best part of 5 seconds. And bear in mind, the previous lap, they were separated by the difference with the penalty added of just 0.145 of a second or whatever it was. It's still going to be very, very close. But for our race leader, Maro Engel, the sun is shining on him, shining on most of the Nordschleife. And in fact, windscreen wiper's still on now, but that's because I think he's forgotten to turn them off.
We've just had a glimpse there of the Winward pit garage there, all the mechanics there. A little bit of a teary eye in one or two. I did mention the emotion of this. You're tired, you're dirty. The sheer emotion of relief that your car is on its final lap, heading towards the checkered flag first. The even bigger relief when it finally crosses the line to take the checkered flag, and the elation of all of that effort, all of that time, energy that's gone in. Because it's not a 24-hour race, it's a 24-hour race with a bit of 24 hours the previous night, 24 hours the previous day. Day and night working on that car, getting it honed, getting it prepped and readied for this race, and that's all the way down the pit lane as well. There are garages where cars haven't made it to the finish. There are garages where cars are in the midfield, but it's all the same. The challenge is getting the car to the finish over the 24-hour distance. That's the challenge of endurance racing, and that's the emotion we're about to see, and already beginning to build on that pit lane.
Mirko Bortolotti going to the high side of the Dupre Engineering Audi S3 limousine that runs as a VT2 four-wheel drive car. And congratulations to all at Dupre for celebrating 60 years as being founded. And I think it's 40 years of racing here at the Nürburgring as well, in one capacity or another. Aston Martin hopping, skipping its way through the latter portions of Hatzenbach. And just taking still, well, plenty of curb. The body language of this Matteo Drudi car is still hustling like crazy. Compare it to Maro Engel, who's much more sedate, knowing he's got a 90-second lead over the Lamborghini, which is likely to be penalised at the end of this race. So the Aston Martin will move into second, and the BMW is still a bit too distant. But one or two sceptics suggest that if the rain's still pretty bad for the Lamborghini further around the lap, and maybe if it hits traffic, not hits traffic, but reaches some traffic that it's got to bide its time through, perhaps the opportunity for BMW to squeak a podium out of this is not all lost. But the difficulty is it's running out of sectors now on this final lap. So it'll be a 156 lap affair through so many changeable conditions, but amazingly the race was able to continue all the way through the night without the need for full neutralisation, and that despite there being quite a lot of low-hanging fog early this morning. And many of us thought, well, maybe the visibility between the Marshall posts wasn't going to be sufficient like last year, but actually it has been absolutely fine here in the Eifel. However, this is where I was about to say the rain has started to hit, but that's all to do with smoke. Still flares, the odd barbecue for a late Sunday lunch.
Just remember the 84 Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini started on pole position, didn't get around the Grand Prix loop without harm on the opening lap, had to peel the back end into the back entrance of the pits while all its rivals were heading out onto the Nordschleife, replace a punctured tyre, go round the Grand Prix loop again and play catch-up, and it's been playing catch-up ever since. And looks like Schnitzelam bit Mercedes coming quite slowly there. It looks as though their valiant effort to get up to second place is going to be spiked. Needed to be clear by 86 seconds going on to the final lap. In the end, it was only 72. And around this lap on the ever greasier circuit, smoke in the air, a little bit of rain in the air, but certainly greasy, wet surface for all the drivers out on the track. I'm afraid the valiant effort for them may yet have second place turning to third. I think we can almost bank on that. And may yet have third turning to fourth. And I would say for this valiant comeback that started, 23 hours and 55 minutes ago, they deserve a spot on the podium. Will they be denied? I don't know.
And look how hard he's still pushing in that Lamborghini.
He has to.
Anything can happen. He's got to push all the way at the flag. You can't just decide that this is over. It's never over until it's over. And we're going to see Bertolotti trying to gain ground and secure a second place on the podium. It's no mean feat to finish in the first three in any kind of endurance race, but Bertolotti wants to consolidate that. Yes, he might have settled for the fact that he's never going to catch Maro Engel in the number 80 now. That Mercedes well up the road by 1 minute and 43 seconds at the last count, but he has got Drudy in the Aston Martin bearing down him, and his team will be telling him that as well, Bruce. They'll be monitoring the sector times and monitoring that gap, so that's why we're seeing Mirko Bortolotti, very experienced driver. He's been in these high pressured situations, so he knows exactly what he's got to do, and it's very, very high pressure considering that part of this Nordschleife is indeed damp and wet and it can like a magnet draw you to those barriers if you get it slightly wrong, just slightly.
But just as he was coming to the trickiest parts of the circuit, the sort of Her Acht and then the Brunch and beyond, he suddenly got not one, but two, but three, but five cars in a gaggle ahead of them. And he really had to go, I'm coming through, come what may. Now, when he catches them one or two at a time, that's sort of okay for him into the carousel. Sorry, I got him ahead of himself around the lap, because certainly coming towards the clock has passed 24 hours, and our race leader, Maro Engel, is heading for his first win here. He's along the dotting her. His first win here, let me finish the sentence, since 2016. Be Mercedes' first win since 2016. A brand loyalty is something I admire thoroughly, but you don't get kept on by these manufacturers if you're not up to the salt, and he absolutely is. I mean, he has had so many successes for the Winward Racing crew. They just get stronger year on year. A car limping home along the Dottinger Her, but is it our race leader? No, it isn't, because the blue and gold number 80 sweeps into the final sequence of corners. Johnny, the victory is theirs.
The special thing about 10 years ago for AMG was that Maro Engel overtook Christian Hohenadel on the final lap of that race. AMG have had to wait a decade to take victory at the Nürburgring 24 hours. They were desperate to do it this year, particularly with Max Verstappen part of their lineup. In the end, it's the sister car at Winward Racing that will take the victory in 2026. And congratulations to Maro Engel, as you say, Bruce, who's in the lineup again, along with Lucas Stoltz, Fabian Schiller and Maxime Martin. And Maxime Martin has experienced some great successes through the years, of course, with this brand and formerly with others as well. But tremendous effort from all four drivers as now the Lamborghini squeezes its way into Tiergarten for its final run to the line. An expert drive then from Mirko Bortolotti to ensure this car, by the looks of things, will finish third once the penalty is issued for Luca Engstler. Bortolotti driving right now and Patrick Niederhauser, and we're waiting for the 34 Aston Martin car number for Mattia Drudi for Valkenhorst Motorsport, and he's sharing with Christian Krognes, Nicky Thiem and Felipe Fernandez-Laza in the natural elements by Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin GT3. I'm getting beside myself after being up for 24 hours and witnessing this. So Mercedes from Lamborghini from Aston Martin, but it's very likely that this car will finish in second position. Also, at least getting a finish in the race was the number 3 Mercedes, driven by Danny Juncadella, and that will have been in the same shot as the number 80 car came across the line. There's, by the looks of things, a code 60, yes, for the Aston Martin. Now, is the...
Oh, well, that could be the big difference.
Hang on a minute, because this is now going to stretch the gap between the Lamborghini and the Aston Martin, and another very late twist in this narrative gives second place to Audi, to the Abt team, I beg your pardon, and to Red Bull Abt and their Lamborghini Huracan, because the Aston Martin, well, I need a gap to be sure of this, but they needed to be within a minute and 24 seconds, and surely that's now gone, Bruce.
Yeah, minute and 26, I think, was the figure we're looking for. Is the 84 Lamborghini. That was where the 84 came, but 86 seconds was the penalty time. It got down to about 1 minute 15, therefore 75 seconds. The checkered flag is waiting for Mattia Drudi to come through and for that gap to be confirmed. Wait, come on, please come onto my timing screen. Great job, best result for Aston Martin here, but it was so close to being second place. I don't know if it is or it isn't. How's your screen doing in terms of time split
as well? Where is it, Bruce?
Still doing the maths on mine, but for Red Bull team out, got the pole position. They locked out the front row. Trouble for both of them. Winward Racing, though, they had 2 bullets in the gun. One fell short, having dominated the pair of them. One was running nose to tail through the night, but one of the cars has come through. And for Maro Engel, the first time he doesn't mind poor visibility since the start of the race. He's created that, but for he and the rest of the crew, that's his first win here for 10 years. Mercedes' first win here for 10 years, and you can afford him the glory of just making a mess of those tyres.
So Drudi crossing the line, 2 minutes and 28 seconds down from the race leader, but we've got to take away 46 seconds for the gap from Bortolotti, and that now is still pretty tight.
I've got a gap of 60. Is that 16 seconds?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Let's do some mathematics.
Well, the way that the Red Bull team Abt Lamborghini guys are celebrating, they think they've done enough to finish in second position. They thought that all was lost, and well, not all was lost. They were going to get a podium once that 1 minute and 24 second.
It was I reckon it. Yeah, it was 102 seconds. 16 seconds is the margin. I think they've taken it by. Yes, indeed, confirmed 16.4 seconds with the penalty applied.
The penalty that really that confused me in my deep sleep-deprived state. They've taken that position in second place by 16 seconds over the Aston Martin. No prizes for, or I think a big round of applause for trying and pushing all the way. But we had Bertolotti pushing to keep that gap. He fully understood that there was a penalty in the air, and he kept pushing. And great race, great podium that.
Jens Klingmann is going to bring this awesome BMW M3 Touring 24H home in 5th position overall. It runs as an SPX category car, but behind the Engel Mercedes, the Bortolotti Lamborghini, the Drudi Aston Martin and Dries Van Tooy in his BMW, Jens Klingmann makes it 2 BMWs in the top 5. And you can hear the reaction of the fans that have been following its conquest of this race for Jens Klingmann and others in car number 81. And the word from BMW at the moment is that it's very much a one-off appearance after that April Fool in 2025. But now, just a little over 12 months later, the car is finishing in the top 5 for Klingmann, for Ugo de Wilde, for Conor De Filippi and for Neil Verhagen. Still trying to get to grips with precisely what happened on that final run down the Dottinger Hoor. So Bortolotti's run through was clear. Then a car had broken down on the grass verge to drivers left on the latter portion of the Dottinger Hoor, delaying the Aston Martin. And remember, Drudy was trying to stay within 1 minute and 24, and he could not do it. Here are the celebrations, though. Maro Engel knows how this feels, but he's got to think back 10 years ago when he shared with Ben Schneider and Adam Christodoulou and Manuel Metzger, 3 different co-drivers, this time in Mercedes number 80, as Lucas Stoltz, Fabian Schiller and Maxime Martin join the finishing driver Engel on the bonnet of the car. And the celebrations at Winwood and particularly at AMG Mercedes are going to continue into the night.
And you do have to feel, though it's the best result for Aston Martin yet thus far in the Nürburgring 24 hours, you've got to say, pipped at the post. I mean, they nearly had that one in the bag. The slow zone on the Dottinger Hoor cost them second place overall, but also bear in mind they had the first retirement of the race. They lost the sister car number 35 after just 3 laps, so they'd almost recovered a great result. It is still a great result, but for this crew up on the, well, oh dear, near injury for Maxime Martin, nearly falls off the roof of the winning car. In the background of the shot you'll see Marco Bortolotti, I'm sure, popping out of his Lamborghini. He had one job to do in those closing laps, Joe, and that was just not lose a nanosecond. And here, coming to halt in 3rd place overall, the Aston Martin.
And we saw just how close to the limit he was in that Lamborghini, the car slithering underneath him. But he got the job done, he kept on the track. It's so easy to lose it on a damp track on slick tyres, but Marco Bortolotti, very experienced driver, and he was able to do the job. We've come to expect an exciting Nürburgring 24 hours. Racing over 24 hours is usually as exciting as this. We've had some amazing grandstand finishes, certain reference there for people of a certain age. But I've still got to reflect back on the first 6 hours. Was probably the most bonkers first 6 hours of a 24-hour race I've ever seen. The rate of incidents was just quite ridiculous. If you put that to a producer for a drama or a fictional race script, the producer would fire it back at you and say, no, that's not realistic. It's never going to happen like that.
It was like there was a sniper. He goes, I'll take out half of the top 10, which they precisely did in the opening hours of the race. 5 of the top 10 starters hit trouble. And for Matteo Drudy, I feel so sorry. He pushed so hard, but actually still a great result for Walk on Horse Motorsport. But Mirko, just look at that. Just
yeah, he did a great job. Yes, they didn't take the win, but it's quite an achievement there. They've got to be happy with that, though, surely. They've got to be. They can't be disgruntled with that. I mean, considering how long this race has been, and to be as close as that and pushing as hard as that after that amount of time, they've got to be satisfied with that.
Remember that car at the end of the Grand Prix lap of the first lap of the race, was having to come into pit lane with a punctured tyre. Luca Engster was just electric on Friday in top qualifying 3 to post Lamborghini's first ever pole position in the history of this event. And he, along with Bortolotti and Patrick Niederhauser, I'd love to see Patrick's times as well through the course of the race. I think he did quite a lot of night running. Just the 3 drivers up against teams with 4 either side of them on the podium, but track time means, you know, because you'd only cycling 3 drivers through, they're getting a lot more experience of the track and in lots of different conditions.
But the thing is, we're not party to the soap opera going on behind that Lamborghini door. First time we've ever had a Lamborghini lockout on the front row of the grid here at the Nürburgring for this race. They had it, they knew they had the quickest race car around this racetrack. The quickest race car across 24 hours has been proved not to be the case. The way that the Winwood team went about it with their Mercedes has proved to be the better winning formula, and they've actually won it. But the disappointment that I can kind of see in the body language of that Lamborghini team is perhaps that.
Yeah, I mean, when your comeback drive starts after just, well, effectively 10 seconds after the start of the race, a contact, and you're chasing the whole way through, and then to have that chase to finish, in all honesty, I think they truly deserved that second place. But yes, it could have been victory, but victory did go to Maro Engel and the gang in the 80 Winwood Racing Mercedes.
I've just spotted, as Maro Engel was crossing the line, moments before he did reach the control line and the checkered flag, there was a BMW stopped on the start-finish straight that he had to avoid. Winwood Racing and AMG were trying to get both of their cars in the photo as they crossed the line. But yeah, BMW, that they've had to get by safely. And I don't quite know, oh, it was probably waiting for the race leader maybe, so that it could finish its lap there and then. That might be looked at by the officials, because it wasn't ideal for Mauro Engel, nor Danny Juncadella, who'd been put back into the number 3 Verstappen racing car to make sure that it gets a finish. And the two cars look like they finish 1-2. That's how they ran for so many hours overnight and into this morning, before that problem on the rear, which, did we ever establish whether that was a drive shaft on the 3 car or a suspension problem? Lack of power anyway, going up the Klostertal and Kesselchen run and into the carousel. But that was the beauty of having another Winward Racing Mercedes running consistently with the number 3. One had a major problem, the other one was there to take the race lead and then stretch its legs over the chasing Lamborghini, Aston Martin, and the 2 BMWs, the M4 and the M3 Touring.
And I think it's safe to say, Johnny, that GT3 Racing, the top class here, is alive and kicking. Look at the manufacturer variety at the top. Mercedes from Lamborghini, from Aston Martin, from BMW. BMW having a second bite at the cherry with the car that won SPX in 5th overall, because that was the Touring 24H. The best of the Porsches down in 6th, and a Ford Mustang in 7th. So several different makes, shapes of cars in the top 7 positions.
Shall we have a look at the class leaders? Oh, indeed, they've turned into class winners, haven't they? Pretty much the whole field across the line now as we get towards our podium celebration here. So not far down the order, in 19th place, let me just confirm that, in 19th place overall is the Cup 2 class winner. It's the Black Falcon car, the number 900, that wins Cup 2. Further down in 25th overall, the SP10 class winner is the number 145. That's the Riller and Shark BMW M4. Just behind it on the road is the Cup 3 class winner, the number 962. That's the W&S Motorsport Porsche Cayman. And then in 32nd overall, SP4T has been won by the Subaru Technica Subaru WRX. That is car 88. Further down in the order is the AT2 class winner in 41st place. That's the number 320. It's the Ford Motors Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. And further down is 45th.
Just going to do
the overall.
Just do the top 10, Joe, because the 80 Winward Racing Mercedes wins the race from the 84 Lamborghini, which was penalised at the flag by 1 minute and 24 seconds. But because the Aston Martin was delayed on the Dottinger Hoor, the 34 car still finishes in 3rd, ahead of the 99 Rover Racing BMW, the 81 M3 Touring 24H car, so winning SPX, but in the top 5 overall, ahead of, in 6th place, Lauren Heinrichs Porsche, the best placed 911 GT3R. Ford Mustang in the top 7, with Chris Mees closing that one out in number 67. The 54 Porsche from Dynamic GT. Then the 77 BMW M4 of Philip Eng to complete, and Dylan Pereira brought the Loesch Motorsport 48 Porsche to 10th position. And excellent news for all fans, Dacia, because the Logan has completed the 24 hours. It's just gone across the line. Car number 300, finishing in 120th position. So, Joe, you were taking us through the class winners, and if you're looking out for a particular car and enjoying our coverage in sound and vision, then look out for it on the graphics. But we want to make sure that those that have won categories get their rightful reward. So here's Joe with a bit more. Yeah,
we're further down the order. 45th overall is our SP7 winner, Reiter Engineering's Porsche. Car 91. In the BMW class, the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport BMW M2. That is car 878. They were 46th overall. And then in the V2 Hecker, that's the rear-wheel drive, four-wheel drive VT2 class, car 552nd overall. That's the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330i. Just behind them on the road is the BMW M240i class winner. That's car 650. They're in 53rd overall. Another Adrenaline Motorsport team entry. That's, as I say, the BMW M240i version in that team. A little bit further down in 60th overall, the SP Pro winner is the Graceman Manthey Porsche, car 992. The SB3T class winner is in 62nd overall. That's car 317, the Audi TT. V6 has been won by the number 448. That's the Porsche Cayman S. That's in 63rd. Just behind them on the road is the VT2 front-wheel drive class. That's in 65th overall. That's the number 474 Volkswagen Golf GTI. We've got the AT1 class being won by the number 19 Max Kreuzer Racing Audi. Car 19 is in 68th overall. 69th overall, just behind it, is the 444, the V5 class winner, Adrenaline Motorsports Porsche Cayman. And then TCR being won by the Hyundai of the number 830. They're in 72nd overall. And BMW 325i class down in 79th overall. That is the number 100 BMW 325i. I think we've got one class left, Johnny, if I can find it. It is indeed SP4. They're in 104th place overall. It's car 152, and that's the BMW 325 CI. That's one more to go. That's the final class winner is in 124th place overall. It is the SP8 class winner, car 59, Dual Motorsports McLaren, and that's pretty much rounds all of our class winners up.
Thank you, Joe.
Found another one. SP3.
Be quick.
Down in 150th, and that is the number 277 BMW, Michael Harris from Southampton, a British driver.
Valkenhus Motorsport then finish in third position. Christian Krognes, Mattia Drudi, Nicky T and Felipe Fernandez. Larza, the 84 trio finished second, but it is Winwood Racing. Here's the national anthem. Maro Engel, Lucas Stoltz, Fabian Schiller and Maxime Martin are winners with AMG. The first time that this huge German manufacturer have taken victory in this massive German race for 10 years, when Maro Engel was also part of an otherwise different quartet. And that was quite a bit more dramatic, as I described in the final few laps of that final race, Bruce, because there was maybe the option for Hohen Ardel to slow down in 2016 and take the victory, but the problem was the pressure that Maro Engel was putting on him forced him onto an extra lap. I seem to remember that it was rather the wrong tyres for the lead car at the time, Christian Hohen Ardel, and even before the end of the Grand Prix section of the closing lap, Engel had managed to squeeze ahead. But that was arguably an even better result for AMG in 2016, because they finished first, second, third and fourth.
If you can, you should. But this was a race cut from very, very different cloth. Through the night, into the light, we went with two Winwood Racing Mercedes at the front, controlling proceedings, but I can't think of a more exciting finish for years. Just when it looked as though Lamborghini in second place had lost it to Aston Martin, how cruel could it be for Mattia Drudi? Just got to go on the Dottinger, three little twists and turns, start, finish straight. I've done the hard yards. We're going to take our best results in second. Slow zone. Loses that second place. Awful.
It was very close, but that is Aston Martin's best ever finish in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Christian Krognes, Mattia Drudi, Nicky Team, an absolute Aston Martin legend there, the guy with the brown beard and the blonde hair, son of Kurt Team, of course, and Felipe Fernandez Laza. That's the driver lineup to give Aston Martin their best ever result here at the Nürburgring. So a bit of history being witnessed here by us boys.
Yeah, and it could have, of course, been one better for Aston were it not for absolutely terrible luck on that Dottingerhoor final straight to the start-finish line, where a car needed to be recovered and the code 60 was in place, just delaying Mattia Drudi that little bit too much so that he could sneak into second position once the penalty to the Lamborghini was issued. We thought we had a top three and the right order as well, and typical of the ring to change that about by one position in the dying stages. 99 BMW, not a bad return after winning in 2025 to finish just off the podium. The far bigger story, I would suggest, from the Bavarian brand is the fact that they got their M3 Touring 24H car to the finish. Porsche will be disappointed for sure with a 6th place finish, and of course massive annoyance that the Grello car of Kevin Estre went out in a fairly innocuous spin after there was oil down at Brunchen, doing far too much damage to the rear of that car. They will be back in 2027, make no mistake about it. And Ford Mustang's project, the Haupt racing team, continues to march on. 7th place finish. It might have been even better than that had they had some more consistency, and I think the Argent Mini car eliminating one of the 3 really didn't help them, because that was well placed at the time. So another event here at the Nürburgring is done and dusted. The 54th edition of the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours. We're celebrating here at the Radio Show Limited network of channels 20 consecutive years of bringing this race to you. And we'll also have every single remaining Nürburgring Langstrecken Series race live as they happen. Generally they're 4-hour races, but there is the Ruhr Pokelrennen, which is the 6-hour race later in the year as well. You'll not miss a thing from the Nürburgring in 2026. There it is, the lifting of the Nürburgring 24-hour trophy with Ravenol. And, well, they certainly chose the right sponsor for that car. It was the Ravenol car, after all, with an iconic livery. I can see that working perfectly for future models being sold down at the Tankstelle, Joe.
Yeah.
Might have to get that one in our collection.
Yeah, get that one in the collection. Yeah, absolutely. It goes high on the list, doesn't it, as a race winner? Great looking livery on those cars as well. I really like the we had that situation where we had the 2 Winward cars controlling in a controlled manner, circulating at the front of the field. A little bit disappointing that number 3 wasn't able to run all the way to the flag. We would have had an inter-team battle between those 2 cars, I think, running to the flag. However, that car, did we confirm what the mechanical issue was with that? We suspected it might be a drive shaft or some sort of suspension issue on that. Was it left rear or right rear? I can't remember now. Right rear. Yeah, so that took the number 3 out. And celebrations all around it. Just off the podium, let's talk about the BMW M3 Touring. What started as an April Fool's joke at BMW, with the fact that they were going to run an estate car, turned into quite a run. They categorised it in the SPX class, because it's not homologated for GT3. It ran to 5th place overall, and really did push the major contenders at the front of the GT3 field. So round of applause, I think, to Jens Kliman, who took the car across the line to 5th. Ugo de Wilde, Conor de Philippi and Neil Verhagen. They had quite a ball competitively in that estate BMW.
I have finally established, after 24 hours of racing and so many qualifying sessions, precisely what that big cat is on the side of the 80 car, by the way. Fastest land mammal? It's a cheetah.
A cheetah.
So the cheetah is a prominent Ravenol logo, and the face of the cheetah, well, the growl and the claws have been in the face of so many cars for the last 24 Hours. It works so well with the dark blue and the gold livery.
And I tell you what, if that cheetah is purring as it should be now, if you've ever heard a cheetah purr, it's about the loudest sound an animal produces when it's happy. Great creatures.
But bad name for a race team, cheetah racing.
Needs a bit of work, a bit of PR polish.
You don't want to be known as
the team that.
But you don't want to be known as the cheetah, do you?
That's right.
For other
it's
reasons.
Different spelling, isn't it?
Yeah, agreed. But you had the cheetah and the Red Bull in the same camp, and unfortunately for the two-horned variety, it just ran out of puff a little bit, going up Klostertal and Kessel-Shen with that rear failure. And that's just down to the amount of abuse sometimes that these cars take, the occasional glancing blow. I remember there was an issue with the Mercedes of old when Maxi Goertz was driving for that team and Raffaele Marciello, and Goertz had Marciello had a slight coming together down at the bottom of the hill at the Goodyear Carer, but it wasn't until the very next stint that finally something broke. So Valkenhorst Motorsport thought that they might be able to muscle a third position away from the 84 Lamborghini Huracan once the penalty was issued for the Italian squad, or the German run squad, Team Abt, of course, but with the Italian car. However, that hold-up on the Dottinger Hoor means the Aston finishes third, the Lamborghini second, and the Cheetah smiling at the end of the weekend for Team Ravenol, and the AMG car number 80 crossing the line despite the heart-in-mouth moment presented with a virtually stopped touring car on the main straight. But the fire in Maro Engel's belly was not going to be extinguished 10 years on from his victory at this place after a much shorter race, in actual fact. We reached 156 laps this year, which was only 6 shy of the distance record, which was set 3 years ago. And that was the famous year with the Fricadelli Racing Team taking victory with their Ferrari. It is another German mark that wins. 2023 was a standout in that respect. So we've had Audi, we've had BMW, we've had Mercedes winning in the last 3 years. Porsche due one. The last time they were victorious was 2021. But certainly Mercedes were the biggest overdue runners and absolutely destroying the rear Michelin tyres, Maro Engel. You're not allowed to do something like this at Le Mans. The donuts, very conveniently, in the AMG arena, right in front of that Mercedes grandstand. But I think it's actively encouraged at somewhere like this.
I think it's laid for that very reason, not just for runoff purposes.
Yeah, true enough. There's a drag strip here. There are so many different motorsport facilities at the Nürburgring. And it's kind of never quiet, this place. But the behaviour of Maro Engel post-checkered flag would not have been out of place on Friday night at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit for the drift show.
How many points would you have given him for that one then, Johnny?
Maybe not quite the maximum of 100. But a few, just for entertaining the fans. And he had no idea in which direction he was facing at the end of all that, with all the tyre smoke surrounding him.
I hope the tyre engineer wasn't expecting to take any data off that last set that went on the car.
No chance. No chance. Well, the rain didn't ease off for the final hour. We did get that small weather system blowing through and presenting initially a problem on the Grand Prix track. And then in the higher places of Klostertal and Kessel-Shen. Another one in the books then. We'll be celebrating a more round figure next year with the 55th edition of the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours. But as I mentioned, there are many more meetings in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series to come in 2026. And we will have all of those dates moving forward. Yesterday afternoon, but it was a jump start for Marco Raffaele in the 130 car to head off, but contact between the two Red Bull back cars would come back to fight Mirko Bortolotti at the end of the first Grand Prix lap. They headed out into the country though for lap number 1, and then very quickly indeed caught those runners in start group 3 from the BMW 240i class, from SP7 as well. And the overtakes were coming thick and fast including for Christian Engelhardt, who got his own back on Kevin Estre very early on during Max Verstappen's possibly opening lap, maybe his second for his first stint. He was nearly in the wall and did very, very well to contain the speed of that car after the front wheels lifted off the ground. The same could not be said, though, for Thierry Vermeulen in the Realised Condo Racing Ferrari, going to the high side of one of the Cup 3 Caymans, clattering into it, and then boom, into the Armco barrier, pushing that back by several feet. And the Ferrari 296 of Realise was out. That was one of the pre-qualified cars for top qualifying 3. Alexander Sims clattered into the back of the KCMG Mercedes of Jesse Krohn as they were both exiting a code 60. Obviously, a lot of attention on this young man, Max Verstappen, the 4-time Formula 1 world champion, taking part in his first Nürburgring 24 hours. Hopefully, he'll be back in future years, because it wasn't his year in 2026, despite having run really, really well, and lap times comparative to someone like Kevin Estre, who sadly was sideways at Brunchen going off on oil. Dennis Olsen nearly followed him into the gravel trap at that famous corner. It's taken a number of victims through the years, and the next one would only be a few moments later. Arjun Maini in the HRT Ford Mustang. Terrific battle to witness between the two AMGs and Conor De Filippi's M3 Touring 24H. He went to the high side of one. He picked off the very next one down into the foxhole. Raffaele Marciello misjudged where the 40 BMW Z4 was going to go. And Maurice Schuring likewise tried to mount the curb to overtake the 36 Z4. But his Falcon Motorsport 44 Porsche would pirouette. It would ding the barrier. He'd get it as far as Hoa Act, but then it would be out of the race. And Alessio Picariello, a very high-speed approach to Bergwerk, something like 230 kilometres per hour. He went to the right-hand side of a mid-category Porsche, and it went very, very wrong. Rain hit at Arenberg, not for the first time through the years, and the next car off into the gravel was Jens Klingmann in the big BMW estate. Sideways after a major tyre failure for the Dumoulin Aston Martin, number 37, and at very, very high speed, 2/3 of the way down the Dottinger Hoor. That was the Goodyear shod Vantage finished off. But thankfully for Valkenhorst Motorsport and other fans of Aston Martin, they would still be on course for a podium. A little bit wide, very wide for the 99 BMW. That car would eventually finish in 4th as Max Verstappen took over the number 3 Mercedes and immediately had to make a quick decision as to which side of the RPM Racing Porsche Cup car he would go. Tried to the right, then decided to leap on the brakes and went left instead. And that was not the only difficulty that Max found during this stint. A Porsche turned left right into his path, would end in destruction for the Cayman, but thankfully the Verstappen car would continue, but not for a great deal longer. A major issue on the rear right for Danny Juncadella in the Verstappen Racing car. Would see the car go to the finish, but something like 20 laps down. Dacia Logan, 3 wheels on the wagon. It would need to be towed back, but it did get a race finish. Then, for Alessandro Ghiretti in the dynamic Porsche, a dramatic fire at Brunchen. And that was after contact with the barrier, but whether the fire would have happened anyway, maybe there was an oil leak in that car. 84 Lamborghini, given a penalty late on, it decided not to serve that in the race, and instead it was added to the race time, which might have given second place to Aston Martin, were they not delayed for the final time down the Dottinger Hoor. So Aston finished 3rd, Lamborghini do finish 2nd from pole position. That's the Team Apt crew going crazy at that news. But after a 10-year wait, AMG are back on the top step of the podium here at the Nürburgring 24 hours with Ravenol, and it's the Ravenol-sponsored car that takes victory. Congratulations to Mauro Engel, who brings the car home together with teammates Luca Stoltz, Fabian Schiller and Maxime Martin, lifting the famous Ravenol 24-hour trophy as the champagne is sprayed. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. If you're a first-timer to this race, please come back in 2027. Don't forget about our coverage of the domestic rounds of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series as well. Thanks to all of the team across the piece. And we will see you next year right here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels for the 55th edition of the ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. It's AMG that take the win. Bye-bye.